This is Panorama. From Europe and around the world, the Armed Forces Radio and Television Service presents Panorama, with today's most exciting people, places, and music. Come along with us as we skirt the globe for the sounds and voices of our time. Now, here is your host, Army Specialist Mickey Cline.
Thank you, and hello again. Welcome to Panorama. Among our items of interest today, we'll highlight comedian Phyllis Diller and actor Jay Bell. We'll also learn about cigar smoking, visit a giant supermarket in Germany, chat with a Portuguese housewife, and listen to some comedy from Bob Hope. We have all this and music, too, for the next 55 minutes on Panorama. The Harry James Band of today, opening up our program of sounds and voices with Duke Ellington's Rockin' in Rhythm. Our first item comes from London. Jim McLean went out and talked with a man who was familiar with the history of smoking and the tobacco business. His name is Wally Kahn, head of a London cigar importing firm. Jim talked to him and learned a few points about cigars which are passed along to us.
You've been in the cigar business for quite a few years now. I imagine you've learned quite a bit about the ceremonies involved in cigar smoking.
Yes, I think that's true. I've observed ceremonies. I think ceremony is necessary if you like ceremony for ceremony's own sake. But in order to enjoy something, you don't have to go through the ritual. I think, first of all, in this country, people buy cigars by eye rather than by palate. Everywhere else in the world, they enjoy smoking cigars, and they try and find one which they enjoyed last time. Here, we tend to look at the leaf and the box, which is very important. We then try the cigars to see that they're in condition by a wonderful system where you try and listen to the band, as I call it, by putting it to your ear.
What do you demonstrate with these cigars in front of you?
Surely, you take a cigar and put it to your ear and try and crackle it. In the process, of course, most people break the cigar as well. You then hold it to your nose to see whether you've had onions for lunch, because you fondly imagine this tells you what the tobacco is. All you can smell, of course, is tobacco. And then you get the wonderful system of cutting and preparing for smoking. people go through this ritual of cutting it, or piercing it rather. They fondly imagine that you have to make a small hole on the top, which is quite wrong, and then they apply the open end to their mouth and blow. I can't quite see what they're hoping to do, except possibly get the tobacco dust and the weevils to go down to the other end. This obviously came about in the olden days when there were weevils, when tobacco fumigation hadn't reached the high stage of development that it has today. Then, of course, the normal procedure in this country is to take a piercer or a match and drive it in as hard as you can. This is quite wrong. What you really ought to do is to cut a large opening to give the cigar a chance to burn evenly. It's rather the same as a fire. If you don't give a fire a sensible flue, it'll burn unevenly, and you get a concentration of the fire in one part, and the rest of the fire will go out. With a cigar, if you don't cut it properly, you'll get a concentration coming down the center of the cigar, which won't give the cigar a chance to burn evenly.
Is it true, Mr. Kahn, that a good cigar will hold its ash for a long time?
No. The reason why cigars hold their ash, generally speaking, is because they're made of long filler tobacco. But with modern systems and machinery, we're now producing cigars by machine with short filler, and a short filler cigar will not hold its ash to the same extent. But you know that there are cigar smoking competitions in the world where you have to try and hold the ash for as long as you can. This doesn't mean anything anymore. It's true to say that the longer the ash, the cooler the cigar, quite obviously, because not so much air gets to the fire itself. But this is the only reason to have a slightly longer ash.
You've told us several things that people do to test the quality of a cigar, and you say these are nonsense. But how do you tell a good cigar from not such a good one?
By smoking it. That is the only way.
The only way? There's no way of knowing before I buy the cigar?
No. You've got to rely entirely on your cigar merchant or the shopkeeper who sells it to you. And quite definitely the only way to tell a cigar is to smoke it.
I imagine that people smoke a lot of cigars in England, since there seems to be so much mystique and ceremony in this country about them.
I say that there is more nonsense talked about cigars in Britain and fewer smoked than anywhere else in the world.
Fewer smoked?
Oh, yes, we at the moment are only smoking something like 5 per head of population per year, as against, you mentioned Denmark, 200 per head of population per year.
In the U.S.?
Oh, they're about 130, I think. What you've got to remember is, of course, that we subsidize almost everything in this country by tobacco duty. The tobacco duty on an ounce in this country is more than the price of an ounce of silver in the London market.
And how much does this tax amount to?
Just over £1,000 million last year. Oh, that pays for the National Health Service and a lot more besides.
When we were in Copenhagen about a year ago, we noticed a lot of women smoking cigars. Are there many English women taking up this habit?
Oh, yes, it's spreading very quickly. They're starting primarily on the smaller cigar, the thing we call a whiff over here. But for the moment, they're still smoking them in private, either at home or at a private dinner. They're not beginning yet to smoke them in public.
This is surely a history-making precedent for women to be smoking cigars.
Oh, no, they smoked cigars before. In the good old days, all young children, for instance, were made to smoke to keep away the plague and other illnesses. And women, of course, then did smoke them as well.
Even children smoked during the plague?
Oh, yes, children were made to smoke in school. They had smoking classes during school hours.
Do you think it's a good thing, Mr. Kahn, for women to take up cigar smoking?
I think it is, because cigar smoking makes you far more relaxed. If I can just explain this, if you have friends at home and you give them, let us say, a spirit and a cigarette, the whole process seems to be very much faster. The conversation is racy and no one thinks very hard. If, on the other hand, you give them cigars and, let's say, a glass of brandy, people tend to sit back and consider things much more deeply, and the conversation is much more satisfying.
Thank you, gentlemen. From her Spanish Favorites album, here's young Connie Francis to sing Malagueña. Most of the top-name stars on Broadway and in the films have had to struggle to make their careers a success. This means a lot of study and sometimes years of hard work with little pay and bit parts. Private J. Bell is one of these actors. Jay was on his way up in the theater circle when the Army drafted him. Prior to his call to service duty, he had starred in an off-Broadway show, made one film, and had been seen on Playhouse 90. PFC Herb Glover spoke with Private J. Bell in Ulm, West Germany, about his acting career.
Jay, we caught your performance as George in the off-Broadway production of the award-winning show of Thornton Wilder's Our Town. It was down at the famous Circle in the Square in New York. How long did the show run?
Well, we ran close to a year. We started in March of 58 and ran to February of 59. It was an award-winning show. It won all sorts of awards for the director, Jose Quintero, and the young girl in the show boosted her career tremendously. She's now in Hollywood doing a few films. The scene designer got a few Broadway shows because of it, and it helped me get a Broadway show.
Well, as we know, you have reached a very promising stage of your acting profession at the time you came into the service. I remember seeing you in one of the Playhouse 90 productions.
That's right. That was very funny how I got that job. Timmy Everett was supposed to have the role, but at that time he was still starring on Broadway in Dark Atop the Stairs. It was being done in Hollywood, and he couldn't take off to do it. We look very much alike, the same size, wear the same size clothes. Our voices are quite the same. So I got the part and went out to Hollywood, did the show in about 2 weeks. I didn't get to see any of Hollywood, nothing but the hotel and the studio. But that was one of my most interesting things.
We hear often comparisons of New York theater and Hollywood-type theater.
Well, Hollywood's quite different. In New York, it's the actor who is the big thing. The director is quite instrumental. In Hollywood, because of the movies, it is a director's medium. The director has the say-so, although that's changing now with the star system.
I understand a lot of writers are migrating west.
True. My roommate was a writer, and still is, as a matter of fact. And he wrote a movie, which I was to do this coming summer.
Jay, you were telling me it's quite ironic that you should be in the Army right now because of a part that you were to play this coming summer. Tell us about that.
Well, my roommate, Larry Cohn, has now moved to Hollywood, and had sold a TV script for The Thriller, which is an hour series with Boris Karloff as raconteur. And it concerned a young boy in the Army, young private. And here I am, a private in Europe, while the show is being done in Hollywood. So it's rather impossible for me to do. He's also had a movie, a thriller movie. That wasn't the name of it, but it's kind of what it was. Murder mystery. Again, with a juvenile lead, which I can't do. They're trying right now to wedge it in between Tony Perkins's doings. He's making a film over here in Europe right now, and he hopes to do it when he gets back to the States.
What other shows do you have your credit, Jay?
Well, my first professional credit was a touring company of Witness for the Prosecution. I got that mainly while I was in school. It helped put me through school. I was attending Northwestern University at the time, and Geraldine Page saw me in a show of Commedia dell'arte called The Servant of Two Masters. And she brought a few people down from New York. She was quite pleased with the show. Thought I had a fairly promising career ahead of me. So she contacted the people who were head of this, got me a job which helped pay for schooling. And then she introduced me to a few people in New York, namely Jose Quintero, who was the director of our town, and there's where the circle began.
Well, it's very important to have encouragement in the theater. Is it difficult to get started in the stage profession?
Extremely. They don't like to use you unless they've seen you in something, and they don't want to see you in something.
Vicious circle.
It is. It's a terrific circle, and unless you have somebody like Miss Page or a director behind you, they won't even let you into the office.
You could probably tell me better than anyone else how an actor survives.
Well, first of all, you come to New York hoping to make the big break immediately. After a few months of starving and losing about 30 pounds, I decided that wasn't the way, so I had to get an outside job. And talking to a few friends who were now making it, I asked them what they had done and to make money while they were still looking for the big break. And they gave me a few places to go, and the one that I'm glad I did go to was Time Magazine in New York. I found quite a few actors working there. I got a job in the edit department, and they were very helpful. If an audition came up, they would let me take off work to go to the audition or see some people. So it was an actor's dream, actually. Most employers aren't too happy with actors. In September of a year, which is the beginning of the season, you go to an audition and you'll see maybe 75 people that look exactly like you. Then by January, which is mid-season, you can go into the same office for the same reading, and you'll find maybe 10. These 10 are a little thinner, have a few more circles under the eyes, but they're there, and they'll be there next year and the year after. But each season you'll find many hopefuls who give up by the middle of the season. But there are those few who will always be there.
What makes an actor lead this dedicated life?
That's hard to say. I guess because I wouldn't be happy doing anything else. I've always known that I wanted this life, as hard as it is to get started, and to keep going. But I just wouldn't be happy selling shoes, selling furniture, writing stories for newspapers or something. It was what I had always wanted.
And to J. Bell, the best of luck in his acting career. Next in sound, the voice of Nat King Cole.
I say I'll move the mountains, and I'll move the mountains if she wants them out of the way. Crazy she calls me, sure I'm crazy, crazy in love I'd say. I say I'll go through fire, and I'll go through fire. As she wants it, so will it be. Crazy she calls me, sure I'm crazy, crazy in love, you see. Like the wind that shakes the bough, she moves me with a smile. The difficult I'll do right now, the impossible will take a little while. I say I'll care forever, and I mean forever, if I have to hold up the sky. Crazy she calls me, sure I'm crazy, crazy in love am I, crazy in love am I.
now, some comedy from a serviceman's favorite comedian, Bob Hope.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are at Camp Roberts, California, for the men of the Army. And it's always a special personal thrill to play Camp Roberts. I've played a lot of Army camps, but this is the only one they named after me. This camp is located in the heart of the lettuce country. I haven't seen this much green since Crosby dropped his wallet. But while they're in basic training, these guys are supposed to forget completely about girls. I asked one guy why he had a Marilyn Monroe calendar in his footlocker, and he said, "This is just to remind me what I'm supposed to forget." These guys mustn't even think of girls. In fact, every night an MP goes through the barracks with a flashlight and wakes up anyone who's got a smile on his face. But today the Army offers wonderful educational opportunities to GIs. No kidding, you can learn almost any trade or profession right in the Army. One guy here took a lot of courses and it really helped him. Now he can write home for money in 7 different languages. But the most popular fellow in camp is a guy who's studying science, electronics, and anatomy. His ambition is to build his own whack. All engineers, huh? Yes, sir, the Army has improved in lots of ways. For example, they now have garbage disposals in every mess hall. They're known as KPs. But there's one Army course that's really popular. It's called How to Be a Civilian. But the Army also has a wonderful athletic program. Only this morning, a guy here set a new world's record for the 100-yard dash. He backed into a bayonet. And they have a few baseball teams in the base here. They play quite a game. The officers played the enlisted men the other day, but it wasn't very fair. The pitcher was a captain, and every time he threw the ball, he'd salute the guy at bat. You either struck out or went to the guardhouse. And during the game, the pitcher yelled at the umpire, "You're blind as a bat." And the umpire yelled back, "Tell it to my draft board." They ran short of pitchers, but they never should have gotten that guy off KP. The count was 3-2, and he peeled the ball.
You're listening to Panorama, exploring the world today for the sounds and the voices of our times. The modern jazz quartet with something soft called Vendome. One of the biggest changes overtaking Europe is the American-style supermarket. Europeans for centuries have purchased their foodstuffs from any number of specialized shops. But now things have started to change. All over Europe, chain store supermarkets are springing up. One of these is located in Nuremberg, West Germany. It's complete with groceries, a cafeteria, a discount clothing department, and a cut-rate gasoline station in front. Army specialist Sandy Haynes obtained some information about this new store from Paul K. Halstead, a supermarket consultant from Larchmont, New York, who designed the Nuremberg market.
Mr. Halstead, first of all, this is a discount house, but yet here in the store we find not only a supermarket and the regular cataloged items, but also in the basement sort of a bargain basement. How did the idea come about to have all of these different stores more or less combined into one?
Well, the basement portion of this building was conceived in order to find an outlet for the catalog merchandise which cannot be sold. Every time a catalog is printed, a certain quantity is purchased, and subsequently there's a remaining stock which cannot be moved by mail order. In the basement, this merchandise is sold at a discount. The first week it is reduced 25% in price, the second week 33%, and the third week 50%. What remains after the fourth week is given away to the Salvation Army.
You designed the supermarket here. Is this strictly an American design, or did you put any of the more or less German customs into the design of the supermarket?
Basically, the supermarket is built here along American lines. However, we have taken into consideration certain German requirements. For instance, you will see in the back of the store a fine cost department or a delicatessen department with service. You will see a very large wine department, which caters to the Bavarian taste, and a bakery also in service.
Now, Mr. Halstead, among the many usual or unusual features of this store, I noticed there was a gas station outside. Is this something that is being put into use today, or is this the first time, as far as you know?
Well, to my knowledge, this is the first German, if not European, supermarket discount house that has such a gas station. And the price here is 10 pfennig cheaper per liter than at the normal branded filling stations. And the success yesterday was phenomenal. We had a queue of cars all day long.
Well, thank you. Now we're going to pick up our tape recorder and take a little tour around the store into the various departments. We've just walked into the snack bar here at the Cola Discount House. Now, Mr. Halstead, this so far I haven't seen a cash register. How is the money system taken care of?
Well, of course, it's not free here. The customer, however, goes, as you see here on the outside, to a register. He tells the cashier what he would like to eat, and she gives him a register slip. With this slip, the customer goes to the counter, cafeteria style, picks up her food, and then goes to these tables to your right, where they stand up and consume their beverages and food.
Now, is the cafeteria style a little new here in Germany, too?
Oh, yes. Self-service is relatively new. You do find some stand-up snack bars, but usually it's consumed at the bar, not taken away from it.
Now, we walked into the supermarket here. As we noticed looking around, the store resembles very much any supermarket we would see in the States. Do you think that the German people are much in favor of the type of store that you have here? Will it be something that will increase more and more as the years go by?
Well, if the quantity of the people who you see right before you is any indication, it would appear that it appeals to them. Certainly the number of self-service stores and also supermarkets are growing very rapidly in Germany.
We're behind the scenes now in the meat packing department here, and Mr. Van Berge, who is a member of P.K. Halstead Associates Supermarket Consultants, is the meat specialist. He's behind here to tell us something about what goes on in the packaging of the meat. Now, first of all, on the various cuts of meat, I imagine these are all determined beforehand, and then they're cut up and wrapped and packaged in cellophane. Now, this is something new to this part of Germany, as far as we know. How well does it seem to be going?
Well, success is tremendous, and we're actually getting away from the German style of butchery and bringing in the French style cutting. A lot mixed with a lot of American style of cutting, you know.
Actually, the success, as you saw from the front of the counter, is so tremendous that we are falling behind. For every package that we are able to put into the case today, there are at least 10 customers outside taking them away. So at the rate we're going now, in about 2 hours, we will have to sell the case instead of meat.
We're over in the produce department right now, and Mr. Colstead, I wonder now, the many things you have on display here probably come from more countries than Germany.
Yes, in the fresh fruits and vegetables, of course, during certain seasons, the German market doesn't offer sufficient variety. For instance, the cauliflower you see there comes from Holland. The oranges you see here are Spanish and Italian oranges. There's produce here from Belgium. There are Spanish grapes. There are figs from Greece, etc. We have a pretty wide variety here from all European countries.
Well, we'd like to thank you very much, Mr. Halstead. For the past few minutes, ladies and gentlemen, we've been touring the new Kulla Discount House and Supermarket here in Nuremberg, Germany. And we've been speaking with Mr. Paul K. Halstead of the P.K. Halstead Associates Supermarket Consultants from Larchmont, New York.
Here's the one gal who has made a success in 2 different fields at the same time. It's Doris Day from her Cuttin' Capers album and Me Too.
Oh, oh, ha, ha, hee, hee, hoo, hoo.
I don't care, I don't mind, anywhere that he goes you'll find, ho, ho, ha, ha, me too. Up the hill, down the hill, he knows all about Jack and Jill. Ho, ho, ha, me too. Got a ring and a horse and a horse and a ring, and we're ready to go. Giddy-yap, 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 oh, the parson will know that I don't care, I don't mind, anywhere that he goes you'll find, ho, ho, me too.
Hee, hee, hoo, hoo.
'Cause I don't care, I don't mind, anywhere that he goes you'll find,
Hoo, hoo.
ho, ho, me too. Oh, up that hill and down that hill, he knows all about Jack and Jill.
Hoo, hoo.
Ah, me too.
Got a ring,
And a horse,
got a horse.
and a ring, and we're ready to go.
Giddy-up,
Giddy-yap,
giddy-up.
giddy-yap, oh, the parson will know that I don't care and I don't mind, anywhere that he goes you'll find, ho, ho, ha, ha, hee, hoo. Everywhere you go you'll find, hoo-ha, me too.
Phyllis Diller is a comedian who has come on the scene only recently. Her brand of humor is something new and has caught the fancy of many Americans. She's appeared on stage, radio, and television, doing many guest appearances on the popular Jack Paar show. You might say that Phyllis is actually funny to look at. She's rather loose-jointed and bony with an undefinable laugh and white hair. Through all this comes a giant spark of wit and humor, which has made this mother of 5 an overnight comedy sensation. Today, Phyllis Diller chats with Johnny Morris in Frankfurt.
Phyllis, the Houston, Texas Post once described you this way. Her torso seems as if it has no connection to the wobbly, thin legs that curved to the floor like a bass fiddle which has been warped in the rain. She has a habit of rolling her eyes around as if they were loaded dice. Rose, do you consider that kind of writing an insult or a compliment?
No, I think that's a great compliment. I think that's what I call good reporting. That really describes the way I look on stage.
And you regard yourself, then, as a kind of a human cartoon?
I certainly do.
Phyllis, do you feel that your act is becoming part of you? You know, the flax and white hair, which you say is not hair, but exposed nerve endings. Your laugh, which they tell us sounds like a dodo bird. Does it ever scare you?
No, not at all. I'm getting more and more split into two separate people.
What do you mean?
I've just been thinking about this in the past week. I think of that person on stage who is more and more of a cartoon as less and less associated with me, the person, Phyllis Diller.
Why?
As I had this garb, shall we call it on, I was thinking now I wouldn't go out on the street with my children wearing this. I wouldn't want to involve them.
Phyllis, are you funny around the house?
Yes.
You are?
Yes.
Do you like to make the children laugh?
Yes.
They do laugh at you?
Yes, and they're developing a sense of humor because of it.
How old are your children?
They're 10, 12, 14, 15, and 20.
And how old are you?
43.
Are you really? Well, Phyllis, I'll tell you, if it's all right with you, in case some of our audience hasn't seen you or heard you, I wonder if you could give us a taste of the kind of thing you do.
You want me to do a bit?
A little bit, yes.
Well, it's just that whenever I get mixed up with food, I'm in trouble. And even when I shop for food, it happens. Like, I bought a piece of Romano cheese, and the man that sold it to me told me over and over again, he said, look, the longer you keep it, the better it gets. And then he kissed it. I don't know how long he'd had it. But, I mean, how lonely can you get? But I just want to tell you, the man lied. I bought the cheese 4 years ago, and someplace along the line, we have passed better. I can't cut it, I can't catch it. But every now and then I open the refrigerator door and throw it some food. It's getting crosser and meaner. And every now and then it opens the refrigerator door and throws me some food. And there's a lot of extra work involved. That thing has to be aired.
Phyllis, where did you develop the laugh?
That has been with me since childhood.
Really?
Yes, my grandmother laughed like that. My mother laughed like that. And what else can I do? I've always loved humor.
That isn't a wig you're wearing, or is it?
No.
Do you mind?
Oh, come on. Yeah, it's all me.
Phyllis, what about women and beauty aid?
The beauty aids, well, I'm very, very much against plastic surgery because I know a lot of women who get into trouble with it. I had a friend who, well, you know, a woman hits 40 going 90 miles an hour, asked me, and they think they'll go have one little face job and come out looking like Tinkerbell. Well, that isn't always the way it works because a friend of mine had one job and it was so dreadful I never would have recognized her. But she came up to me on the street and she said, hello, Phyllis. She said, I have found the most divine new plastic surgeon. I said, well, I don't know how divine he is, but I'm sure he's new. And she said, well, I just think he's marvelous. I just love him. And he works so cheap. I said, I can tell you something else about him. He's left-handed. But she's in trouble. She knows it.
Well, tell us this, Phyllis. How did all of this start?
Well, I better give you the 5 years preceding it. The preceding 5 years, we were involved in simple little budget family troubles. That's a lot of kids, and I imagine we were living a little overextended. So I went to work, just for money.
Doing what?
It was a newspaper job. And then for 5 years I worked in that sort of field, copywriting. And then my husband, the last 2 years of that 5 year period, kept really insisting that I become a comedian, which is a real switch. And I kept insisting that I didn't think it was quite right for a mother with that many children to go into that kind of work. But then I got involved in one production called The Poet's Follies, and when I got on stage, something happened inside of me.
How long ago was it when this happened?
Well, I've been in the business 5.5 years.
Is your husband your manager?
He sees that everybody is paid. He's not my personal manager because, you see, that has to be someone who has contacts in show business, and he doesn't.
Now then, you do a great deal of traveling. Who stays with the children?
Well, they stay with his mother and sister. He has a sister who's a lady osteopathic doctor in St. Louis, and she's sort of a Boy Scout leader type, you know. She lines them up, they click their heels. She's pretty weird. She even studied hypnotism. And there's a whole clump of relatives around St. Louis, and that's where they are. Even the son is in Washington University.
Did the children ever ask you to quit?
No, they're rehearsing it.
Do any of them want to be show people?
Well, for the past 1.5 years, our son, who is 20, had been working here and became a very respected banjo player in a sort of a classical sense. He's a real Dixielandophile, and he played here with 4 nights a week. He was playing banjo, and he worked days at a textile firm. So he had 1.5 years.
You write your own material?
Yes. My newest line that I'm nutty about is, the reason I'm shaped so funny, I'm all heart.
And we have a hunch you are, and thank you, Phyllis Diller, very much. This is Johnny Morris, returning you to Panorama.
The Norman Luboff Choir is recognized as one of the most versatile vocal groups around. They sing everything from hymns to ballads. Here's a selection from their Songs of the Caribbean album called Dance Calinda.
Nous allons danser calenda, nous allons danser calenda. Shout everybody, carre, carre, nous allons danser calenda. Nous allons danser calenda, nous allons danser calenda. Shout everybody, carre, carre, nous allons danser calenda. Jump in the ring, dance around by the light of the fambo. Of the fambo. Pick up the stick, make them beat to the beat of the tambo. Of the tambo, faster, faster, make the stick go, don't miss a beat. Faster, faster, make the stick go, dance on the beat. Nous allons danser calenda, nous allons danser calenda. Shout everybody, carre, carre, nous allons danser calenda. Nous allons danser calenda, nous allons danser calenda. Shout everybody, carre, carre, nous allons danser calenda. It's a cool to beat of the bongo. Of the bongo. Jump up and down, move around and around and around, go. Round and round, go. Faster, faster, make the shit go, don't miss a beat. Faster, faster, make the shit go, dance on the beat. Nous allons danser calenda, nous allons danser calenda. Shout everybody, carre, carre, nous allons danser calenda. Nous allons danser calenda, nous allons danser calenda. Shout everybody, carre, carre, nous allons danser calenda. Nous allons danser calenda, nous allons danser calenda. Shout everybody, carre, carre, nous allons danser calenda. Nous allons danser calenda, nous allons danser calenda. Shout everybody, carre, carre, nous allons danser. Nous allons danser calenda.
Much of the trouble in the world is caused by the misunderstanding among peoples of each other's customs and traditions. If everyone, when traveling or reporting for an overseas assignment, would take some time to learn the history of the country to which he is going, a lot of good could be accomplished. In this case, John Lurch acts as our guide to Portugal and that country's second city, Porto. Porto is located in the north of the country, only about 60 miles from the Spanish border. This is a city whose name is famous around the world for its wine. And now let's join John Lurch and have him introduce his guest.
I'm talking with Velna de Carvalho, a Portuguese housewife. What can you tell us about Portuguese women today?
What can I tell you, especially about Portuguese women? I'm sure that Portuguese women are similar to women everywhere. Women who are listening me now, what are your major interests in life? Home, husband, children, isn't true? Maybe some of you have a job exactly like me. I like my job very much, for housework is not enough for me. But above all my interests are my children and my husband. We Portuguese are a very ancient people. We used to say we have 8 centuries of history over us. And maybe on account of that, the modern and, for me, too exciting way of life don't fit us very well. We are an introverted people. We live from inside for outside. The peace and quiet atmosphere of our homes is for us much most important than the sparkling and gleaming outdoor life.
Well, Senora, what does a family do in the evening in Porto?
In Porto, usually we don't go out. We like to stay together because the man goes out for his job, the children go to school, and at evening we like to be together. We see the television, we hear the radio, we read very much. We talk, we think, we live together as a real family.
And also, can you say that women are entering more and more into careers and professions?
There are few Portuguese women who work outside the home. When they must make extra money, they choose jobs at home, teaching, sewing, and so on.
Of course, there are some outstanding examples of, as in every way of life, in singing, in architecture, in music. You can point to these.
Yes, medicine, doctors, teachers, and so on. Maybe because while we are a Latin pupil, the authority of a man in a house cannot be disputed. But we don't feel unhappy on account of this. For our mothers and grandmothers, the man was the king of the house. And for us, it is still this way. We don't try to fight against this situation. What for? If the man is the king, the woman is the leader. And tell me now who has indeed the authority.
This is a very refreshing view of life indeed, and very welcome, I'm sure. Well, just to conclude, I wonder if we might have a recipe of some Portuguese specialty that would be useful at home.
We have a kind of dessert. It's very easy to prepare, and I should like that. In a casserole, we put half water, half milk. When it's boiling, we put rice and a pint of salt. When the rice is well cooked, we join sugar, the yellow eggs. We take from the fire. When it's cold, we put on big dishes, big and round dishes, and we put on cinnamon. It's over. It's very good.
And this is sweet rice, which is served for dessert. Thank you so much.
And thank you, John, for telling us about the life of a housewife in Porto, Portugal. To close our show today, here's the Bob Bain Band with a number from the old Dixieland small band era called Little Rock Getaway. Well, my friends, that winds up Panorama for today. We hope you've enjoyed hearing some of the exciting sounds in this fast-moving world of ours. Sound patterns today were by Army PFC Bill Sperling. Panorama is prepared and produced in the Special Events Department of the American Forces Network Europe by your host, Army Specialist Mickey Cline. Join us when next we meet for more of the sounds and voices of our times on Panorama.
Panorama is heard around the world through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
It's a beautiful day in Southern California. A great time for remembering music from another era. Music of the years of 1935 to 1945 on a program we call The Swingin' Years. Heard round the world through the cooperation of radio station KFI and the Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. The Swingin' Years. My name is Chuck Cecil. Glad to be with you once again with our program of the big band era and an invitation for you to listen once again to the vintage records. These are mostly the original recordings from the years of 1935 to 1945. The records might be old, but to many of you the sound is new as once again we bring you the Swingin' Years. Sounds a little unusual for Fats Waller, doesn't it? Not exactly his style, or at least the style of most of us remember him as playing from out of the swinging years. That was a little piano solo, which he titled Handful of Keys. Artie Shaw and his orchestra. It takes 6 minutes and 20 seconds to listen to Hot Lips Page doing some trumpet work and some fine vocalizing to the St. James Infirmary.
St. James Infirmary. I saw my baby there, stretched out on a long white table, so cold, so sweet, so fair. Let her go, God bless her, wherever she may be. She can look this wide world over, she'll never find another sweet man like me. Though she treated me mean and low down, somehow I didn't care. For the Lord knows she was a good girl, and I'll see her again up there. Now when I die, I want you to bury me in Edmund Clapton, a box-back suit and a Stetson hat. Put a $20 gold piece on my watch chain, so the boys will know I died standing pat.
St. James Infirmary with Artie Shaw and his orchestra featuring Hot Lips Page on trumpet solo and on vocal. That tune recorded in November of 1941. 2 weeks earlier, the Artie Shaw organization had been in Chicago, and they knew who all the personnel were at that time. However, when this tune was recorded, they had traveled to New York, and in the Hot Jazz discography, they say they do not know who the personnel was at that time or who they were. However, on the album jacket, they say that it's the same group that had been in Chicago. So it's one of those things. Who knows? It was a pretty good recording, too, not to know who it was. Glenn Miller and his orchestra, the romantic tune, Fools Rush In. And the first one, a pleasant little thing called Sweet Eloise.
Just for my Eloise, my Eloise. Sweet Eloise is a beautiful sight. Old Mr. Moon comes around to look at her every night. Her smile's a warm summer breeze, the smile of Eloise. And though there may be clouds in the skies, there's always sunshine deep in her eyes. In case you didn't know, roses grow, hoping someday they'll be pressed and caressed in her bouquet. Sweet Eloise is so lovely to love. You will agree she's the only girl that you're dreaming of. But you'll be wasting your time, 'cause Eloise is all mine. She's all mine. Girl that you're dreaming of, but you'll be wasting your time, 'cause Eloise is all mine. So don't you give her a line, 'cause Eloise is all mine.
And so I come to you, my love, my heart above my head. Though I see the danger there, if there's a chance for me, then I don't care. Fools rush in where wise men never go, but wise men never fall in love. So how are they to know? When we met, I felt my life begin. So open up your heart and let this fool rush in.
One of the most popular of all the orchestras from the big band years of 35 to 45. Glenn Miller, Sweet Eloise, Eberly and the Modernaires doing the vocalizing, then Ray encoring, soloing with Fools Rush In.
You know how sometimes parts come in big crates? Well, I was helping uncrate some of those big parts, and I was sort of, singing and working. Whistle while you work. And I was not paying too much attention, to what was happening to the boards and things. And yow! A nail. It was sticking out of a board, and I put my foot thereupon. Oh, boy. Ooh, did it smart. But I wasn't smart, or I would not have left that board lying around with a nail in it. Well, I'm not from now on, 'cause I learned a lesson, boy. You know where they shoot you for tetanus?
comes back, that day is fine. The sun will shine. He can come home late as can be. Home without him ain't no home to me. Can't help loving that man of mine. Can't help loving that man of
Artie Shaw and his orchestra, the instrumental Karaoke, and then Can't Help Lovin' That Man. I'm Gene Lynn, the vocalist on the latter. In a moment, we're going to be high on a windy hill with Von Monroe, one of the tunes he recorded in those swinging years. Hardly a breath of wind here in Los Angeles today, though. 3 miles an hour right now at Civic Center. Let's give a listen to Von Monroe, huh?
High on a windy hill, I feel my heart stand still. Oh, I can hear you calling my name. Into a misty blue, I go in search of you. There in the shadows calling in vain. Why are you just beyond me? When will I see your face? Why do you just elude me and leave me this lonely space into eternity? Your love will beckon me. I can't forget your voice that calls my name. Into eternity, your love will beckon me. I can't forget your voice that calls my name.
Von Monroe, his orchestra, and he doing the vocalizing in one of the top tunes from out of the swinging years called High on a Windy Hill. And so we bring to a close another session of music from the swinging years. My name is Chuck Cecil. Winky Wildman's been spinning the old ones, and we want to thank you for being with us and be listening again when once again we recall music of the big band years of 1935 to 1945, the swinging years. Swingin' Years is brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. A beautiful day in Southern California. A great time for remembering music from another era. Music of the years of 1935 to 1945 on a program we call The Swingin' Years. Heard round the world through the cooperation of radio station KFI and the Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. The Swingin' Years. My name is Chuck Cecil. Glad to be with you once again with our program of the big band era, and an invitation for you to listen once again to the vintage records. These are mostly the original recordings from the years of 1935 to 1945. The records might be old, but to many of you the sound is new, as once again we bring you The Swingin' Years.
Hey, Don. Hey! Hey, stop!
hard as a rock, fit as a fiddle, proud as a cock, bright as a button, fly as a fox, shy as a violet, young as an ox, light as a feather, blind as a bat, mad as a hatter and nervous as a cat, sweet as a cookie, pure as a dove. That means, mister, I'm in love.
I'm fresh as a daisy, tough as a steak, mean as a miser, low as a snake, scared as a rabbit, small as a mite, gay as a meadowlark, high as a kite, wild as a tiger, mad as a fool, sour as a lemon and stubborn as a mule, sharp as a razor, smooth as a glove. That means, mister, I'm in love.
I'm fresh as a daisy, quick as a flash, slow as the tortoise, mixed as a hash, fierce as a lion, meek as a lamb, hot as a poker, and cold as a Sam, dead as a toenail, dumb as a toad, spry as a kitten, and frisky as a colt, good as an angel in heaven above. That means, partner, I'm in love.
Fresh as a daisy, red as a beet,
green as a golf course, white as a sheet,
raw as an oyster, swung as a gate, mild as a Chesterfield, and sure tastes great, Kate.
Foggy as London, rough as a bus,
solid as a stone wall, ornery as a cut,
blue as the sky in the heaven up above. That means, mister,
that's all, brother.
That's right, partner.
We're in love.
Recordings made from a radio broadcast during the swinging years by Glenn Miller and his orchestra, and that famed Little Brown Jug, and then Fresh as a Daisy with vocalist Marion Hutton, Jack Lathrop, and Tex Beneke. Here, one of the great tunes by Jimmy Dorsey from out of the swinging years, his recording of Green Eyes.
Green eyes with the soft light, your eyes that promise sweet night, bring to my soul a longing, a thirst for love divine. In dreams I seem to hold you, to find you and enfold you. Our lips meet and our hearts too, with a thrill so sublime. Those cool and limpid green eyes, a pool wherein my love lies, so deep that in my searching for happiness I fear that they will ever hold me. All through my life they'll taunt me, but will they ever want me? Green eyes make my dream come true.
Green eyes, a pool were in my life searching for happiness, I fear that they will ever haunt me. All through my life they'll taunt me, but will they ever want me? Green eyes, I love you.
Swingin' Ears music with Jimmy Dorsey, Bob Eberly, and Helen O'Connell, and their two-tempoed vocal rendition of the tune called Green Eyes. Tommy Dorsey and his orchestra with the Perham say it, and that's for me.
Gay kind of charm you display, that's for me. The wonderful sly little trick with your eyes, that's for me. What a feather in my hat if I could gratify your wish. Do you like the movie? Or what is your favorite dish? The tilt of your chin when you chuckle or grin, that's for me. You might as well know that wherever you go, there I'll be. Just make sure you keep your heart alone and fancy free. No one else can have it. Oh, that's for me. You're my love, remember, that's for me.
Never
Never stop saying you're mine. Say it ever and ever so sweet. Ever and ever so sweet. Just like an old Valentine. When you say I love you, the same old I love you, they whisper in stories and play. You can change I love you, the same old I love you, to oh such a heavenly phrase. So say softly and gently and then over and over again. Never stop saying you're mine.
Tommy Dorsey's orchestra, Connie Haynes singing That's For Me, and then Sinatra is the vocalist with a tune called Say It.
When the Congress of the United States decides to award the Medal of Honor to an American citizen, you can be sure that the person deserves it. Awards of the Medal of Honor to military and naval personnel are infrequent and coveted. The number of awards to civilians is so few as to be counted on the fingers. For a woman to receive such an honor is almost unheard of. Dr. Mary Edwards Walker received her medical degree in 1855. She was one of the first American women to graduate from a medical college. After overcoming this obstacle to what was considered the invasion of men's rights, she donned men's clothing, began the practice of medicine, lectured, and taught school. When the Civil War broke out, Mary Walker volunteered her services as a physician and became the first female commissioned as an Army surgeon. For her heroic services and bravery while under fire from the opposing forces, Congress awarded her the Medal of Honor. She was the first and possibly the only woman to be given the award. With her war services completed, Dr. Walker returned to her medical practice, wearing striped trousers, long frock coat, and a tall silk hat. In this garb, she also lectured in favor of women's rights and against the use of tobacco. This may seem paradoxical, but Dr. Mary Walker had an idea, and putting her idea to work became part of the American dream.
Harry James will be playing Music Makers. Harry James and his Music Makers with a tune titled Music Makers. In the old Swingin' Years days, we had to listen to this with an interruption as they flipped the record over from part 1 to part 2 of Trumpet Rhapsody. These days, we don't have to do it, thanks to the magic of the long-playing record. Parts 1 and 2 of a trumpet rhapsody performed out of the swinging ears by Harry James and his orchestra. And so we bring to a close another session of music from the Swingin' Years. My name is Chuck Cecil. Winky Wildman's been spinning the old ones, and we want to thank you for being with us and be listening again when once again we recall music of the big band years of 1935 to 1945, the Swingin' Years. The Swingin' Years is brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. A beautiful day in Southern California. A great time for remembering music from another era. Music of the years of 1935 to 1945 on a program we call The Swingin' Years. Heard round the world through the cooperation of radio station KFI and the Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. The Swingin' Years. My name is Chuck Cecil. Glad to be with you once again with our program of the big band era and an invitation for you to listen once again to the vintage records. These are mostly the original recordings from the years of 1935 to 1945. The records might be old, but to many of you the sound is new as once again we bring you the Swingin' Years. Duke Ellington and his famous orchestra. We heard his famous Memphis Blues. Artie Shaw and his orchestra. Remember Supper Time as sung by Helen Forrest?
Supper time. Somehow I'm not able, 'cause that man of mine ain't coming home no more. Supper time. Kids will soon be yelling for their supper time. How'll I keep from telling that man of mine ain't coming home no more? How'll I keep explaining when they ask me where he's gone? How'll I keep from crying when I bring their supper on? How can I remind them to pray at their humble door? How can I be thankful when they start to thank the Lord? Supper time. Somehow I'm not able, 'cause that man of mine ain't coming home no more. Ain't coming home no more.
Artie Shaw and Helen Forrest as the vocalist with a tune called Supper Time. Coming up, a pair of them by Bob Crosby. We'll hear his full orchestra with some of those Dogtown blues, and then some other types of blues with the Bobcats and the Morning Blues. Some blues music with Bob Crosby, the first of all the full orchestra with the Dogtown Blues, and then his Bobcats and Morning Blues.
For the station with a pack on my back. I'm tired of transportation in the back of a hack. I love to hear the rhythm of the clickety-clack and hear the lonesome whistle, see the smoke from the stack, and pal around with Democratic fellas named Mac. So take me right back to the track, Jack. Choo-choo, choo-choo, choo-boogie, woo-woo, woo-woo, choo-boogie, choo-choo, choo-choo, choo-boogie. Take me right back to the track, Jack. Destination, but alas and alack, you need some compensation to get back in the black. You take a morning paper from the top of the stack and read the situations from the front to the back. The only job that's open needs a man with a knack, so put it right back in the rack, Jack. Choo-choo, choo-choo, choo-boogie, woo-woo, woo-woo, choo-boogie, choo-choo, choo-choo, choo-boogie. Take me right back to the track, Jack. Settle down by the railroad track, live the life of Riley in the beaten down shack. So when I hear a whistle, I can peep through the crack and watch the train a-rolling when it's falling a jack. For I just love the rhythm of the clickety-clack. So take me right back to the track, Jack. Choo-choo, choo-choo, choo-boogie, woo-woo, woo-woo, choo-boogie, choo-choo, choo-choo, choo-boogie. Take me right back to the track, Jack.
That tune didn't really fall within those swinging years of 1935 to 1945, but it was not too long afterward, and it kind of has the flavor of it anyway. Louis Jordan and his Timpani 5, and besides that, it's good listening. Now, Harry James has a pair of them, Concerto for Trumpet, and preceding that, his up-tempo Jump Down. Harry James and a pair of instrumentals from those swinging ears titled Jump Down and Concerto for Trumpet.
While I'm smoking my last cigarette, sing that cowboy song I never will forget. Yippee-ki-yay, the sun's almost set, and I'm smoking my last cigarette through the sagebrush when evening is near. Comes that melody, a cowboy ho so dear. Yippee-ki-yay, the sun's almost set, and I'm smoking my last cigarette. Come on, old pain, this time we're traveling alone. Gonna meet her where the good green pastures are grown. So while twilight and purple hills fade, from a campfire comes that cowboy serenade. Yippee-ki-yay, the sun's almost set, and I'm smoking my last cigarette. Yippee-ki-yay, the sun's almost set, and I'm smoking my last cigarette. Yippee-ki-yay, 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 yippee-ki-yay.
That was Vaughn Monroe and his orchestra. Vaughn Monroe reminiscing while I'm smoking my last cigarette. And so we bring to a close another session of music from the Swingin' Years. My name is Chuck Cecil. Winky Wildman's been spinning the old ones, and we want to thank you for being with us and be listening again when once again we recall music of the big band years of 1935 to 1945, the Swingin' Years. The Swingin' Years is brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
in the world is everybody? It's time for Country Corner. Hi there, everybody. Welcome once again to the Old Country Corner. I'm Joe Allison, your host, representing the boys and girls that make the good country and western music for your pleasure. And, boy, we've got them today. The Faron Young, the Carl Smith, Hank Thompson, Webb Pierce, Hank Lachlan, some of your greatest names in the country and western field represented right here just as they are every day, 5 days a week. Let's get started without further ado. In fact, Further Ado was scheduled for the show today, and we just canceled him out completely. He hadn't had a hit record in I don't know when. But Faron Young has. He calls it Safely in Love Again. Here's where it goes.
I thought I'd remember, but now the last ember of my love is dying for her. Promises spoken were easily broken, and I can't recall what they were. For my darkest hour, you came like a shower and left me a rainbow that day. You lifted the curtain and let out the hurting, and that's when I heard my heart say, oh, well, I'm safely in love again, building my dreams again. This time my dreams will all come true, because I'm safely in love again. I'll never cry again. This time I fell in love with you. From May till September was just like December. I learned what a cold world can be. Then a beautiful stranger saw my heart in danger and said she was looking for me. I thought it was kindness, but learned it was blindness, for soon it was plain I could see. Some great arranger said you were the stranger to show me what true love can be. And now I'm safely in love again, building my dreams again. This time my dreams will all come true, because I'm safely in love again. I'll never cry again. This time I fell in love with you. This time I fell in love with you.
Hey, boy, that's all right, isn't it? Old Faron Young. You know, we had a special request for that one today. It was requested by the Faron Young Fan Club. You know what a fan club is, don't you? That's an organization of people devoted to telling the singer that he's not alone in the way he feels about himself. Oh, another little Whittamism there. A Whittamism. How do you like that, huh? Hey, we can make a whole album of Whittamisms. I think that would be very funny. Yeah. Rosebuds from the Garden of Whittam. Oh, boy. Hey, Bud, you know about fan clubs and things. You know that my entire fan club met this morning?
What phone booth?
You do know the jokes. I can't catch him on anything. Oh, I'm telling you. Yeah, remember the old gag? My entire fan club met this morning in the phone booth in the lobby. All right. I'd try to catch him on gags. I think this guy must know every joke in the history of mankind. We're going to do one by Carl Smith this time. Give us, Smith, what is that? That gives you about names. Give us a joke about names.
No, but I'm just often wondering, this is no gag.
Yeah.
What happens if your name is really John Smith and you take your wife and you want to register at a hotel?
You don't do it. You do like Roger Miller. You know, when you're on the road and you say, come up to my hotel, it doesn't sound good. I mean, even if your intentions are honorable. So Roger Miller changed his whole plan of attack. He meets a beautiful girl. He can't say, come to my hotel, you know. That sounds terrible. So he says, hey, honey, so after the show, come out to my trailer. You know, you get a vision by a lake and the pretty thing. And so it doesn't sound so bad. She says, sure, I'd like to come out to your trailer. Where is it? He says, it's in my hotel room. And if you think you don't do that, you're out of your mind. All right. Carl Smith just released an album. It contains all of Carl's greatest hits from times past. One of his biggest one, and the song that he introduced that has later been recorded by almost everybody, it was one written by Felice and Boodle O'Brien. Boodle, that's an odd name, isn't it? I could tell you that I inspired this song, and it would be true, but nobody would believe me. But it actually happened that way, because Boodle and I were visiting one night, and he went home and wrote a song called Hey Me, and it turned out to be a great big hit.
Hey, Joe, now where'd you find that pearly girlie? Where'd you get that jolly dolly? How'd you rate that dish I wish was mine? Hey, Joe, she got skin as creamy, creamy, eyes look so lovey-dovey, lips are red as cherry berry wine. Now listen, Joe, I ain't no hero, but oh, buddy, let me tell you how I feel. Well, she's a honey, she's a sugar pie, and I'm warning you, I'm gonna try to steal her from me. Hey, Joe, though we've been the best of friends, this is where our friendship ends. I gotta have that dolly for my own. She's a honey, she's a sugar pie. I'm warning you, I'm gonna try to steal her from you. Hey, Joe, though we've been the best of friends, this looks like our friendship. Friend, I gotta have it, dolly, for my own.
There, that's Carl Smith. I'm telling you, he's married to Goldie Hill, and he's got one of the prettiest farms you ever saw, and he's got dogs and ducks and cats and horses and cows. Oh, it's the prettiest place I've ever seen. He's got about 380 acres outside of Nashville, and I think from the way it looks from the top of the hill, he's got it all in lawn. Boy, that's the prettiest farm I believe I've ever seen. And old Carl is one of the nicest guys anybody will ever want to meet, and Goldie's one of the prettiest girls anybody ever saw. So I'd say that the guy has a few blessings to count about every evening, huh? Yeah, and he lives that way, too. Treats his fellow man with dignity and does his best every time he goes somewhere to work. We like guys like Carl Smith in our business. You have to like a guy like Hawkshaw Hawkins. If you didn't, there wouldn't be too much you could do about it. This guy is 6'6", the old hawk from the West Virginia hills, and he is all boy. I can guarantee you that. He used to play first base on our softball team when the Grand Ole Opry acts would play the songwriters and the publishers. And I played second base, and I could throw anywhere near first base, and the guy was out. I never saw a guy could stretch out on first base like Hawkshaw Hawkins. In fact, I could hand him the ball most of the time. And when it comes to singing, he's no slouch in that department. This song right now is in the popularity charts of our land and doing right well for the Hawk. It's called Bad News Travels Fast.
The house you'd live in now is white, and the street you walk with him is bright. Oh, you should know that talk would get around fast in our town. Not so long ago, you were my bride. So I guess you ought to know that I got pride. Now everybody knows you let me down. Look around, bad news travels fast in our town. Our name is still the same in City Hall, and the town we walk around in, you know, is small. And if that doesn't bother you at all, just look around, 'cause bad news travels fast in our town. Look around, bad news travels fast in our town. Look around.
Bad news travels fast in our town. That's the old Hacksaw Hawkins entertaining you right there. When you go for sounds, as you do when you make phonograph records, I think one of the most distinctive sounds to come out of a group of people who sing would have to go to the Glazer Brothers. Tom Paul is the leader of the Glazer Brothers. You know, his real name is, he has two names like you often do in the South. You know, like Billy Joe and Mary Lou, and his name was T-O-M, Tom, P-A-U-L, Tom Paul. That was his real name. And for so many years, people called him Tom Paul that he actually went to court and changed it. Now he spells his name T-O-M-P-A-L-L. That's a true story, friends, for what it's worth. Aren't you glad you tuned in today? You broadened your entire life just by knowing that Tom Paul changed his name to Tom Paul. But he still sings rather well, and so do all of his brothers. This one's called The False-Hearted Lover.
We have met and we have parted. We have said our last farewell. You have proved to be false-hearted, hurt me more than words can tell. For I love you, dear, I love you more than all this world I know. You have proved to be false-hearted. You may now forever go. Oh, marble, gold and white, on some far shore, this old heart would cease to struggle. You have worried me no more. For I love you, dear, I love you more than all this world I know. You have proved to be false-hearted. You may now forever go. Oh,
I never could do that. It makes me so mad I could spit. June Carter tells me that it's real simple to be able to yodel. That all you have to do is open your mouth and let your tonsils back far. Well, I do it, but I can't get the right noise out of them. Well, that were the Glazer Brothers, and we told you the leader's name is Tom Paul, and the names of the other guys is Chuck Glazer, Jim Glazer, and Oops Glazer. That's right. Didn't you know that? You know why they call him Oops, don't you? The minister dropped him when they baptized him. So they just let the name stick, and it's kind of novel for show business. I told you, when I worked in showbiz, my name was many others. That's right. You didn't know that, did you, Janet? Janet used to be the engineer on our show. Her real name is Maisie Latour, you know. But out in the big, broad world, she calls herself by her maiden name, Janet. And she's visiting with us today in the studio. I think it's very nice. Pardon my laryngitis. But really, when I toured with Tex Ritter, I had billing above almost everybody. So Tex Ritter in person with the great white stallion, White Flash, and many others. And my name, many others, was in great big letters like that. Yeah. We got Hank Thompson this time. I discovered him, but he won't admit it. And neither will hardly anybody else. He's got a tune called Drop Me Gently I think you'll enjoy. Hank Thompson and all the Brazos Valley Boys.
Once, do it gradually. The sudden drop would be more than I could take. Linger on for a while, and then finally drop me gently so my heart won't break. I'm not strong enough to face the fight. It's over this time, you won't be coming by. Don't say goodbye just so long, for old time's sake. Then drop me gently so my heart won't break. I'll watch you fade from my life with each step you take, but drop me gently so my heart won't break. Just drop me
Pierre, down! Stop that! Maisie, Bud, hold him, will you? Let's see if we can get Maisie out alive. My goodness gracious. Just because you're a great lover in France and Maisie Latour comes by to visit our show, you behave yourself. My word, the great French lover. You know Pierre Dubois? If he'll stop kissing you long enough, I'll introduce you. Oh, boy. You talk about great lovers. I never saw anything like that in my life. My word. Bud, will you hold him, huh? Okay. Boy, we used to have a beautiful girl engineer on our show. Now we have this old hairy-legged boy. And one time a girl drops by the show to visit with us, and he goes out of his grape-picking mind. I never saw anything like it in my life. Me. Well, Maisie left, so I think things are kind of back to normal again around here. Yeah. Don Deal is a young fella who has been around Hollywood for quite some time, has been on the verge of having big hit records many times, and is touted to be, by Capitol Records, one of their next big recording stars. I'll have to agree with him, especially in the light of the way this young man sings a song called How Do You Lie to a Heart?
I've learned how to say who cares anyway when old friends ask me why we're apart. And I've learned to pretend and say we were just friends. But how do you lie to a heart? Tell me how do you lie to a heart? 'Cause when a heart wants to know what's hurting so, how can I tell it why it's torn apart? I can tell everyone it was all just in fun, but how do you lie to a heart? Tell me how do you lie to a heart? I can tell everyone it was all just in fun, but how do you lie to a heart? Tell me how do you lie to a heart?
Tell me, how do you lie to a heart? I don't know, but I can deceive a liver pretty well. Hi, Joe. This letter says, I'd like to start off by saying I listen to your program Country Corner every morning. Enjoy it very much. The only radio we get at this remote radar site is Armed Forces Radio Service, and not very much country music at that. But the guys here, like Webb Pierce and Hank Snow, we both think that they're tops. Well, good enough. We have a Webb Pierce record on next, one of his newer ones called If I Could Come Back, and we'll do that. This letter says, the way you chatter about the various recording stars, you must have been in the country and western music field yourself. Well, I'll tell you one thing. This is very true. In fact, I've spent many years of my life working in and around this business, and I think that any show that you hear through Armed Forces Radio and Television Service, the person doing that particular show will have been pretty well versed in the field of music in which he's representing. Because I know the policy here is to go out into the field of entertainment and gather unto this facility right here people that they think can represent entertainment of all sorts and present it to you. In fact, it's one of the best and most well-rounded sources of entertainment that I've seen in quite some time. So you can bet your shoe that whenever you hear any show on Armed Forces Radio or Television Service, the guy doing the show is pretty well versed in the form of music or whatever that he's representing. But thank you for the nice letter. We'll answer your request this way by presenting Mr. Webb Pierce.
If I could come back when I leave this world, I'd still want to come back to you. Though you've never cared half as much as I prayed that someday things would change. From here to eternity would seem just like a day if I had your promise. I know I'd find the way if I could come back when I leave this world. I'd still want to come back to you. From here to eternity would seem just like a day if I had your promise. come back to you.
Thank you there, Webb Pierce. That's for Staff Sergeant Norman E. Finkbeiner and all the guys at Port Hayden, Alaska. Now here's Hank Lachlan.
There is someone at the door. Guess I'd better go see who'd be coming round at this hour, calling on me. Why, of course, I might have known, should have been expecting you. Come on in and sit right down now. Why, hello, Mr. Blue. I'll have to say you didn't waste a minute getting here to me. I guess you knew that I was lonely and I needed company. I've got to tell how much I love her and how bad I've been abused, and you're the only one who listens. So come in, Mr. Blue. For the while that she was with me, I guess you found another friend. And when she left, I knew that you would soon be coming back again. I've planned nothing for this evening. Come on in, take off your shoes. We're gonna have ourselves a party. Welcome home, Mr. Blue.
And that'll sort of wrap it up for this day at the Old Country Corner, but we'll come back again tomorrow, more of the same, country and western picking to your liking, we hope. Until then, this is Joe Allison saying thank you so much for listening. Goodbye, good luck, and right if you get work.
Come get me, Mother. I'm through.
The Country Corner has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Where in the world is everybody? It's time for the Country Corner. Hi there, friends. Welcome to the Country Corner. I'm your host, Joe Allison, and bless your little old thumping gizzards, I'm sure glad you could join us today for country music time. Here at Armed Forces Radio and Television Service, boy, we're converting everybody. Everybody in the world is a great booster of good country and Western music. Yes, sirree. It's like Bud Whittam was saying. You know, when I first started doing this show, Country Corner, I could hardly stand this stuff. And now I can stand it pretty well. So we're winning. Yes, we are. We're going to start off today with Patsy Cline. And a little different kind of a record for Patsy than she's been doing here lately, but it's real entertaining. We think you'll like it. She sings about the tra-li-la-li-la triangle. And that's, friend, you can't hardly get none of them no more. All right.
I've got my life in such a mess, and I don't know what to do. How can I live in this old world and be in love with two? If I said goodbye to my first true love, my heart would break in two. For I'm halfway still in love with him and half in love with you. Tra-la-la-la-la, triangle, tra-la-la-la-la, triangle, tra-la-la-la-la, triangle. My life's in such a tangle, tra-la-la-la-la. Triangle, tra-la-la-la-la, triangle, tra-la-la-la-la, triangle, what'll I do about you? I saw you at the movie show just the other day, but I was with my other love, so I looked the other way. I didn't want to hurt him, couldn't bear for him to see the way that I would look at you and the way you look at me. Tra-la-la-la, triangle, tra-la-la-la, triangle, tra-la-la-la, triangle. My life's in such a tangle. Tra-la-la-la, triangle, tra-la-la-la, triangle, tra-la-la-la, triangle. What'll I do about you? Tra-la-la-la, triangle, tra-la-la-la, triangle, tra-la-la-la, triangle. My life's in such a tangle. Tra-la-la-la, triangle, tra-la-la-la, triangle.
Tra-la-la-la-la, triangle, da-dee-dee-impa-da-pum-pum-pum. Patsy Cline, tra-la-la-la-la, triangle, huh? It's kind of a silly song, but it's got a nice little sound to it, and Patsy sure is a good singer. Of course, I don't believe in those triangle affairs myself. No, sir. When I go out, it's with my old lady. That's right. No, that's the truth. You know, outside of when the stove blew up last spring, we haven't hardly been out of the house together, you know, and I can't tell when. I took her the other night to see that picture, Lawrence of Arabia. Have you seen that yet, Bud? It's quite a thing. You know, that's about the longest we've been out together since our honeymoon. That's right. I understand it's a very expensive motion picture, though. It cost $2 million. And that's for the intermission. That's right. You know, the people in Texas aren't impressed with the cost. I understand it did cost about $10 million to make the picture, Lawrence of Arabia. In fact, I was talking to a guy in the lobby of the theater after the show, and I said, what do you think about this picture? He said, $10 million to make it. So, why, son, I spend more than that on my home movies. I said, you're from Texas? He said, you have to ask. And I said, no, sir, I sure don't. I had to leave Texas. I couldn't get my passport renewed. I'm too short, Bud. They ran me out. I have to detour around it. Marty Robbins, though, says forgiveness is the essence of something or other. In fact, it's the essence of making money when you write a hit song with forgive in the title. It's an old Southern proverb, and this is called Won't You Forgive, Marty Robbins.
More than I gave, but now I've confessed. What more can I do? What more can I say? I know we could live if you would forgive. so sorry, dear, for things that I've done. But if you leave me now, then who'll be to blame? You'll be the one. It's all up to you. Please won't you forgive? There's so much to lose if you leave me. I still love you so, please believe me. I've done all I can. I'm down on my knees. One little chance is all that I ask. I've even said please. It's all up to you. Please won't you forgive?
My, that's it. Yes, sirree, Bob, the Marty Robbins. Just about the hottest singer around anywhere. And we'll have to cool that boy off somewhat there. He gets much hotter, he's going to be just about the biggest singer in the history of mankind. He can't do any wrong, huh?
Is it true he's got a fireproof money belt?
Fireproof money belt. Oh, boy, that's funny, bud. Hey, I'm telling you, speaking of money, we kid the guys from Texas a lot, you know. But, boy, if you made dough like some of those guys do down there, I mean, it's almost impossible to count that high. Did you hear the story, and it's supposed to be true, about the expectant housewife in Texas who got an overpowering craving for mints? So her husband bought her Fort Knox? It's supposed to be a very true story, yeah. No, what is the original story about that? When Alaska was first admitted to the Union, they said, boy, you better behave yourself. Said, we've got the biggest state in the Union now. You're no longer... So I'll tell you what we could do. Said, why, we could take the... How's it go about the fence? The guy from Texas was saying, oh, we have more cattle, more oil wells, the whole thing. And the guy from Alaska says, oh, look here, boy. Said, we have so much gold in Alaska that we could build a fence around the entire state of Texas. So the Texan says, well, go ahead, sonny. If I like it, I'll buy it. Isn't that the original one? Yeah. Of course, we producers and performers and engineers here in Hollywood, you know, like our staff here who work in showbiz, pardon me being a business dropper there, but we who work in showbiz don't care about those big fortunes. We make that much dough in a day. Like I have a new Cadillac convertible. I do. My producer bought it for me this afternoon. We were stopping looking one. I said, I'll take that one. Bud said, look, I'll get this. You got lunch. You know, that's the way it goes. We trade things like that all the time. We're going to do one by another rich country music entertainer. His name is Billy Walker. And, boy, he has nothing but hits. He had one called Charlie's Shoes, then Willie the Weeper was a big hit, and now he's got another one called I've Got a New Heartache. Billy Walker.
You're back in town again, spreading talk around that I'm still in love with you. Though you let me down, I hate to admit it, but I guess the talk is true, or else you wouldn't make my heart ache the way you do. I've got a new heartache about an old sweetheart that left me for somebody new. I've got a new heartache about an old sweetheart turn up again. I was doing fine. I had another sweetheart to drive you from my mind. I thought I'd forgotten you, but I know that it's not true, or else you couldn't make my heart ache the way you do. I've got a new heartache about an old sweetheart that left me for somebody new. I've got a new heartache about an old sweetheart, and that's why I'm feeling so blue.
Okay, Billy Walker. I got a new heartache about an old sweatshirt. Sweetheart. I think Ray Price did the first country music version of that, and now we're all set for a revival of a song that's been a big hit in the past. Johnny Horton, when he got killed in that terrible car wreck a couple of years ago in Texas, still had recorded for Columbia Records, you know, in the can, as we say, a lot of sides that haven't been heard before. Some of the records that you hear today by Johnny Horton are reissues. Some are tunes that have never been put out before. This one, I'm a one-woman man. I really can't remember if it's been issued before or if it's a brand-new release. I really don't know. If it was issued before, I don't think it was a very big hit. But it's kind of a new release right now. And we've got the fabulous Johnny Horton to entertain us today on the Country Corner with his release of I'm a One-Woman Man. It's a new one that's out on Columbia Records. Speaking of being a one-woman man, it always reminds me of my Uncle Si. He was quite a guy. He was a one-woman man if there ever was one. In fact, he kept telling Aunt Ermintrude every day of her life she was as pretty as a picture. In fact, he got to believe in it himself till one day he tried to hang her.
If you told me that you loved me, I would feel so proud. If you let me hold you, honey, I'd holler out loud. I'll never love another, even if I can. Oh, come to me, baby, I'm a one-woman man. Won't you let me, baby, just to kind of hang around? I'll always love you, honey, and I'll never let you down. I'll never love another, even if I can. Oh, come to me, baby, I'm a one-woman man. I'd climb the highest mountain if it reached up to the sky. To prove that I loved you, I would jump off and fly. I'd even swim the ocean from shore to shore to prove that I loved you just a little bit more. Won't you let me, baby, just to kind of hang around? I'll always love you, honey, and I'll never let you down. I'll never love another, even if I can. Oh, come to me, baby, I'm a one-woman man. Won't you let me, baby, just to kind of hang around? I'll always love you, honey, and I'll never let you down. I'll never love another, even if I can. Oh, come to me, baby, I'm a one-woman man.
Yeah, Johnny Horton hadn't sung 5 notes till it come back, just clear as a bell. That is a reissue. He did have it out before, and it did cause quite a lot of attention. We hope it's a hit all over again for Johnny Horton. Leroy Van Dyke, he's got a good one. It's the story about the 5 little steps. And here's Mr. Van Dyke.
I kissed my darling Susie goodnight and told her I'd see her next day. I was on my way home when I heard those shots and saw that man running away. steps away from the scene of the crime. That's where I stood when they nabbed me. 5 steps away from the man who was shot. That's where the sheriff grabbed me. Why did I pick up that smoking gun? Why did I have to be the one? 5 steps away from the scene of the crime. 5 steps away. 4 steps away at my courtroom trial sat a man with a scar on his cheek. He was the one I saw run away after dropping his gun in the street. As I heard sentence passed on me, life in the penitentiary, I sat 4 steps away from the man who was guilty, 4 steps away. 3 steps away from the jailhouse door, I saw my chance to escape. I had to see Susie one more time, just had to make that break. I ran like I never ran before. Now here I am at Susie's door, 2 steps away from my darling's door, 2 steps away. Susie rushes to my arms, I tell her they're on my trail. But I had to see you one more time before I go to jail. With tears in her eyes, she's telling me that man confessed and now you're free. And I was 1 step away from a life without Susie, 1 step away. I was 1 step away from a life without Susie, 1 step away.
I'm awfully glad sometimes I don't have a coldly, logical, analytical mind, because while he's running from the police, the other guy confesses, and by the time they catch him at Susie's door, everything's cool, you know. Okay, Herman, we were running so hard to catch up with you to tell you you're free to go. Sure, it works like that. Okay, how about the Queen of Country Music, friends? We get a lot of requests for Kitty Wells numbers. As you know, for a long time, for the Decca record people, she's been just about the top seller of country and western songs. Here she is, the first lady of country songs. Kitty Wells, Is It Asking Too Much?
Just a year ago, you promised when we married that you'd never do a thing to cause me pain. Now the one you vowed to cherish you've forgotten, and these awful things I hear have caused me shame. If there's someone else, be big enough to tell me. I'll be big enough to wish the best for you. I should be the first to know if you don't love me. Is it asking too much just to know the truth? Is there any truth in what I hear about you? Is it true that you want someone more than me? Just say it isn't so, and I won't doubt you. You're the one I love, the one that I believe. If there's someone else, be big enough to tell me. I'll was best for you. I should be the first to know if you don't love me. Is it asking too much just to know the truth?
There she was, Kitty Wells. As you know, she's married in private life to Johnny Wright, who is one half of the famous singing group Johnny and Jack. And whenever they go out on the road, they go together as a unit. Johnny and Jack along with Kitty Wells. And their daughter, Ruby, is a singer, and their son, Billy, is an actor. In fact, I think he has a regular role in the new television show called McHale's Navy. Is that the name of the series? Yeah. Very big blonde-haired boy, and he's a rock and roll singer and a very fine actor. So there's a showbiz family, boy, from the word go. Miss Kitty Wells, you've asked for her many times, and we'll be bringing you all of her new releases as they come our way. Here's a new one by Carl Ballou, one of everybody's favorites, and the story of Pretty Brown Eyes.
You say it's over now, but it's easy to see. You still belong to him. You're not happy with me. You can hide all your feelings until he passes by. That's when I see the blues in your pretty brown eyes. Your pretty brown eyes keep telling me lies, but they can't hide the hurt. With a smile of disguise, you can hide all your feelings until he passes by. That's when I see the blues in your pretty brown eyes. Brown eyes keep telling me lies, but they can't hide the hurt. With a smile of disguise, you can hide all your feelings until he passes by. That's when I see the blues in your pretty brown eyes. Pretty brown eyes.
Yeah, that's pretty music there by Carl Ballou and Pretty Brown Eyes. Where's Eddie Dean? He's got a warning for Jimmy. He says you better skedaddle, good buddy.
There once was a boy, his name was Jimmy Dean, a Louisiana lad from the Bayou country. He loves the girl, but her brothers did object. They swore if they caught Jimmy, they'd break his neck. Run, Jimmy, run, the tide's about to rise. Run, Jimmy, run, you could hear her cry. Hear them hound dogs coming down the slough. Run, Jimmy, run, they're coming after you. Tide is a-rising, tide is a-rising. He lived across the bay in a bamboo teepee with the crawfish and the whippoorwills to keep him company. But when the tide goes out, across the swamps he'll wade. He'll walk a mile through quicksand to see down the slough. Run, Jimmy, run, they're coming after you. Tide is a-rising, tide is a-rising. One night he stayed too late, he was about to leave, but then he heard her brothers coming. The tide was rushing in, her brothers were behind them, it for them was the sea. They knew that if they didn't run, they never could be free. Nearly reached the shore when they heard a crashing sound. The tide came rushing in, the waves pulled them down. They say sometimes at night when the tide's running high, across the swamp you can hear the bayou maiden cry. Run, Jimmy, run, the tide's about to rise. Run, Jimmy, run, you can hear her cry. Hear them hound dogs coming down the slough. Run, Jimmy, run, they're coming after you. Tide is a-rising, tide is a-rising, tide is a-rising, tide is a-rising.
Well, it appears that country corner time is dwindled away again, and as our guitar pick sinks slowly in the west, we'll pick up our mandolins and our steel guitars and bid fond adieu to this Isle of Merriment known as Country Corner. But we'll return, never fear, again on the morrow, good friends, and thank you so much for being with us today. This is Joe Allison on behalf of the boys and girls that make the country music, saying goodbye, good luck, thanks for listening, and right if you get work.
Come get me, Mother. I'm through.
The Country Corner has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
It's time to visit the Country Corner, starring your host, Joe Allison.
And a country and western Wednesday to you, wherever you might be today. This is the Country Corner Show, the program that features the boys and girls that make the best music in the whole wide world, the good toe-tapping country tunes. I represent them. I do the calling in between the records, and my name is Joe Allison, and I'm sure glad you could come and be with us today. We'll begin with Billy Grammer, talented young lad who can pick the guitar, knows how to arrange these records, and come off with a goodie. Listen to what he does with the old-timer called the Wabash Cannonball.
Wabash Cannonball.
From the great Atlantic Ocean to the wide Pacific shore, from the Queen of Flowing Mountains to the West Belle by the Moor, She's a long, tall, she's handsome, and she's known quite well by all. She's a combination called the Wabash Cannonball.
Wabash Cannonball.
Now listen to the jingle, hear the rumble and the roar. She glides along the woodland by the hills and by the shore. Hear the mighty rush of that engine, hear the lonesome hobo squall. He's riding rocks and break beams on the Wabash Cannonball.
Wabash Cannonball.
She came down from Birmingham one cold December day. She pulled into the station, you could hear all the people say, now there's a gal from Tennessee, she's long, she's tall. She's a combination
Wabash Cannonball.
Now here's Daddy Claxton, may his name forever stand, and long be remembered in the ports throughout this land. His earthly race is over, and the curtains round him fall. We'll carry him on to glory on the Wabash Cannonball.
Wabash Cannonball.
Now listen to the jingle, hear the rumble and the roar. She glides along the woodland by the hills and by the shore. Hear the mighty rush of that engine, hear the lonesome hobo's call. He's riding rocks and break beams on the Wabash Cannonball.
Wabash Cannonball.
On the Wabash Cannonball. I saw a late show on television the other night, and you know who it was? The Weaver Brothers and Elvira in the Grand Ole Opry. And on the show was Roy Acuff, Uncle Dave Macon and his son Doris, and the solemn old judge Will Hay. My goodness, what memories that brought back to me. Uncle Dave was an actor, and he had lines to read, and he's low, dead and gone these many years now. But, boy, they'll always remember Uncle Dave Macon and the solemn old judge around the Grand Ole Opry in Nashville. It sure was my pleasure to be raised among those folk and to call that place home. I love it. Got a letter. Says, Dear Joe, this new program every day from Germany from 3 to 4. Enjoy it very much. I like nearly all the country and western music, but I like Faron Young. By golly, play me one on our 6th wedding anniversary. Sincerely, Mrs. John M. Schultz. We'll be more than happy to do that because we have one by Faron Young for you right now, and it's called My Fiend on the Right. Oh, there's an R in there.
Well, this old picture is so faded you can hardly see. And that smiling face there in the middle, well, you can see it's me. And that pretty girl there on my left was mine to hold so tight. But I lost her to my friend there on the right. And that big house you see there in the background, that big shiny car I bought to drive her around. And just to keep her happy, I worked hard both day and night. Now it all belongs to my friend there on the right. The picture showed the truth, but I was oh so blind. I was the guy in the middle all the time. I built my hopes up till they were out of sight. And then she walked away with my friend there on the right. Picture showed the truth, but I was oh so blind. I was the guy in the middle all the time. I built my hopes up till they were out of sight. And then she walked away with my friend there on the right. Yes, she walked away with my friend there on the right.
She walked away with my friend there on the right, and that's the Faron Young singing for us today. Billy Walker. Yeah, we got him. He says he's just a victim of circumstances. He didn't even know that Wayne existed in the world. Wayne being our engineer. He's a good friend of her wife, you know.
That lonely night we got carried away with each other. Remains with me, though there'll never be another. Warm drinks, soft lights, and slow dances. When two blue people were the victim of circumstances. The wrong arms, the right time. Circumstances. Was it charms or just the wine? Would it happen again if we had enough chances? Or would we even want each other under different circumstances? What is done is over and just a memory. The night they set aside for you and me. Oh, but the dreams, this foolish hard romances of the night when we were the victim of circumstances. Circumstances, the wrong arms, the right time. Circumstances, was it charms or just the wine? Would it happen again if we had enough chances? Or would we even want each other under different circumstances?
Well, I wonder what those different circumstances might be. We'll have to figure that one out. Got a couple of George Jones fans here. Dear Joe, I'm writing from Korea to wish you continued success on your show. He's from Sacramento, California. A lot of people have a misconception about this country, said it really is picturesque, and I enjoy it here very much, and your show helped make the tour a little less boring. We'll close with a goodbye from the land of the morning calm. Best wishes, a steady listener, John Meek. Thank you, Mr. Meek. We enjoy that. Another letter from Mrs. Donald Van Sickle, who writes to us from Germany and says that George Jones is their favorite singer. They'll be coming back to the USA before too long, and they've enjoyed their tour there. And they would like to hear a George Jones record. Well, we'll play you one right now, except for the boys, we'll add Melba Montgomery, and I think you can't hardly beat that.
Once I thought two happy hearts would someday beat as one, but then a third heart came along, and now our love is gone. I count the many times I said I love no one but you, but don't be fooled by counting dreams that never will come true. Subtract one love and multiply the heartache. Divide the two by every time a heart breaks. The answer only Subtract one love and multiply the heartache. Divide the two by every time a heart breaks. The answer only tells us that it's too late. Subtract one love and multiply the heartache. Subtract one love and multiply the heartache.
Well, subtract one love and multiply the heartaches, and that equals George Jones and Melba Montgomery. And that's two, okay? One and one make two. Anybody knows that. Dear Mr. Allison, they always call me dear. Not long ago you played a song by Sonny James, a Japanese song. I'm not sure of the name. Anyway, if you could, please send me the information on how to order that song. I looked in the PX, but they didn't have it. And I asked if they would order it for me, and they said no. Also, since I'm writing, would you please play a song by Hank Williams Jr. for me? I used to be about his dad like the girls are about the Beatles today. I listen to you every day and wish you were on all afternoon, and all the other girls around here feel the same. Our housework wouldn't be such a chore if you were on all afternoon. Well, I'll tell you what, gang, let's just gather up all our records and go over there, and we'll entertain them while they do the housework in the afternoon. And the old man's at work. Ha-ha. And we'll entertain the lounge lizards while they slave, all right? That's from Mrs. Larry J. Wendell, Vera Louise, that is. Well, I think the song she's talking about is Shino no Yoru, S-H-I-N-O-N-O-Y-O-R-U. Or the original record I remember was China Nights, and it was in the original Japanese in the year 1943 or something like that. I used to play it in San Antonio, Texas. I was about 9 years old, the world's youngest disc jockey at the time. And China Nights or Shino no Yoru, and we did play it by Sonny James some time back. As far as your request by Hank Williams Jr. is concerned, enough said.
Yeah, my bucket's got a hole in it. Yeah, my bucket's got a hole in it. Well, my bucket's got a hole in it. I can't buy no beer. But I'm standing on the corner with a bucket in my hand. I'm waiting for a woman that ain't got no man. Lord, my bucket's got a hole in it. Yeah, my bucket's got a hole in it. Yeah, my bucket's got a hole in it. I can't buy no beer. Well, I went up on the mountain. I looked down in the sea. I seen the crabs and the fishes doing the bebop, but below my bucket's got a hole in it. Yeah, my bucket's got a hole in it. Yeah, my bucket's got a hole in it. I can't buy no beer. Well, there ain't no use of me working so hard when I got a woman in the postman yard. Lord, my bucket's got a hole in it. Yeah, my bucket's got a hole in it. Yeah, my bucket's got a hole in it. I can't buy no beer. My bucket's got a hole in it. Yeah, my bucket's got a hole in it. Yeah, my bucket's got a hole in it. I can't buy no beer.
Oh, my bucket's got a hole in it. I can't buy no beer. That's what it says. Do that again. Okay, 30. 45 seconds. Okay. I'm getting a bunch of hand-waving signals from in there. But 45 seconds is not long enough to talk about how pretty Dottie West is and how pretty she can sing.
Didn't I try hard?
like ivy clinging to our little house. So close were you and I. Then came the day you just walked away, and I lost you, didn't I? Didn't I? Tell me what I didn't do, 'cause I tried so hard to make you see that above everything in this world, you were all that was for me. And, you know, I thought that I was all that you wanted. In fact, you've told me so. But I guess I failed somewhere along the way, and just where I'd give my life to know. Like ivy clinging to our little house, so close were you and I. Then came the day you just walked away, and I lost you, didn't I?
Boy, can't she sing and write songs? She and her hubby, Billy West, wrote the song, Didn't I? Just like they did with Here Comes My Baby, the giant hit that was out on Victor just before this one by Dottie West. Wayne, I think if I get to go overseas and play any shows, I'm going to take Dottie West with me and leave Billy at home. Dirty Doyle and Pretty Teddy, the inflammable kids, the Wilburn brothers. There's the joke. Here's the song. I'm going to tie one on tonight.
Things down at my house just ain't going right. I'm gonna tie one on tonight. I'm sick and tired of coming home and that gal ain't in sight. I'm gonna tie one on tonight. I wonder what she does all day. I wonder where she goes. When I get home, she's always gone, dressed in her best clothes. I'm going out and live it up, chase every girl in sight. I'm gonna tie one on tonight. Baby, she's out on the town, and I think just for spite, I'm gonna tie one on tonight. She thinks she's gonna worry me, but I'll show her all right. I'm gonna tie one on tonight. I'm gonna dance with all the girls and have myself a spree. Then I'll get home and find her there crying over me. When I come in at 3 a.m., there'll probably be a fight. But I'm gonna tie one on tonight. I'm gonna tie one on tonight.
I'm going to tie one on tonight. Well, Wednesday's a good day for it. That's Doyle and Teddy, the Wilburn brothers. Thank you, sirs. Messers, is that the way you say it? All right. Mademoiselle Norma Jean is our next contestant, and by golly, I can't find a thing wrong with that. Here's Don Gibson's good song, and Norma Jean's going to sing for us. Lonesome Number 1.
Just call me lonesome. lonesome number one. Every love I've had has faded like the dew. Every love I've wanted has wanted someone new. Heartaches hang around and always come. I surely must be lonesome number one. Lonesome number one. They call me lonesome number one. Although no titles have I won, I surely must be lonesome number one. I've had has faded like the dew. Every love I've wanted has wanted someone new. Sorrow always keeps me on the run. I surely must be lonesome number one. Lonesome number one. Just call me lonesome number one. Although no titles have I won, I surely must be lonesome number one. I surely must be lonesome number one.
That's Norma Jean and Lonesome Number One. And I'll tell you one that's going to be lonesome if you go away. That'll be I, old moi. Because I'm going to come back with part 2 of the Country Corner Show in just a couple of seconds. And if you don't join us, there won't be a whole big point in doing that. But if you do, we'll play you some of your favorite country and western records and see if we can't feature so many ways you're bound to like one of them. Part 2 of Country Corner upcoming in just a moment. Don't go away.
It's time to visit the Country Corner, starring your host, Joe Allison.
Well, good ladies, day and gentlemen of the audio radiance everywhere, all over the world, it's country music time via the old Country Corner, as we say. We're going to send the good country tunes out on the ether and hope that they do keep you awake. We'll have the reverse effect on you today. And we'll begin with an oldie but a goodie. Seems funny to call this song that already, because just a short time back, this was just about the top country and western record in the whole wide world. And we'll feature Mr. Ernest Ashworth and Talk Back Trembling Lips.
Talk back trembling lips, shaky legs, don't just stand there. Don't let her know that she's getting through to you. Talk back trembling lips, burning eyes, don't start crying. Heart, don't let her know that you're breaking in two. Every day our love's a battle royal. Dear, it seems that fighting is all we do. But if I let you know how much I love you, you'll do things to me you shouldn't do. So talk back trembling lips, shaky legs, don't just stand there. Don't let her know that she's getting through to you. Talk back trembling lips, burning eyes, don't start crying. Heart, don't let her know that you're breaking in two. Every time you up and hurt my feelings,
trembling lips. My, that's the way it goes. Boy, that's a heck of a song. That's written by John D. Loudermilk, and he's written a lot of good ones. Hello, Joe. Do you remember my tape, which I asked for the song by Tex Ritter? I heard your program and heard your announcement where you said the next song of Tex Ritter was for me. So I thank you very much. In Europe, on AFN Frankfurt, as of January 4, there is no more Country Corner. I think it's a pity. I think it should not be. If they were to change your program back again, I would write them again. I don't know. See, I don't have anything to do with the programming of the show. It's carried by the individual stations all over the world at their discretion. And the way I understand it there, that a local disc jockey on AFM in Frankfurt replaced the Country Corner show. It's understandable. He's there and can answer the request and all like that, you know. And it's at their discretion. Although we received gangs and gangs of mail from Europe, and especially through Germany at the time that the show was carried from Frankfurt. And we appreciate that so much. In fact, the guy who did the show before we were on is back in the States now, old Stick Buddy Jamboree. And his name was Gosnell, I think, and quite a guy from all I can gather. And I think he's over in Phoenix or Albuquerque or one of those towns doing a country music disc jockey show at this time. And he certainly was well thought of, I'll tell you that. This letter comes from, Robert Schwichtenberg. Okay. It's printed there. I couldn't read it there for a second. But thank you very much to Robert for writing to us today. Miss Connie Smith, at this sitting, is possibly the hottest new country and western singer in all the whole wide world. Her song has just been #1 in the popularity polls. Here's a real good song written by the man who discovered Miss Connie Smith, Bill Anderson. It's called The Threshold. Let's listen to the good country style of Connie.
Many shoes have taken steps across the threshold, but no shoes were ever prouder than his. On the day he carried me across the threshold and gave his brand new bride her wedding kiss. Now 100 heartaches later at the threshold, all his love for me has vanished, there's no doubt. And the lips that kissed me coming through the threshold stand there laughing now as I go walking out. I built my little world behind that threshold. I may not have made him happy, but I tried. Still his eyes keep looking out across the threshold for the happiness he thinks he left outside. Now I'm standing all alone at the threshold. All his love for me has vanished, there's no doubt. And the lips that kissed me coming through the threshold stand there laughing now as I go walking out. I hear him laughing now as I go walking out.
She sings, as they say in the trade. Yeah, she sings. Miss Connie Smith. The song is called The Threshold. Once a Day, the record on the other side of that, is just about the biggest country record around anywhere. And as I said, just a very short time back, was #1 in the whole wide world. Well, on a given day with the wind blowing right, nobody sings better than Faron Young. We'll get him to display that fine singing style with a pretty song, Down by the River.
Down by the river, branches. You promised me your love forever. Now that love's gone down by the river, I'm all alone. Do you remember that big tree, the one we carved on, just you and me? That's only one thing you left behind, a heart with your name carved next to mine. Down by the river, there's a tree. Beneath its branches, you promised me your love forever. Now that love's gone down by the river, I'm all alone. In early autumn, I have found the tree gets lonesome. Its leaves turn brown, and with each leaf that falls, a tear falls too. Down by the river, where I miss you. Down by the river, there's a tree. Beneath its branches, you promised me your love forever. Now that love's gone down by the river, I'm all alone. Down by the river, I'm all
alone. That's the best place to listen to Faron Young. Yeah. Either get him to go there and sing, or you go there while he's singing. No, I'm just kidding. Okay? Tell you an interesting story, and it won't take very long. And about the year 1946, if I'm not mistaken, I emceed shows in 3 towns, Galveston, Houston, and San Antonio. At the ballpark in Galveston, Texas, when he was not the headliner of the show ran till 1 o'clock in the morning because I introduced a young fella who took, are you ready, 15 encores on this song, and they made him sing it all the way through 15 times. It was one of the biggest nights I ever saw in country music.
I got a feeling of the blues, oh Lord, since my baby said goodbye. Lord, I don't know what I'll do. All I do is sit and sigh. Oh Lord, that last long day she said goodbye. Well, Lord, I thought I would cry. She'll do me, she'll do you. She's got that kind of loving. Lord, I love to hear her when she calls me sweet Daddy. Such a beautiful dream. I hate to think it all over. I've lost my heart, it seems. I've grown so used to you somehow. Well, I'm nobody's sugar daddy now, and I'm lonesome. I got the lovesick blues. Well, I'm in love with a beautiful gal. That's what's the matter with me. Well, I'm in love with a beautiful gal, but she don't care about me. Lord, I tried and I tried to keep her satisfied, but she just wouldn't stay. So now that she is leaving, this is all I can say. I got a feeling called the blues. Oh, Lord, since my baby said goodbye. Lord, I don't know what I'll do. All I do is sit and sigh. Oh, Lord, that last long day she said goodbye. Well, Lord, I thought I would cry. She'll do me, she'll do you. She's got that kind of loving. Lord, I love to hear her when she calls me sweet Daddy. Such a beautiful dream. I hate to think it all over. I've lost my heart, it seems. I've grown so used to you somehow. Lord, I'm nobody's sugar daddy now, and I'm lonesome. I got the lovesick blues.
The one and only Hank Williams in the original recording of the Lovesick Blues. This introduces Charlie Lubin now. Roger Miller wrote this pretty ballad for him. It's called More and More, I Think About You Less and Less. Okay, orchestra, tacit. Now pick. Now sing.
I got up and made my morning cup of coffee. Fooled around the house an hour or more, I guess. I did all this before I even had one thought of you. More and more I think about you, less and less. I'm surprised, but after all, it's been a while now since I lost your love and all my happiness. But looks as though I just might maybe learn to smile again. More and more I think about you, less and less. I wouldn't be surprised if any day these teardrops I've been crying, all these heartaches you caused me, begin withering and dying. Just now someone asked me if I'm hearing from you, and I felt a lot like crying, I'll confess. But I didn't cry, and I think the worst is over now. More and more I think about you, less and less. More and more I think about you, less and less.
Less and less. Good song, Charlie Lubin. Well, it's sort of a macabre subject, but since we have lost so many country and western artists recently, Tex Ritter has made a new recording of a great country classic.
I dreamed I was there in hillbilly heaven. Oh, what a beautiful sight.
Yes, last night I dreamed I went to hillbilly heaven, and you know who greeted me at the gate? The old cowboy philosopher himself, Will Rogers. He said to me, Tex, the boss of the riders up here has kind of asked me to show you around. Right over yonder's a few of your old compadres. My, was I glad to see him. Hank Williams and Johnny Horton, Hawkshaw Hawkins and Jack Anglin, Randy Hughes, Rod Brasfield, and Cowboy Copus.
I dreamed I was there in hillbilly heaven. Oh, what a beautiful sight.
He introduced me to Wiley Post, and he showed me the Hall of Fame, with all the gold guitars and fiddles hanging on the wall.
And then he said, Tex, step over this way. Some more of your friends I know you won't see. They're waiting for you. And there they were, standing side by side, smiling at me. Patsy Cline and Carl Farr, Texas Ruby, Joe Carson, the Delmore brothers, Jim Reeves, and Hank Morton. I met all the stars in hillbilly heaven. Oh, what a star-studded night. Then I asked him who else he expected within the next, say 100 years. He handed me a large book covered with stardust. Will Rogers called it the Big Tally Book. In it were many names, and each name was branded in pure gold. I began to read some of them as I turned the pages. Red Foley, Ernest Tubb, Gene Autry, Roy Acuff, Eddie Arnold, Johnny Cash, Buck Owens, Marty Robbins, Minnie Pearl, Tex Ritter. Tex Ritter? Oh, well, that's when I woke up. And I'm sorry I did, because I dreamed I was there in hillbilly heaven. Oh, what a beautiful song.
One of the great country classics by one of the greatest of all time, Tex Ritter, I Dreamed of a Hillbilly Heaven. Skeets MacDonald wrote this one, and here he is to perform it for you. Think of me, little darling.
When you're all alone at night and no one to hold you tight, think of me and I'll think of you. If you're all alone and blue and you need a love that's true, think of me and I'll think of you. I won't ask you what you've done, won't even ask you where you've been. I'll take you back on any terms, 'cause I want to live again. Let me play a little part in one corner of your heart. Think of me and I'll think of you. I won't ask you what you've done, won't even ask you where you've been. I'll take you back on any terms, 'cause I want to live again. Let me play a little part in one corner of your heart. Think of me and I'll think of you. Think of me and I'll think of you.
Skeeter MacDonald and Think of Me, the song that he wrote. Yes, sir. Miss Loretta Lynn now is going to mention two of my favorite subjects and the title of this next song, and I don't even drink.
Well, I'm at home a-working and a-slaving this way. You're out a-misbehaving, spending all of your pay on wine, women, and song. While I'm a-making beds, you're out a-making time. You rob my piggy bank and spend my lights in dimes on wine, women, and song. Well, one of these nights, you're gonna come home. You find it's coming home to you. You see what you've done, and what's good for one is also good for
start to thinking and a giving up your wine. Women and song. And a giving up your wine. Women and song.
Hey, women and song. Now, I told you I didn't drink, so you can figure out what my two favorite subjects in the whole world are. One of them is country, and the other is music. And that's what we feature right here, country music. Huh? Now, we'll be back with part 2 of this Wednesday edition of the Country Corner Show if you won't go away. So if you do, there won't be any point in coming back, right? So stay put. Hi there, sport fans everywhere. Welcome to the Country Corner gig. Fall by today. Joe Allison here, the big daddy of the country music world, huh? But you think we're not up on all that hip talk? You listen to Porter Wagner.
The one I love don't want me hanging round. All she does is put me on and put me down. Tonight she's with a stranger at a party in her home, and I'm here at the tavern getting stoned. 'Cause if I gotta go, I'll go down swinging, where there's lights and laughter, blues and rock, and lots of sad, sad singing. I'll sober up tomorrow and cry all day, I know. At least I'll go down swinging. What a swinging way to go. I'll dance with all the girls and buy the wine. Play the jukebox till I'm down to my last dime. She thinks she made a fool of me by loving someone else. She should see me make a fool out of myself. 'Cause if I gotta go, I'll go down swinging, where there's lights and laughter, blues and rock, and lots of sad, sad singing. I'll sober up tomorrow and cry all day, I know. At least I'll go down swinging. What a swinging way to go.
At least I'll go down swanging. Boy, that's a swanging way to go. And there is, I'll use the joke here today, Jack, okay? There is no truth to the rumor, friends, that he is so thin that he has to swallow an olive every morning to hold his pants up. I haven't used that joke in so long, it's bound to be a new one to some folk. Speaking of folk, I got a letter from a young lady who has just about the most marvelous handwriting I have ever seen in my life. This actually looks printed. It's so neat and so exact and so fine. Dear Mr. Joe Allison, I am a girl from Holland and always listen to the Armed Forces Radio, especially to your program, Country Corner. And I think it's a very good show. I listen to Country Corner from 8 until 8:30. My favorite singers are Buck Owens, George Jones, Jim Reeves. Here in Holland, we get radio every week, a program called Nashville, Tennessee, with very nice country and western music. Hope you don't mind that my English is not so good and that I wrote you, because I like very much to write you. Have you ever seen pictures of Holland with its tulip mills and cheese markets and the people in costumes? I think I should send you a card with some of the pictures. I wish this lady would send me a card. They get the western shows over there once a week, like Gunsmoke and Cheyenne and Rawhide and Bonanza, and they like them very much. Her name is Maureen Jansen. She's 16 years old. Her hobbies are reading, listening to country and western music, collecting stamps from all over the world, and her favorite sports are tennis, baseball, and basketball. Very best wishes from Maureen Jansen, and she will send us a picture later for the Rogues Gallery. Very good. I know a young lady from Holland who works in the recording industry in Nashville, Tennessee. In fact, she is in charge of the international department for monument records, and her name is Miss Louise Rose. And if she is indicative of the ladies from Holland, then thereby reside the most charming ladies I've ever known in my life, because Miss Rose is one of the most beautiful ladies I've ever met. And she just loves life in every minute of it. And this young lady here sounds as though she does, too. Well, if her favorite singer is Buck Owens, by golly, we can supply that element right now.
Lips make a smile on my face. Eyes, don't let her see you shed a tear. Heart, don't let her hear you skip a beat. And pride, don't let her know how much I care. Don't let her know, don't let her know how much I care. Just a moment, we're going to play you a song by Mr. E.T. I think that's all I have to say, because he's a legend in country and western music. And we have another little short note here from our American heritage legends, because the heritage that you and I share as Americans has been given to us by many great men. One of these was Alexander Hamilton. It seems almost incredible that one man could accomplish so much. At the age of 19, he was a captain of artillery in the Continental Army. At 20, a lieutenant colonel, serving as General Washington's aide. At 23, he was a battalion commander. At age 24, Hamilton was a member of Congress. At 30, a signer of the Constitution of the United States. At 32, the first Secretary of the Treasury. At 42, Commander-in-Chief of the Armies of the United States.
and at 45, one of America's leading statesmen. Alexander Hamilton was one of the great men of your country and part of your American heritage. Isn't that something? I can't answer the reasons that he had these jobs at these ages, except maybe for one of them. At 20, he was a lieutenant colonel. That's only fitting and proper because he was too young to be a sergeant.
Thanks a lot. I got a broken heart, and that's all I've got. You made me cry, and I cried a lot. I lost your love, baby, thanks a lot. You told our friends as I was passing by that you're not sorry that you made me cry. You said I deserve just what I got. Well, if that's how you feel, honey, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I got a broken heart, and that's all I've got. You made me cry, and I cried a lot. I lost your love, honey, thanks a lot. Oh, Leon. Played the part. Now all I've got is a broken heart. We loved a little and laughed a lot. Then you were gone. Honey, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I got a broken heart, and that's all I've got. You made me cry, and I cried a lot. I lost your love, honey, thanks a lot.
That's Ernest Tubb, the Texas 2x4. You know what? We still get a lot of requests for this one. Oh, tune up that old guitar there, Leroy. Bobby Bear with the story of Detroit City.
I wanna go home. I wanna go home. Oh, I wanna go home. Last night I went to sleep in Detroit City, and I dreamed about those cotton fields and home. I dreamed about my mother, dear old papa, sister, and brother. I dreamed about that girl who's been waiting for so long. I wanna go home. I wanna go home. Oh, how I wanna go home. Home folks think I'm big in Detroit City. From the letters that I write, they think I'm fine. But by day I make the cards, by night I make the bars. If only they could read between the lines. 'Cause you know, I rode a freight train north to Detroit City. And And after all these years, I find that I've just been wasting my time. So I just think I'll take my foolish pride and put it on a southbound freight and ride. Go on back to the loved ones, the ones that I left waiting so far behind. I wanna go home. I wanna go home. Oh, I wanna go home.
After all this time, he hadn't got that guitar in tune yet. Poor old Bobby Bear. Well, drink up, folks. Let's drink a little toast to the Queenie of our life. John D. Loudermilk tells the story.
Here's a little song that I wrote the other night. It's about one of my favorite people. I got a girl who loved me more than life. I got a girl who loved me more than life. I got a girl who's closer than a brother. She's my little young one's mother. She's a wife. Well, drink up, boys, let's have a little toast to the Queenie of our life. You can't do with them and you can't do without them, so here's to the wife. Army stories and Navy jokes sound trite. Yeah, Army stories and a Navy joke sound trite. Navy jokes can't make me laugh, 'cause in my wallet there's a photograph. Drink up, boys, let's have a little toast to the Queenie of our life. You can't do with them and you can't do without them, so here's to the wife. Wine and the women and a song, that's alright. Yeah, wine and the women and song, that's alright. Oh, well, it's alright when you're single and free, but you're in trouble if you're like me and got the wife. So drink up, boys, let's have a little toast to the Queenie of our life. You can't do with them and you can't do without them, so here's to the wife.
Now do like Tex Ritter. Go, ooh, like Tex does. Rye whiskey, rye whiskey. Thank you there, John D. Loudermilk. Roy Clark says, if the wind makes you blue, you better stay out of Chicago, man, 'cause you'll be blue all the time.
Well, here I am in Chicago, all alone, near the place where we met. And as I walk through the rain, there's your name. Oh, why won't it let me forget? 'Cause when the wind blows, I get lonely. And one thing for sure, you'll find that the wind always blows in Chicago. So I'm lonely most all of the time. Well, folks look so happy here on State Street. They don't know that our love not the same. I am alone in the crowd with my hopes in the clouds. Off the wind
goodbye to Chicago. I'm gonna catch me a lonely old train. And I hope it will go where the wind doesn't blow, or at least it won't whisper your name.
All right, everybody now.
'Cause when the wind blows, I get lonely. Everybody knows one thing for sure, you will find that the wind always blows in Chicago. So I'm lonely most all of the time. Why does that wind always blow?
Oh, sing them blues. Roy Clark, that's good. Written by Scotty Turner and Audie Murphy. Good songwriting team. They also wrote Shutters and Boards. They do some real good work, huh? I Walk the Line is probably one of Johnny Cash's most famous numbers, and we're going to recall it for you today and dedicate it to a good friend in Germany. His name is Dicker. So, Dicker, stay aboard. Here comes Mr. C.
I keep a close watch on this heart of mine. I keep my eyes wide open all the time. I keep the ends out for the tie that binds. Because you're mine, I walk the line. I find it very, very easy to be true. I find myself alone when each day's through. Yes, I'll admit that I'm a fool for you. Because you're mine, I walk the line. As sure as night is dark and day is light, I keep you on my mind both day and night. And happiness I've known proves that it's right. Because you're mine, I walk the line. You've got a way to keep me on your side. You give me cause for love that I can't hide. For you I know I'd even try to turn the tide. Because you're mine, I walk the line. I keep a close watch on this heart of mine. I keep my eyes wide open all the time. I keep the ends out for the tie that binds. Because you're mine, I walk the line. I pull my pants up with a piece of twine. Don't pull the twine. Okay, that's Johnny Cash, and I walk the line. Justin Tubbs says he's lonely early, much too early. In fact, you could say he's prematurely blue.
I thought your love would last a whole lot longer than it did. But before I knew what happened, we were through. Your love for me started dying long before its time. And I'm lonely early, prematurely blue. Lonely early, prematurely blue. Hurting like I'm not prepared to do. I'm lonely, surely much too early, prematurely blue. I've heard of loves that come and go, but you beat all I've seen. Here this morning, gone this afternoon. I didn't even have a chance to grab a memory, 'cause I'm lonely, early, prematurely blue. Lonely, early, prematurely blue. Hurting like I'm not prepared to do. Caught off guard by this goodbye that I just got from you. I'm lonely, surely, much too early, prematurely blue.
Oh, I love that one. Yeah. Prematurely Blue. Justin Tubb wrote it and performed it for you there. One of the most creative of all the new young country and western recording stars. Hey, you watch the television shows? You ever see an old character actor on the westerns named Denver Pyle? He's in most of them. This is his favorite song. Hope he's listening.
Love is no excuse for what we're doing.
Justin wrote this one, too.
For we both know that two hearts could break. We tell ourselves we've got to have each other. But love is no excuse for us to make. Sure, we love each other, and it could be so right.
But not if someone else has got to pay.
Our love for each other looks good in the night, but our love can never see the light of day. It's been going on for much too long now, and our wrongs have mounted one by one. We tell ourselves it's 'cause we love each other, but love is no excuse for what we've done. It's been going on for much too long now, and our wrongs have mounted one by one. We tell ourselves it's 'cause we love each other, but love is no excuse for what we've done.
To rush off right here in the heat of the day, but that's all there is. There ain't no more. We'll kick Wednesday in the head and remind you that if you'll tune in the same time tomorrow, you'll get to miss the whole program. But catch us 55 minutes sooner. We'll have toe-tapping country tunes coming out the years, as they say in the country. Joe Allison here, your host. Thank you so much. So long for now. And drive carefully when you're on the freeway. Bye.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Jim Pewter Show is on the air with a special memorial salute to the late Johnny Ace. Johnny sings again. 25 minutes of his greatest hits. You'll be hearing from Don't You Know, Never Let Me Go, No Money, The Clock, My Song, and Pledging My Love.
you know.
Johnny Ace was born June 9th, 1929 in Memphis, Tennessee. Schooling, LaRose Grammar School, Booker T. Washington High School, and Johnny served with the Navy during World War II. He died December 25th, 1954 in Houston, Texas. He was king of R&B in 1954. Remember Never Let Me Go?
Just let me love you tonight. Forget about tomorrow. My darling, won't you hold me tight and never let me go. Dry your eyes, no tears, no sorrow. Cling to me with all your might and never let me go. A million times or more we said we'd never part, but lately I find you're a stranger in my heart. Give me the right in summer or in springtime to tell the world that you are mine and never let me go. No, and never let me go. And never let me go.
Johnny Ace's style was called the tear beat or the blue note. 1954, Never Let Me Go. Up-tempo time with Johnny, No Money. Jim Pewter saluting Johnny Ace on Musty Dusties.
Got no money, babe, no place to call my own. Got no money, baby, no place to call my own. Got no one to love me, I'm in this world alone. When I was making money, baby, I couldn't meet any friend of mine. When I was making money, baby, I couldn't meet any friend of mine. Now that all my money's gone, I can't borrow a lousy dime. baby, and find a place to go. 'Cause the things are happening now are things that come no more. I got no money, baby, no place to call my own. Got no money, baby, no place to call my own. Got no one to love me, I'm in this world alone. I got no one to love me, I'm in this world alone.
It was during the year 1952, July, that Don Roby, president of Peacock Records, and then national sales manager Erwin Marcus announced the acquisition of Johnny Ace. At the time, he was unknown, and they guided his career all the way up to the top. I'll be telling you about the awards he won in 1954, and at this time, I'd like to thank Don Roby for sending all of Johnny's greatest hits to the Jim Pewter Show. Thank you, Don. Here is The Clock. Johnny Ace, The Clock. Let's take a break. Walking with Mr. Lee, here's Lee Allen. During the dark days of the American Revolution, these words were written by Thomas Paine. Those who expect to reap the blessings of freedom must, like men, undergo the fatigue of supporting it. The freedom for which Paine and his fellow patriots fought was achieved, but all Americans must work to protect it or that freedom will be lost. Freedom is always in danger. All America must remember the words of Thomas Paine. Those who expect to reap the blessings of freedom must undergo the fatigue of supporting it.
You said you want me, baby, I'm glad. I feel so good now, 'cause you're not mad. Please believe me, I'm saving my love for you. We'll be together, and it won't be long. I'll make you love me from that day on. Please believe me, I'm saving my love for you. Can't you remember last September we kissed and we said goodbye? I pretended that I was happy, but darling, I wanted to cry. We'll be together, and it won't be long. I'll make you love me from that day on. Please believe me, I'm saving my love for you. We'll be together, and it won't be long. I'll make you love me from that day on. Please forgive me, I'm saving my love for you.
Late Johnny Ace, Saving My Love for You. Let's check some of the awards he won in '54. He was the most programmed R&B artist of that year. Also, Cashbox gave him an award. Record World, Billboard Triple Crown Award of 1955, and he won the Golden Cup Award in 1954. There were 17 people that recorded Johnny Ace material along that time, and even today, the next song we're going to play is a classic and has been recorded by about 12 different people. Write me, let me know how you enjoy the memorial tribute. Here's my address, Jim Pewter Show, care of the Armed Forces Radio and Television Service, Los Angeles, California, 90038. Let's wrap it up. His greatest hit, Johnny Ace, Pledging My Love.
Keeping you is my goal. I'll forever love you.
Pledging My Love, Johnny Ace. Time to wrap it up. Last night. These are the Hollywood Persuaders. Jim Pewter signing out. Straight ahead, don't punch up. Bye-bye. United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
I've just come back from the swampland, from the land of muck and mire, where the earth is a ditch of blood and pitch and iron and flesh and fire. I've been up to my knees in waters that freeze and suck out the lives of men, while the shells shriek by and you pray to die. And I'm going back again.
Today marks the 50th anniversary of one of the most blessed moments in the history of all mankind. The 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month of the year 1918. The end of 4 years of nameless terror known as the War to End Wars. The Armistice was in effect, and each year thereafter, November 11th, was observed as Armistice Day, a day to honor those who had given their lives in the Great War. Now, of course, Armistice Day is called Veterans Day, with remembrance of wider application as Americans rendered tribute to all who have served their country in all battles, from Revolutionary time to the present. These 193 years have witnessed the dramatic saga of America's stand against tyranny, against any and all who would usurp the freedom that the United States has always symbolized throughout the world. But considering the significance of this particular November 11th, this special Veterans Day program will confine itself to perhaps the most brutal of all conflicts, the struggle in memory of which this day originally was set aside as a holiday. This is the end of the war to end wars. To document World War I, we shall peer through both ends of the periscope for the broad, distant view, as well as for the close-up of the decisive American contribution as expressed through the emotions of the men of the AEF, their own poetry from the pages of the Stars and Stripes of the First World War. In 1918, Stripes ran a column of poems in every issue, poems composed by the doughboys themselves, capturing the spirit, the privation, and the horror of life and death on the flaming Western Front.
Where have I been and what have I seen? Towns and such? Is that what you mean? That sort of answer is easy to give, but to put in words the lives we live, the actual things we've all been through, to picture, well, just gas to you is more than anyone can do. What is it like up on the line? Have you got a couple of years of time to spend while I describe one fight and endeavor to word the matter right so you may know without being there how the machine gun lads and the doughboys fare, or the cooties go crawling everywhere? How does it feel to go over the top? I can shrug up my shoulders, but then I must stop. Oh, we know all right, as a mother knows how it feels to her when one boy goes and doesn't return. Some of us do, and some of us don't, each time when it's through. You'll have to wait till it happens to you.
It was true that to understand what it was like in the front lines, it simply had to happen to you personally. That's why most of the poems concerned themselves not with broad generalizations, but with particular sensations or incidents, unforgettable incidents.
Have you ever sat in your hole with only a few logs and some dirt over you, and heard the screech of one of Jerry's 77s, and heard that screech change to a moan, and heard that moan grow louder, and know it was going to fall near you, and look out and see it land right at the entrance of your hole and not explode? No? Then you have something to live for.
The terror of the interminable shelling was a favorite theme of the doughboys of World War I. The shelling and the filthy, agonizing life in the trenches.
Did you ever hear a bullet whiz or dodge a hand grenade? Have you watched long lines of trenches dug by doughboys with a spade? Have you seen the landscape lighted up at midnight by a shell? Have you seen a hillside blazing forth like the furnace room in hell? Have you heard the crump-crumps whistling? Do you know the dud shells grunt? Have you played rat in a dugout? Then you've surely seen the front.
In revealing some of the thoughts of American doughboys, we have leapfrogged ahead of the chronological sequence of the First World War. The United States entered the war in 1917, but the war began in 1914. At that time, all the horrors of modern warfare were unknown. In fact, all European capitals greeted the outbreak of hostilities with great enthusiasm. Nationalism was rampant, and the people envisioned a romantic storybook war. The cavalry carried lances, officers carried sabers, soldiers wore no iron helmets. In fact, helmets were considered unmanly. That will give you some concept of the general comprehension of war at that time. And so you can imagine the armies marching to the front. There were cheers, waving flags, pounding drums, and flowers being strewn in the path of the troops. But then the shocking realization of truth. High explosives never before seen, flamethrowers, poison gas, rapid-firing machine guns, magazine rifles, trench mortars, airplanes, and ultimately tanks. Most of these and other modern weapons of destruction pulverized the soldiers of all sides as Germany invaded France through Belgium, thereby drawing England into the war. The Russian steamroller attacked Germany, and Austria attacked Italy. In the west, the Germans drove to within 30 miles of Paris, where, with their lines of supply deeply extended and with the French rushing reserves to the front in taxicabs, they were stopped on the Marne River. It was one of the most heroic defenses of the war. Meanwhile, the Russians were smashing forward in East Prussia in the general direction of Berlin. But at a place called Tannenberg, Hindenburg and Ludendorff outgeneraled the Russians, lured them into a trap, and subjected them to a disastrous defeat. A defeat of such proportions, Russia was never again able to mount a serious offensive in German territory. With these big drives stopped, the Holocaust began. The war of attrition, the war of the trenches, where, particularly on the Western Front, advances were to be measured in yards, not miles, for 4 long years. Before it was over, 20 million people were to have a rendezvous with death. The most titanic battles of World War I were fought in defense of the mutilated town of Verdun and along the bloody banks of the Somme River. It is important for us to know some of the details of these convulsive struggles because it gives us insight into the character and incredible courage of the American soldiers who were to come later. Incredible courage because when the doughboys arrived in Europe, the carnage of modern war was no longer a surprise. They understood the magnitude of their mission because they knew of the meat grinder annihilation that had taken place earlier, particularly at Verdun and the Somme. For the opening barrage of their offensive at Verdun in 1916, the German army moved in 1,300 trainloads of shells to feed 1,200 big guns lined up axle to axle for as far as the eye could see. The resulting drum fire continued without let-up for days, and it was so intense it could be heard as far away as Koblenz, Germany. This awesome shelling was intended to obliterate the French army, but when the siege lifted and the infantry moved forward, there were still enough French alive to emerge from caverns beneath ancient forts surrounding Verdun and throw the Germans back. The stirring French motto was, "They shall not pass." And after 5 months of attack, they didn't. But with over 1 million dead in this battle, the French army was never the same again. Flanders Fields, the second battle of the Somme. To prepare to go over the top, the British poured 5 million shells into German positions, an area which had been reclaimed marshland. The shell fire destroyed the drainage and turned the terrain into a veritable sea of hissing, churning slime. A huge sucking bog. Men, animals, and machines slowly slipped down and disappeared. Dugouts were flooded, trenches caved in and collapsed. The mud was everywhere. It caked a man's body until he could hardly support his own weight. It clung to his eyes and mouth, and its diseased substance, crawling with every conceivable germ and parasite, swept through both armies like the Black Plague. A scratch invited gangrene. A minor wound meant amputation. In the sinuous bowels of that sewer, men not only lost their lives, but their sanity. After 3 years of such privation, the morale of the French and English was something else that had just about sunk out of sight. The French particularly were in trouble. After having been bled almost to extinction at Verdun, and after hundreds of thousands more men were slaughtered in subsequent offenses, the French army was through as an attacking force. The poilus, as the French soldiers were called, threw down their arms and refused to fight. Had the Germans known the extent of mutiny, they could have easily broken through to Paris. But that was their last chance to take advantage of sagging Allied morale. Because soon... On April 6, 1917, the United States entered the war. Troopship after troopship began landing at Saint-Nazaire, Le Havre, and Brest. They were given a tumultuous reception, and as they marched, the doughboys were joined by great crowds, many women forcing their way into the ranks and swinging along arm in arm with the men. The French morale was soaring. The Yanks did not go right to the front. First, they required advanced training, and for this, they headed for training centers. They traveled by boxcars, and they roared laughing when they saw them. Each of the little cars was marked Homme 40, Chevaux 8, which, in case your French is rusty, 40 men or 8 horses. One man wrote home saying, "It was great to find a place to sleep. If a pretzel manufacturer had a photograph of that bunch trying to sleep, he certainly could have picked out some beautiful designs for his product. We had 3 days and 2 nights of that." Another man immortalized these French boxcars in poetry.
Roll, roll, roll over the rails of France. See the world on its map unfurled, 5 centimes in your pants. What a noble trip, jolt and jog and jar. 40 we with equipment C in one flat-wheeled boxcar. Hit the floor for bunk, 6 ohms to 1 ohm's place. It's no fair to the bottom layer to kick 'em in the face. Move the corporal's feet out of my left ear. Lay off, Sarge, you're much too large. I'm not a bed-sack deer. Roll, 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 yammer and snore and fight. Traveling zoo the whole day through and bedlam all the night. 4 days in the cage, going from hither hence. Ain't it great to ride by freight at good old Unc's expense?
After the Yanks completed their advanced training, they went up the line, and they got acquainted with bombardment for the first time. They found that the shelling made sleeping impossible. They also got acquainted with something even worse so far as sleep was concerned.
We've slept in barns and barracks, in the mud and in the rain. We've slept in broken buildings everywhere in each campaign. We've bunked with cooties rampant. We've slept on lousy straw. And we've slept where shells have whistled in dugouts. But, well, we've hit a new place since we've wiggled up the line. We're sleeping in a hen house and say the sleeping's fine. That is, we sleep when all is quiet and shells aren't overhead. Be it known, we'll nap or slumber when the cooties aren't in bed. For no matter where you travel, and no matter where you roam, the doughboy has got a partner. There's a cootie in his home.
On the subject of cooties, here's a quote from Stars and Stripes' Letters to the Editor section. "The cooties who are with the doughboys are game, courageous, and true. They'll stick to a man under shell fire, and they'll keep him in motion when he longs for sleep. Machine gunners who know how to sweep the enemy's front line with their rat-tat-tat have yet to learn the law of separation, for neither Hun, shrapnel, nor changing weather can subdue the cootie. He is there to last." One Yank who has been up the line and who saw plenty of fireworks very soberly wrote home, "I have not yet seen a single cootie in France. They're all married and have large families." Goodbye, Broadway. Hello, France. This was one of the biggest songs of World War I, and the arrangement you're hearing is the authentic instrumentation and voicing that was common with most bands of that period. It's an inspiring song, a happy song, and as in every war, however brutal, humor somehow always makes its presence known. Here's a good example.
Why is it that from yonder tower the colonel's lamp is beaming still, though it's past the midnight hour and all serene o'er vale and hill? 'Tis not the wisdom of the sages, nor army lore his mind enchants. An earthlier task his mind engages. He's sewing buttons on his pants. I was like the child who believed there was a Santa Claus but never had seen him. Only I have seen another world and know it exists. I used to think that there was only one world, a world of mud and bursting shells which killed and wounded me and my pals. A world of hissing bullets and mustard gas and cold, sleepless nights and no food for days and Huns who cried "Kamerad" when their ammunition was gone, and filthy clothes and cooties and cooties and cooties. But now I know that there is also a world of clean sheets and pajamas, and good food and plenty of it, and kind, gentle women in white to give you cocoa and soup, and doctors who give you more than CC pills, and peaceful days without a single shell, and peaceful nights, and officers who wear white collars and have only heard of cooties, and visitors who sit on your bed and murmur, "How thrilling," and streetcars and taxis and buildings without a single shell hole in them, and everything I only dreamed of before. Gosh, but it's a wonderful war. Back here.
Once I heard a father ask his soldier son, "Why can't you advance like other boys have done? You've been a private mighty long. Won't you tell me what is wrong?" And then the soldier lad said, "Listen to me, Dad. I'd rather be a private than a colonel in the army. A private has more fun when his day's work is done. And when he goes on hikes, in every town he strikes, girls discover him and just smother him with things he likes. But girlies act so shy when Colonel passes by. He holds his head so high with dignity. So would you rather be a colonel with an eagle on your shoulder, or a private with a chicken on your knee?" Oh, step right up, boys, don't be shy. We've got to keep the glow in old glory and the free in freedom. America needs you like a mother, and would you turn your mother down? Oh, hear the call. Would you rather be a colonel with an eagle on your shoulder, or a private with a chicken on your knee?
One way to escape the mud and the slime and the eternal shelling of the front line was to become wounded, or to join the air service. The aviators of World War I led an adventurous life, a romantic life, and they lived far behind the trenches, back where a man could be billeted in a house, back where there was warmth, back where there were clean sheets and a real bed, back where there was food and even drink. The aviators were the envy of everyone.
Oh, the life of a flyer may surely be gay, for he sings with his heart beating strong, and he drifts on the breezes beneath the white wave where the zephyrs play lightly in song. There's never a worry nor even a thought what the ending is likely to be. At the wave of the flag he's off like a shot and is cheerfully happy and free. Not a fear that he'll meet with an unhappy fate, for he flies with the best in the blue. He'll fight to the last, so the shadows must wait, and the devil must fight for his due. Not a sigh, nor a sorrow, nor even a care has a flyer who climbs to his height, for he longs for the chance of a duel in air, and to show that he's game in the fight. It's the game that he loves from beginning to end, and he lives like a pirate at sea. So let's drink to the health of our buccaneer friend, for he's cheerfully happy and free.
Yes, the aviator, or the sky jazzer as he was sometimes called, was very often happy and free, but he was also very often dead. Do you know what the pilot's average longevity was over the Western Front? 2 weeks. 2 weeks, ladies and gentlemen. 2 weeks. Some men lasted for months before being killed, some even for a year or two. But this merely points up their individual ability, the care with which they prepared, or more likely, their luck. Eddie Rickenbacker was America's ace of aces with 26 kills, which put him in a tie with a German ace by the name of Hermann Goering. Neither, however, was close to the record of the famous Red Baron, Manfred von Richthofen, who destroyed over 80 enemy planes, or even a number of French or English pilots. Nevertheless, it is significant that Rickenbacker scored his 26 triumphs in only about 6 months of frontline flying, the fastest victory pace of them all. The men who served their time in the clouds were but a handful compared to the millions in and immediately behind the trenches below. There, nighttime was for patrols to go out into no man's land, time for the guard on the fire step to be alert, to stare into the inky blackness, searching for the enemy.
The sun goes down behind a hill for half an hour. All is still. The sky grows dark, the stars appear. We watch the moon through cloudlet steer. We hear the rumble of the wheels of ration carts with store for meals, and then a flare's great flaming ray turns brooding night to broad midday. Next we hear machine guns fire. They cut into the foe's barbed wire, 100 rounds, and then they cease. Again is no man's land of peace. In dugouts deep, the tired men snore, while big rats run across the floor, and one man twists from left to right. 'Tis hard to sleep when cooties bite. The breeze wafts over no man's land, the martial strains of a martial band. The Huns, no doubt, rejoice in glee o'er tales of transports sunk at sea. But our guns spot that German band. The gas shells scream o'er no man's land for 15 minutes. Then all still, and no more music behind the hill. Day now breaks, our shift is done. The daylight fights lure not the Hun. We thank our stars, an easy stunt. A quiet night on the Western Front.
In every war, in moments of quiet, a man's heart is apt to wander home, as expressed by this poem from Stars and Stripes called A Doughboy Thinks of Love.
I'm sitting in my dugout and waiting for my chow. I think they'll get it through tonight. The Boche is quiet now somewhere in France. We gave 'em beaucoup shells today. We'll give 'em gas tonight. And I'm oiling up my rifle. I carry on the fight somewhere in France. But through all this great adventure, at twilight every eve, my heart pleads guilty to the charge of absent without leave somewhere in France.
3 letters left the village bound for somewhere over there. 3 letters to a lonesome soldier lad. Each one a loving story told. Each one was worth its weight in gold. 3 messages that made his poor heart glad. For the first was just old-fashioned, and it breathed a mother's prayer, while the next one started, darling, God protect you over there. And the third was filled with kisses sent to Daddy across the home from his mother, wife, and baby. 3 wonderful letters from home, away from home.
Love motivates the soldier. It always has, and World War I was no exception.
It is for you. Through endless nights of mud and rain, he stubbornly plods on, head down, back bent beneath his pack, on toward the shell-streaked sky and maddening roar where truth and lies and love and hate and life and death all meet in war, red war. He loves and hates, and so he fights. To all his love be true. Guard well your heart and keep the faith. He fights for you.
So far as we have touched on the matter of love in wartime, we have considered only the girl back home. But what of the girl on the scene? In the First World War, that girl would most likely be French. And of course, that presented the same language barrier that has always faced American soldiers abroad. However, as always, the barrier was usually surmounted, but not without some minor frustrations, as indicated by this poem called When Private Mugrams Parlez-Vous.
I can count my francs and centimes if I've got a basket near and I speak a wicked bonjour. But the verbs are awful queer and I lose a lot of pronouns when I try to talk to you, for your eyes are so bewitching I forget the parlez-vous. In your pretty little garden with the bench beside the wall and the sunshine on the asters and the purple phlox so tall, I should like to whisper secrets, but my language goes askew with the second-person plural for the more familiar two. In your pretty little garden, I could always say, je t'aime, but it ain't so very subtle, and it ain't not quite the same as you've got some dandy earrings or your eyes are nice and brown. But my adjectives get manly right before a lady noun. Those infinitives perplex me. I can say, you're très jolie, but beyond that simple statement, all my tenses don't agree. I can make the Boche compreni when I meet him in a trench, but the softer things escape me when I try to yap in French. In your pretty little garden, darn the idioms that dance on your tongue so sweet and rapid. Ah, they hold me in a trance. Though I stutter and I stammer in your garden on a bench, yet my heart is writing poems when I talk to you in French.
Mademoiselle from Armistice, voulez-vous? Mademoiselle from Armistice, voulez-vous? Comme elle lui répondit oui, elle eut un très gentil mari, Mademoiselle from Armistice. Mademoiselle from Armistice, parlez-vous? Mademoiselle from Armistice, parlez-vous? Mademoiselle from Armistice, never been kissed for 20 years, pinky, pinky, parlez-vous?
In the month of July 1918, the German armies exploded in an enormous offensive that threatened to win the war before America's full strength was assembled. As in the first weeks of the conflict, the Allies were pushed back, and in fact German arms were once again at the Marne River, almost within sight of the Eiffel Tower. At that moment, American Marines and Army doughboys were thrown into the breach.
Though shells be bursting all around, though myriad corpses heap the ground, though hell itself fling back the sound, Americans don't give. Staunch in the strength of conscious might, calm in the mail of radiant right, piercing the shroud of cheerless night, they die, but never give.
It is said that the Marne ran red with American blood. They died, but they did not give. The German army was thrown back, then driven back, never, as it developed, to threaten Paris again.
The fields of the Marne are growing green. The river murmurs on and on. No more the hall of mitrailleurs. The cannon from the hills are gone. The herder leads the sheep afield where grasses grow o'er broken blade, and toil-worn women till the soil o'er human mold and sunny glade. The splintered shell and bayonet are lost in crumbling village wall. No sniper scans the rim of hills, no sentry hears the night bird call. From blood-wet soil and sunken trench, the flowers bloom in summer light. And farther down the vale beyond, the peasant's smiles are sad, yet bright. The wounded Marne is growing green. The gash of Hun no longer smarts. Democracy is born again. But what about the wounded hearts?
American troops moved east for an engagement southeast of Verdun to clear the Saint-Mihiel salient. They traveled by night, they traveled by day, regardless of the weather, to reach the front lines.
Rain and mud with a spray of blood, a moaning wind through the shattered trees. Rain and mud and the endless thud and crash that comes from the big HEs. It isn't for fun and it isn't for fame. We plunge to the big advance, but it's all in the game. It's all in the game, till the Hun gets out of France. A rain-soaked night and a bitter fight, where the dripping trees sing a dismal song, where the flash of guns give the only light the Yank can use as he drives along. It isn't the life that a man might claim over the bloody sod, but it's all in the game. It's all in the game, till the final camarade.
In the first major assault of the war by American troops exclusively, the doughboys drove the German troops out of the salient they'd held for over 4 years. And then the order was out to move immediately to new positions northwest of Verdun. Something even bigger was in the mill. At this time, a letter to the editor was printed by the Stars and Stripes, a letter that gives some insight into the composition of the American Army. The letter said, "There are today nearly 200,000 colored men from the United States on French soil in the American Army. They came cheerfully, yes, eagerly, to help make good President Wilson's declaration, 'We enter this war to make the world safe for democracy.' Among these nearly 200,000 colored soldiers are many 100% families, families out of which every male, as in mine, my 3 sons are here at the front, is in the service. When German militarism has been crushed beyond possible restoration, and in consequence the oppressed peoples of the world have had the yoke of oppression lifted from them, the colored American soldiers, such as survive, will as eagerly return to our country as they came hence, and with the consciousness of having served well their country and civilization. The United States is our country. Its flag is our flag, the only country and flag we know, and for which we, as a race, stand ready and willing to mingle our last drop of blood with the blood of our white brothers, so bravely sacrificed for the honor and glory of the United States of America." Where do we go from here, boys? Where do we go from here? They didn't know, but they were heading for the Meuse Argonne.
There's a rumble and a jumble and a bumping and a thud as I awakens from my restless sleep here in my bed of mud and pull my blankets tighter underneath my shelter fly, and I listen to the thunder of the trucks a-rolling by. They're jumping and they're humping through the inky gloom of night, and I wonder how them drivers see without a glim of light. I can hear the clutches roaring as they throw the gears in high and the radiators boiling as the trucks go rolling by. There's some a dragging cannons. You can spot the sound all right. The rumbling ones is heavies and the rattling ones is light. The clinking shells is pointing up their noses at the sky. Oh, you can tell what's passing as the trucks go rolling by. Some singing songs as when I left they wasn't even right, a showing that they's rookies when they got a service strike. But just the same, they're good old Yanks, and that's the reason why I likes the jazz and barbershop, where the trucks are rolling by. Just God and General Pershing knows where these here birds will light, where them pumping trucks is bound for in the camouflage of night. When they can't take aero pictures with their focus in the sky of our changes of location, while the trucks are rolling by. So although my bed is puddled and I'm soaked through to the hide, my heart's out with them doughboys on their bouncing, singing ride. They're bound for paths of glory, or perhaps to fight and die. God bless that Yankee cargo and the trucks are rolling by.
late September 1918, all Allied armies began an enormous attack on German positions. To give you some idea of the weight of this attack, the American First Army, consisting of 1.5 million men, was wedged into one tiny 20-mile front. It went over the top on September 26th, and it was the beginning of the end of the war to end wars. But the resistance was devastating.
They're gassed and shelled and tortured. They're muddy, thin, and weak. They're shocked and shot and shattered, and you marvel when they speak. They will give their all in battle, that the world may be made free. And their smiles amidst their sorrows are miracles to see.
And then it was over. The 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, 1918.
How happy is tonight when all thy hills rest from the buffeting of years of strife. How happy is tonight when all thy dead rest in the victory they have bought with life. How happy is tonight when all the world, freed from the agony and threat of war, rests for a morrow, peaceful evermore.
Yes, it was over, and we have won.
From the waters of the Channel to the far Swiss frontier pass, for 300 miles of battle, wire, and mud, from the flaming front of Belgium to the lines that knit Alsace, with the lease that gives us tenure writ in blood. From Amont, re-won and righted, from Sedan, revenged, for aye, to the bulwark of the centuries, Verdun, falls a sweet and stranger silence, and the red roar dies away. We have won! We have won! We've won! By the martyrdom of mothers and the children that they bore, by the skeleton of Louvain and its kin, by the prisoners of Vimy where their charnel corridor told the hail we owe the soldiers of Berlin, by the lives we put behind us, by the memories we keep of the men who marched with us, whose races run, by the thousands of their crosses where their ranks are still in sleep. We have won! We've won! We've won. So we quit the battered trenches, so we leave the stricken field, and the ancient load is lifted as we move. And the flags whose wake we followed that have forced the Hun to yield bless the columns swinging on. They ride above. Oh, the hungry guns are muzzled, and the steel is sheathed and cold, and the land of France is shining in the sun. We are back to home and fireside, all we staked ourselves to hold. We've won. We have won. We have won.
Going to keep them down on the farm after they've seen Perry. And what a time to see it. Paris had gone crazy. 100 years of New Year's Eves all rolled together. The war was over. The war was won. The lights were on again after 4 long years. And the City of Light went absolutely delirious. Every American on the streets was treated as a great individual hero, because every American was a symbol of victory. Victory that could not have been achieved without the Yanks.
How gonna keep 'em down on the farm after they've seen Paris? How you gonna keep 'em away from Broadway, jazzing around, painting the town? How you gonna keep 'em away from harm? That's the mystery. Imagine Reuben when he meets his car. He'll kiss his cheek and holler, ooh la la. How you gonna keep 'em out of Berlin now that they've seen Paris?
Did you ever see two Yankees parked upon a foreign shore? When the good ship's just about to start for old New York once more. With tears in eye, they say goodbye, they're friends without a doubt. When the man on the pier shouts, let them clear as the ship glides out.
Give my regards to Broadway. Remember me, the Herald Square. Tell all the gang at 42nd Street that I will soon be there. Whisper of how I yearn in to mingle with the old-time throng. Give my regards to old Broadway and say that I'll be there ere long.
Hundreds of thousands of American troops began the return trip home. These were the ones who were sending their regards to Broadway. It was an exciting time, a happy time, but there was an accounting that remained to be made. The impact of the accounting would not be felt until the individual doughboy arrived once again back in his old hometown.
Last night, neath a street lamp, I silently stood on the same corner, back in that old neighborhood. As I gazed at the houses, unchanged by the years, in my throat came a lump, and my eyes filled with tears. I looked at the lamppost, the pump, and the stoop, and again I could picture us kids in a group. There was Shorty and Yeller and Skinny and Mike, and the rich kid who had ball-bearing skates and a bike. And the first thing we knew, we were all 21, but the gang stuck together in fight or in fun. And then came the war, the crowds in the street, the blast of the bugle, the tramp of the feet. And the gang, that old gang of mine, was the first gang that hit the von Hindenburg line.
In the woods they called Rouge Bouquet, there's a new-made grave today, built by never a spade or pick, yet covered by earth 10 meters thick. There lie many fighting men, dead in their youthful prime, never to laugh or live again or taste of the summertime. For death came flying through the air and stopped his flight at the dugout stair, touched his prey and left them there, clay to clay. Now over the grave, abrupt and clear, 3 volleys ring, and perhaps their brave young spirits here. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
But the war is all over, and last night as I stood on the same corner, back in that old neighborhood, I couldn't help brushing a tear from my eye, for I knew not a face in the crowds that went by. Gone forever are the pals that I love. There isn't a trace or a sign of that regular, honest-to-goodness old bunch that I call that old gang of mine. Gee, but I'd give the world to see that old gang of mine.
There is on earth no worthier grave to hold the bodies of the brave than this spot of pain and pride, where they nobly fought and nobly died. And up to heaven's doorway floats, from the woods called Rouge Bouquet, a delicate sound of bugle notes that softly say, Farewell. Farewell. Comrade true, born anew, peace to you. Your soul shall be where the heroes are, and your memory shine like the morning star. Brave and dear, shield us here. Farewell.
This tribute to the gallant Americans who fought and fell in France in the name of liberty and freedom has been a commemoration by the American Forces Network Europe. On this, the 50th anniversary of the end of the war to end wars.
Take a ton, hold some steel, a whole lot of sweat, a set of wheels on the speedway. The flag is down, pistons pound, plenty of engine ripping the ground on the speedway. Hold for the money and lead the pack, push the throttle and burn the track. Curl and swerve like you're doing a dance, straight away it's coming and now do a chance on the speedway. On the speedway, on the speedway,
much as you give. Crowd goes more on the Speedway. On the Speedway. Take a spin, hit the brakes. And your little girl shivers and shakes on the Speedway. There's a wave coming through. Kiss from your baby is pushing you on the Speedway. Go for the money and lead the pack. Push the throttle and burn the track. Curve and swirl like you're doing a dance. The straight up is coming and now you're dance on the Speedway. On the Speedway. On the Speedway. Stomp that pedal down the floor as much as you kill. The crowd goes more on the Speedway. 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 When you say that's it, boy, I'm finally beat. You're going 90 miles an hour down a dead-end street. You don't want to fight no more. You think that you can't win. Come on, boy, take a real deep breath. Jump right in and hold your head up high. You gotta be strong. You gotta be strong. Come on and sing, sing, sing. There ain't nothing like a song. Now they may take away your job, take your fancy car. They may repossess your clothes, take that fine guitar. They may take everything you own, but that's just for today. As long as you've got a song in your heart, tomorrow's gonna be okay. Hold your head up high. Oh, you gotta be strong. You gotta be strong. Come on and sing, sing, sing. There ain't nothing like a song. Ain't nothing gonna stop you once you set your mind. The only people that'll knock you are jealous of what they find. Just keep a smile right on your face, don't let them get you down. When you wake up tomorrow, the world will be spinning round. Hold your head up high. Hey, you gotta be strong. All right. Come on and sing, sing, sing. There ain't nothing like a song. Well, loving's all that I can give you.
Baby, that's enough.
But you ain't easy to satisfy.
Baby, I ain't that tough.
Now, hey, little girl, you're about the wildest thing I've ever seen.
When I'm with you, baby, I'm a love in between.
Come on and kiss me, honey. You gotta be strong. You gotta be strong. Come on and sing, sing, sing. There ain't nothing like a song. Come on and sing, 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 sing. There ain't nothing like a song.
Strangers passing by. Is this your dream? Are you in mine? Are we really here or lost in time? Will you be friend or lover? Show me the heart you conceal. Now is the time to discover if this feeling we're feeling is real. So close to love, and yet so far. Just one kiss would tell us me the heart you conceal. Now is the time to discover if this feeling we're feeling is real. So close to love, and yet so far. Just one kiss could tell us who we are. Sleepy heads all tucked into their beds while I sang a lullaby. One got green dust in her eye. There were 4 sleepy heads playing possum with me. Mr. Sandman came by, and then there were 3 moonbeams played peekaboo. 3 away became 2, and my song was almost done when the land of Nod took one, kissed the last one goodnight. Then I heard not a peep. There were 5 sleepy heads, now they're all fast asleep. Western Union. Western Union. I had a fight with my baby. Oh, how sorry I am. She won't talk to me no how. I'm gonna send a telegram. Western Union. Western Union. Send my loving baby back to me. She won't open my letters. She won't answer the phone. When I'm ringing her doorbell, she says there ain't nobody home. Western Union. Western Union. Take it back. Send my loving baby back to me. Western Union. Take it back. Oh, yeah. And the heart back. Send my loving baby back to me. I love you is my message. Just 3 words and no more. She won't let you deliver. Slip it underneath her door. Western Union. Oh, yeah. Send my loving baby back to me. Western Union. Send my loving baby back to me. that beats for only you. Mine is a love that always will be true. Forevermore, beyond the end of time, I will be your love. Promise you'll be mine. Mine is a heart that beats for only you. Mine is a love that always will be true. Forevermore, beyond the end of time, I will be your love. Promise you'll be
This proud wild land where the wind blows free has always been a part of me. It's in my blood, I just can't get it out. For 100 miles a man can see and be about as wild as he wants to be. He feels like shouting, all he's gotta do is shout. Where the purple mountains reach up high and look like they're gonna touch the sky, where the canyon walls have stood for 1,000,000 years, where the days are hot, the nights are cold, the desert sand looks just like gold. These trails were carved with sweat and blood and tears, where the painted desert as you pass by looks like a rainbow in the sky. The cactus blooms in the early morning sun, where the night winds sing, the eagles fly, the clouds paint pictures in the sky. The coyotes howl tells you when the day is done. I'm coming home, this time I'm gonna stay. I'm coming home, and I ain't ever going away. My feet are itching to get back home. I've had the desert fever since I've been gone. I need some love so bad that I can't see. When a woman looks a man in the eye, you know it takes a man to satisfy. Thinking about them girls is killing me. I'm going home, going home, going home. I'm going home, going home, going home. I'm going home. Suppose no rose would ever grow again.
Suppose no brook would ever flow again. Suppose no star would ever glow again. Suppose you didn't love me. Suppose there were no bees or butterflies. Suppose no bird should ever cross the skies. Suppose the sun should never, never rise. Suppose you didn't love me. It's impossible to imagine a world without a star, but imagining you is more impossible by far. Suppose the springtime never should arrive. Suppose the tall green trees should not survive. Suppose I had no wish to be alive. Suppose you didn't love me. Suppose you didn't love me.
Isn't Boston a lovely town? Boston is a lovely town. Isn't Boston a lovely town? Boston is a lovely town. Boston is a lovely town. See the lovely people standing around. Boston is a lovely town. Yeah. A lot of river faces taken up by river places. Isn't Boston a lovely town? Boston is a lovely town. Lovely houses standing all around, made from stone out of the ground. See the lovely stone out of the ground. Boston is a lovely town. I dig it, yeah. A lot of river places taken up by river places. When you take a trip this summer, you should jump a jetliner, fly up to New England. I guarantee that you will agree with me. Yeah, Boston is a lovely town, but no there. Boston is a lovely town, you're at home there. Boston is a lovely, yes it is a lovely, Boston is a lovely town. Boston is a lovely town. See the lovely people standing around. Boston is a lovely town. A lot of river faces taken up by river places. I love Boston. So will you. When you take a trip this summer, you should jump a jetliner. It's a song about a woman and a man. I am woman.
you're my man. Every night I wake up frightened by a silly dream. You can always comfort me. Every time I have a problem, you always understand. I'm so glad you're a man, and I am woman. I'm a man, I'm a man, I'm a man, yeah, I'm a man. I am woman. I'm a man, yeah, you're a man. I'm woman. I'm a man. I am woman. I'm a man. Every time we sing together, the joy you bring to me, it's too much. You're feeling me. Everything we do together seems so right to me. You're so groovy, honey, you stone me. Late at night, I'm always happy. You're lying next to me. Oh, the things that you do to me. I am woman. I'm a man. You're a man. I'm a man. I am woman. I'm a man. I'm a man. That's right, baby. I'm a woman. You're a man. What kind of person are you? What are you sad and lonely? What kind of person, what kind of person are you? Are you sad and lonely? You got to zigzag, make a little space in your life if you wanna be happy. You got to zigzag, make a little space in your life if you wanna be happy. The best things in life are giving things. The best things in life are sharing things. The best things in life are loving things. Be happy. You got to zigzag, make a little space in your life if you wanna be happy. You got to zigzag, make a little space in your life if you wanna be happy. And there's a little space in our life for you. You got to zigzag, make a little space in your life if you wanna be happy. You got to zigzag, make a little space in your life if you wanna be happy. What kind of person are you? What are you sad and lonely? What kind of person are you sad and lonely? 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 Are you sad? What kind of person are you sad and lonely? 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 Are you sad?
Walking through fields of dandelion, so many thoughts they cloud my mind. I wonder why people do not like the lovely little dandelion. I wonder why people do not like the lovely dandelion. Their yellow heads peek through the grass. They are a lovely thing to pass. Their yellow heads turn slowly gray, and then they blow away. Dandelions, people. Dandelions, people. Race and church steeple. What if a dandelion could talk? We'd be so careful where we'd walk. Maybe a dandelion would say, please be my friend today. Dandelions, people. Dandelions, people. that I could be with you again, the way we were in the beginning, that once more we could be just two friends before we felt our love beginning. Then once more we could sit and talk all night about things that would get people uptight, never dreaming that love would ever come to us. I never dreamed that you would be anything more than a friend to me. I don't regret the love that we shared, only that love had its ending, and with its end the friendship we shared had to me a tragic ending. But you cannot regain a state of mind, and you cannot roll back the hands of time. You cannot know what to be. I never dreamed that you would be anything more than a friend to me. I wish that I could be with you again, the way we were in the beginning. Then once more we could be just two friends, the way we were in the beginning, just the way we were in the beginning.
From Hollywood, the United States Armed Forces Radio Service brings you a special Christmas presentation of Angelus, a time for meditation. Angelus, a special Christmas program dedicated to the brotherhood of men of all races, creeds, and religions. Words by Thomas Freeburn Smith. Songs by the choir under the direction of J. Spencer Cornwall. And music by our organist, Alexander Schreiner.
This is Thomas Freeburn Smith wishing all of you a very Merry Christmas. We open this presentation of Angelus with a hymn by the choir, "Oh, say, what is truth?" Then Jesus answered, "And for this cause came I unto the world, that I should bear witness unto the truth. Every one that is of the truth heareth my voice." Pilate saith unto him, "What is truth?" Alexander Schreiner, organist, brings you now a Christmas present in music from the pen of Felix Mendelssohn. It is A Song Without Words. We hear next from the men's voices of the choir, under the direction of J. Spencer Cornwall. Come, O thou King of Kings, we've waited long for thee.
Thank you.
The stirring conviction of a hymn by Daniel C. Roberts is recalled now by the choir. The music is by George W. Warren. God of our fathers, whose almighty hand leads forth, thy love divine hath led us in the past. In this free land, by thee our lot is cast. Be thou our ruler, guardian, guide and stay. Thy word our law, thy paths our chosen way. Angelus, a time for meditation. On this Christmas day, let's talk for a few moments about the Christmas spirit, or even better, the spirit of giving. There's happiness in the air around Christmas time, because at that time, all of us find a great deal of pleasure in giving to others. How unfortunate it is, however, that this spirit of giving prevails for most of us only during this holiday season. Now, if you really want to give yourself a wonderful Christmas present, resolve to make the spirit of giving part of your daily way of life. It'll be surprising to you how much happiness you will receive, and how much fun it will be to do the giving instead of the taking. By giving, we don't mean gifts in the material sense, but giving of yourself. A cheerful smile, friendship, a helping hand to a buddy in distress. Unselfish giving that doesn't cost a thing, but the kind of giving that really pays off a rich dividend of happiness and peace of mind. Of course, there's nothing new about it. It's just practicing that golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It's surprising, but it's true, that if you only say good things about your fellow man, that if you're a giver instead of a taker, and if you're always ready with a helping hand, then you'll find all good things will be yours. Now, there's an old saying that has been proved true down through the years. If you want to really keep something precious, you have to give it away. So, if you want to keep the happiness that is yours during this Christmas season, try to make the spirit of giving a part of your daily life during this coming year. Then, my friends, real happiness will be yours. The choir brings us next a beautiful work set to the music of the immortal Franz Schubert. How oft a sigh that from my heart has drifted, some sweet and holy chord, some strain of thine, my soul to high and heavenly spheres has lifted. For this I thank thee, O art divine. Our organist, Alexander Schreiner, brings us the quieting devotional quality of the Adagio from the first sonata by Mendelssohn. J. Spencer Cornwall and the choir conclude this Christmas presentation of Angelus with the moving music of a chorus by Will James. Almighty God of our fathers, unto thy throne do we lift our songs. Hear our prayer, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Angelus, a time for meditation. Before we conclude this Christmas presentation of Angelus, we'd like to share with you a few more thoughts on the spirit of giving. What you keep is lost. What you give is forever yours. Now, for 800 years, these words have given men a pattern for friendship. Shota Rustavelli, a Georgian poet of the Caucasus, wrote them first in his epic, The Man in the Panther's Skin. Soon, they belonged to a whole people. Potters scratched the couplet on the soft, unglazed clay of plates. Smiths etched their lines on silver. Women embroidered it around the edges of their scarves. The words were memorized, repeated, and quoted. More than that, they were lived by. Why did such a phrase capture so many hearts? Well, probably because men 800 years ago were not much different from the men of today. They hoarded treasures, too, and then schemed to protect them from fire and flood and tarnish and thieves and rust and decay, until Rustavelli showed them this easy way to defeat all of these enemies, even that cruelest of all, time. Give to keep was his word. So giving became a joyous obligation. Hospitality became a ritual of delight. Men shared their labor, their talents, their good counsel, their sympathy, their understanding with those who needed them. And they received in return those same gifts back again. A widening circle that could in time make all men friends. Yes, those are fine words to memorize, repeat, quote, and best of all, to live by. Let me repeat them for you now. What you keep is lost. What you give is forever yours. This is Thomas Freeburn Smith again, speaking now for the entire cast of Angelus. On behalf of each member of the choir, under the direction of J. Spencer Cornwall, our organist, Alexander Schreiner, and our producer, Jack Little, I'd like to wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a happy and prosperous New Year. Also, it's our hope that you will find time to join us throughout the year on these weekly presentations of Angelus, A Time for Meditation, a program dedicated to the brotherhood of men of all races, creeds, and religions.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education, presents Accent on Music, a story of fellowship.
Care to smoke during the intermission, Ann?
Love to.
Let's go out to the lobby.
Mm-hmm. I'm certainly glad you're able to get tickets for this concert, Mel. It's superb.
A Toscanini performance always is, especially at an all-Beethoven program.
I don't believe there's a vacant seat in the hall.
There isn't. They've had to turn down hundreds of requests for tickets. Funny, when you think of it, Ann, just about 70 years ago, the Philharmonic was playing practically to an empty house. And one day's receipts amounted only to $168.
Oh, that doesn't seem possible. Were the symphony orchestras so bad in those days?
No, that wasn't it. They only had one or two symphony orchestras in the entire United States in those days. The people didn't have much opportunity to listen to or to understand really great music. At least not until Theodore Thomas began what was practically a one-man revolution.
Theodore Thomas? I don't believe I've ever heard of him. Should I have?
No reason to be ashamed, Ann. I know you love music, but there are very few people who know how indebted we are to Theodore Thomas.
Oh, now don't stand there so smugly, my dear pillar of wisdom. I'm very anxious to be enlightened.
Well, let's see, intermission's 15 minutes. Just about give me time to tell you some of the highlights in the career of this strange and wonderful man. I think perhaps this incident will give you an idea of what Theodore Thomas was up against. I remember reading that it happened back in 1867 when Thomas was conducting his orchestra at Steinway Hall, which had just opened in New York.
We don't want that. Give us something light. That's awful. Come on. I will give you 5 minutes to leave the hall. I'm going to play this selection from the beginning to the end. Whoever wishes to listen without making a noise may do so. I ask all others to go out. I will carry out my purpose if I have to stand here until 2 o'clock in the morning. I have plenty of time.
I hope Mr. Thomas didn't have to stay at Steinway Hall until 2 a.m.
No, Anne, they kept quiet after that little talking to. And they listened.
Uh-oh.
But Theodore Thomas wasn't very happy when he got home that night. His wife was waiting for him.
How did the concert go, Theodore?
Fine. Fine.
You don't sound as if it were fine. I suppose that new composition wasn't received very well.
I'm afraid it wasn't lively enough for them, Minna. Well, I cannot say that I blame them. One must be educated to good music like anything else. They've had so little opportunity here as yet. But I will... No. I must find a way to do more.
Please, Theodore, don't let it upset you. Here's a glass of hot milk. Drink it. It's soothing.
Danke schön, Minna.
But you were born for music. You were giving concert when you were 5 years old.
Yeah, I played for the King of Hanover when I was 5. I was so small, and the violin was bigger than I was. But they listened, and how they applauded me.
And they will listen to you today, Theodore. All of America will listen to you.
Yeah. And I know how I will get them to listen. Yeah. And they will enjoy it.
I had no idea that Theodore Thomas was born in Germany, Mel. It doesn't sound like a German name.
Actually, it was Christian Friedrich Theodore Thomas, but he preferred the shorter name.
Well, how did he manage to get his audiences to like symphonies?
By sugarcoating.
I don't understand.
Here's what happened. Thomas tried the sugarcoating experiment at one concert, and then he could hardly wait to tell his wife the result.
Minna.
What is it, Theodore?
My idea was successful.
Now sit down. Tell me how it went.
You know how I planned the program? First, the Blue Danube Waltz, the Overture to Oberon, a polka, a quadrille, and between the polka and the quadrille, I played the Allegro Vivace movement from Mendelssohn's Reformation Symphony.
No hisses? No whistling?
Nothing but applause. I proved they can enjoy a symphony as much as a dance, or an overture, or a Strauss waltz.
But you only played one movement of the symphony.
That's just it, Minna. I decided to bring them the symphony in small doses.
I'd like to add my bravo for Theodore Thomas, Mel. Judging from the audiences at our symphony concerts, I'd say he did a marvelous job of sugarcoating.
And it would have been wonderful, Anne, if everything had run smoothly from then on.
Oh.
But Theodore Thomas had other troubles. There was that day he had just finished a rehearsal.
That was not bad, gentlemen. I think even Wagner would be pleased at the way you played his overture. I will see you at the concert hall tonight.
Mr. Thomas, I'm sorry to be late.
Late, Joseph? You're not late. You're just in time to go home.
But I was playing at the Casino Gardens, and they asked for so many encores that...
Fine thing. My first violin is the virtuoso for rowdies. The Casino Gardens. Bah! Did they throw pennies at you?
Quarters and $half.
Wonderful. Wonderful. You are a great success.
But what am I to do, Mr. Thomas? I have a family to support. I made $10 today. I just couldn't afford to come to the rehearsal.
I'm not really blaming you, Joseph. You're not the only one who does not show up for rehearsals. But it is impossible to give a good concert without rehearsals. Look at the Philharmonic. The flutist is a house painter. The pianist works in a grocery store.
A musician can't make a living as a musician today, Mr. Thomas.
I am going to change that, Joseph. I'm going to hold a meeting of the orchestra tonight after the concert. But I will tell you now what my plans are. I am going to give every member of the orchestra a contract. They will devote their time only to my orchestra.
But, Mr. Thomas, you know how difficult it is to make our concerts pay here in New York.
Yes.
I know you're not a rich man. If you have to make up the deficits out of your own pocket, you'll go into debt.
You're right, Joseph. New York alone cannot support us. So, we will travel. I have proved that we need only bring good music to the people, and they will recognize its beauty. I will bring good music to all America.
Worcester,
Springfield,
New Haven, Hartford,
Providence,
Boston.
Mr. Thomas, may I introduce myself? I'm Major Higginson.
I'm happy to meet you, Major.
The concert has been a revelation, Mr. Thomas. I cannot recall when I've heard beautiful music so superbly played. I had visions once of being a concert pianist myself, but an injury to my arm has rather prevented that.
I'm very sorry, Major.
But fortunately, I happen to be a man of considerable means. Now, this huge audience you've attracted to your concert means only one thing. Boston needs a symphony orchestra of its own, and I'm going to see that it has one. Now, Mr. Thomas, if you would consent to be its conductor...
Thank you, Major Higginson, but my musicians are under contract to me. They depend on me. I could not leave them. I'm gratified enough that Boston will have its own orchestra. My greatest wish is for every large city in the United States to have its own symphony. With men like yourself to help, Major Higginson, I think America will become the music center of the world.
When Theodore Thomas came to the United States as an immigrant from Germany in 1845, there was just about one orchestra in existence, the New York Philharmonic. After Thomas made his famous tours, he left a trail of symphony orchestras behind him. The St. Louis Symphony, the Minneapolis, the Los Angeles, the Cincinnati, the San Francisco, and, of course, the Chicago Symphony.
Why do you say, of course, the Chicago?
Because to Theodore Thomas, it meant a dream finally come true.
Oh.
But before it happened, he'd run into plenty of difficulties. He'd suffered two great losses. His wife had died. His orchestra was disbanded. He felt as though he were at the end of his rope.
I see.
And one day in 1889, Charles Norman Fay, who'd been vitally interested in Theodore Thomas and his pioneering in music, asked the famous conductor to meet him for dinner at Delmonico's.
More than anything in the world, don't you?
Of course.
Well, would you come to Chicago if we could give you a permanent orchestra there?
I would go to hell if they gave me a permanent orchestra.
Well, now, Chicago isn't as bad as all that. But I really have wonderful news for you, Mr. Thomas. I have spoken to Marshall Field, and with his help, we are getting 50 Chicago businessmen who will guarantee your orchestra. If there are any deficits, they'll take care of them. What's more, they'll build you a concert hall.
It's a dream. What is the catch?
There is no catch. You will be solely responsible for the orchestra. All that the people of Chicago want is to have you bring them the best in music.
You know, Charles, that is to me the greatness of America. Perhaps for the moment, life looks black. But always there are people here to give a man opportunity. That is why I've wanted to go and do so much for America. To bring the greatest of music to its people.
No man is more deserving than you, Mr. Thomas. No one in America has done more for the cause of good music.
So that evening at Delmonico's, Anne, the Chicago Symphony Orchestra was born. A combination of the genius of Theodore Thomas and his backing by the people of Chicago resulted in untold enjoyment for all of us. After his death, they built a monument on the Chicago lakefront to perpetuate his memory.
Mel, I think that from now on, whenever I go to a concert or hear one broadcast, it'll always put me in mind of Theodore Thomas.
And the chances are that a great many of the selections you hear were first brought to the United States by Theodore Thomas. He was not only responsible for introducing to this country more than 400 compositions, but he gave many a young American composer his first chance to be heard.
That's the most instructive intermission I've ever enjoyed, Mel.
Well, we'd better get back to our seats.
Mm-hmm. Where's Toscanini now?
It's just an interesting coincidence, Anne. Toscanini's choosing Beethoven's Fifth for the second half of this program. Happens to have been the favorite symphony of Theodore Thomas.
You have been listening to Accent on Music, the story of Theodore Thomas, German immigrant, American citizen, who more than any one man was responsible for the preeminence of American symphony orchestras. Accent on Music was written by Joyce Stillman and produced by Will Scott. Those in the cast were Dave Ormond as Theodore Thomas, Ken Harvey, Margaret Kelly, Gloria Ann Simpson, Jack Carroll, Bud Whittam, Howard Culver, and Frank Gerstle. Your announcer is Dick Crawford. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education. The Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education, presents Accent on Music, a story of fellowship.
Care to smoke during the intermission, Anne?
Love to.
Let's go out to the lobby.
Mm-hmm. I'm certainly glad you're able to get tickets for this concert, Mel. It's superb.
A Toscanini performance always is, especially at an all-Beethoven program.
I don't believe there's a vacant seat in the hall.
There isn't. They've had to turn down hundreds of requests for tickets. Funny, when you think of it, Anne, just about 70 years ago, the Philharmonic was playing practically to an empty house. And one day's receipts amounted only to $168.
Oh, that doesn't seem possible. Were the symphony orchestras so bad in those days?
No, that wasn't it. They only had one or two symphony orchestras in the entire United States in those days. The people didn't have much opportunity to listen to or to understand really great music. At least not until Theodore Thomas began what was practically a one-man revolution.
Theodore Thomas? I don't believe I've ever heard of him. Should I have?
No reason to be ashamed, Anne. I know you love music, but there are very few people who know how indebted we are to Theodore Thomas.
Oh, now don't stand there so smugly, my dear pillar of wisdom. I'm very anxious to be enlightened.
Well, let's see, intermission's 15 minutes. Just about give me time to tell you some of the highlights in the career of this strange and wonderful man. I think perhaps this incident will give you an idea of what Theodore Thomas was up against. I remember reading that it happened back in 1867 when Thomas was conducting his orchestra at Steinway Hall, which had just opened in New York.
We don't want that. Give us something light. That's awful. Come on.
I will give you 5 minutes to leave the hall. I'm going to play the selection from the beginning to the end. Whoever wishes to listen without making a noise may do so. I ask all others to go out. I will carry out my purpose if I have to stand here until 2 o'clock in the morning. I have plenty of time.
I hope Mr. Thomas didn't have to stay at Steinway Hall until 2 a.m.
No, Anne, they kept quiet after that little talking to. And they listened.
Uh-oh.
But Theodore Thomas wasn't very happy when he got home that night. His wife was waiting for him.
How did the concert go, Theodore?
Fine. Fine.
You don't sound as if it were fine. I suppose that new composition wasn't received very well.
I'm afraid it wasn't lively enough for them, Minna. Well, I cannot say that I blame them. One must be educated to good music like anything else. They've had so little opportunity here, as yet. But I will... No. I must find a way to do more.
Please, Theodore, don't let it upset you. Here's a glass of hot milk. Drink it. It's soothing.
Dankeschön, Minna.
But you were born for music. You were giving concert when you were 5 years old.
Yeah, I played for the King of Hanover when I was 5. I was so small, and the violin was bigger than I was. But they listened, and how they applauded me.
And they will listen to you today, Theodore. All of America will listen to you.
Yeah. And I know how I will get them to listen. Yeah. And they will enjoy it.
I had no idea that Theodore Thomas was born in Germany, Mel. It doesn't sound like a German name.
Actually, it was Christian Friedrich Theodore Thomas, but he preferred the shorter name.
Well, how did he manage to get his audiences to like symphonies?
By sugarcoating.
I don't understand.
Here's what happened. Thomas tried the sugarcoating experiment at one concert, and then he could hardly wait to tell his wife the result.
Minna.
What is it, Theodore?
My idea was successful.
Now sit down. Tell me how it went.
You know how I planned the program? First, the Blue Danube Waltz, the Overture to Oberon, a polka, a quadrille, and between the polka and the quadrille, I played the Allegro Vivace movement from Mendelssohn's Reformation Symphony.
No hisses? No whistling?
Nothing but applause. I proved they can enjoy a symphony as much as a dance, or an overture, or Strauss waltz.
But you only played one movement of the symphony.
That's just it, Minna. I decided to bring them the symphony in small doses.
I'd like to add my bravo for Theodore Thomas, Mel. Judging from the audiences at our symphony concerts, I'd say he did a marvelous job of sugarcoating.
And it would have been wonderful, Anne, if everything had run smoothly from then on.
Oh.
But Theodore Thomas had other troubles. It was that day he had just finished a rehearsal.
That was not bad, gentlemen. I think even Wagner would be pleased at the way you played his overture. I will see you at the concert hall tonight.
Mr. Thomas, I'm sorry to be late.
Late, Joseph? You're not late. You're just in time to go home.
But I was playing at the Casino Gardens, and they asked for so many encores that...
Fine thing. My first violin is the virtuoso for rowdies. The Casino Gardens. Bah! Did they throw pennies at you?
Quarters and $half.
Wonderful. Wonderful. You're a great success.
But what am I to do, Mr. Thomas? I have a family to support. I made $10 today. I just couldn't afford to come to the rehearsal.
I'm not really blaming you, Joseph. You're not the only one who does not show up for rehearsals. But it is impossible to give a good concert without rehearsals. Look at the Philharmonic. The flutist is a house painter. The pianist works in a grocery store.
A musician can't make a living as a musician today, Mr. Thomas.
I am going to change that, Joseph. I'm going to hold a meeting of the orchestra tonight after the concert. But I will tell you now what my plans are. I am going to give every member of the orchestra a contract. They will devote their time only to my orchestra.
But, Mr. Thomas, you know how difficult it is to make our concerts pay here in New York.
Yes.
I know you're not a rich man. If you have to make up the deficits out of your own pocket, you'll go into debt.
You're right, Joseph. New York alone cannot support us. So, we will travel. I have proved that we need only bring good music to the people, and they will recognize its beauty. I will bring good music to all America.
Worcester,
Springfield,
New Haven, Hartford,
Providence,
Boston.
Mr. Thomas, may I introduce myself? I'm Major Higginson.
I'm happy to meet you, Major.
The concert has been a revelation, Mr. Thomas. I cannot recall when I've heard beautiful music so superbly played. I had visions once of being a concert pianist myself, but an injury to my arm has rather prevented that.
I'm very sorry, Major.
But fortunately, I happen to be a man of considerable means. Now, this huge audience you've attracted to your concert means only one thing. Boston needs a symphony orchestra of its own, and I'm going to see that it has one. Now, Mr. Thomas, if you would consent to be its conductor...
Thank you, Major Higginson, but my musicians are under contract to me. They depend on me. I could not leave them. I'm gratified enough that Boston will have its own orchestra. My greatest wish is for every large city in the United States to have its own symphony. With men like yourself to help, Major Higginson, I think America will become the music center of the world.
When Theodore Thomas came to the United States as an immigrant from Germany in 1845, there was just about one orchestra in existence, the New York Philharmonic. After Thomas made his famous tours, he left a trail of symphony orchestras behind him. The St. Louis Symphony, the Minneapolis, the Los Angeles, the Cincinnati, the San Francisco, and, of course, the Chicago Symphony.
Why do you say, of course, the Chicago?
Because to Theodore Thomas, it meant a dream finally come true.
Oh.
But before it happened, he'd run into plenty of difficulties. He'd suffered two great losses. His wife had died. His orchestra was disbanded. He felt as though he were at the end of his rope.
I see.
And one day in 1889, Charles Norman Fay, who'd been vitally interested in Theodore Thomas and his pioneering in music, asked the famous conductor to meet him for dinner at Delmonico's.
More than anything in the world, don't you?
Of course.
Well, would you come to Chicago if we could give you a permanent orchestra there?
I would go to hell if they gave me a permanent orchestra.
Well, now, Chicago isn't as bad as all that. But I really have wonderful news for you, Mr. Thomas. I have spoken to Marshall Field, and with his help, we are getting 50 Chicago businessmen who will guarantee your orchestra. If there are any deficits, they'll take care of them. What's more, they'll build you a concert hall.
It's a dream. What is the catch?
There is no catch. You will be solely responsible for the orchestra. All that the people of Chicago want is to have you bring them the best in music.
You know, Charles, that is to me the greatness of America. Perhaps for the moment, life looks black. But always there are people here to give a man opportunity. That is why I've wanted to go and do so much for America. To bring the greatest of music to its people.
No man is more deserving than you, Mr. Thomas. No one in America has done more for the cause of good music.
So that evening at Delmonico's, Anne, the Chicago Symphony Orchestra was born. The combination of the genius of Theodore Thomas and his backing by the people of Chicago resulted in untold enjoyment for all of us. After his death, they built a monument on the Chicago lakefront to perpetuate his memory.
Mel, I think that from now on, whenever I go to a concert or hear one broadcast, it'll always put me in mind of Theodore Thomas.
And the chances are that a great many of the selections you hear were first brought to the United States by Theodore Thomas. He was not only responsible for introducing to this country more than 400 compositions, but he gave many a young American composer his first chance to be heard.
That's the most instructive intermission I've ever enjoyed, Mel.
Well, we'd better get back to our seats.
Mm-hmm. Where's Toscanini now?
It's just an interesting coincidence, Anne. Toscanini's choosing Beethoven's Fifth for the second half of this program. Happens to have been the favorite symphony of Theodore Thomas.
You have been listening to Accent on Music, the story of Theodore Thomas, German immigrant, American citizen, who more than any one man was responsible for the preeminence of American symphony orchestras. Accent on Music was written by Joyce Stillman and produced by Will Scott. Those in the cast were Dave Ormond as Theodore Thomas, Ken Harvey, Margaret Kelly, Gloria Ann Simpson, Jack Carroll, Bud Whittam, Howard Culver, and Frank Gerstle. Your announcer is Dick Crawford. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education, presents The Reformer, a story of fellowship.
The tall, cadaverous man with fierce eyes is at his ease. He sits at his piano, fingering his beloved keys, and sways his lean body to the tempo. There is a bit of gray streaking his temples, but he is young in 1876. At the age of 47, Carl Schurz, immigrant, native of Germany, has risen to be Secretary of Interior under President Hayes. The notes are soothing, yet Carl Schurz is again embroiled in conflict and problems. To the end of his days, he will be known as the Reformer, a man who pursues his ideals doggedly. What has his life been up to now? One way to find out is to hear what the private detective reported when asked to dig up dirt about him for a rival political party.
I'm afraid it's a dud.
Well, then he's sure to win the race for senator. No, well, we can always point to his foreign birth and make it an issue.
I hope you don't get angry, sir. I'm only a private detective. But if you run that one in, I don't think it will do any good. From what I know of him, this country would be a lot better off if we had some more like him. Foreign birth and all.
Think back, Carl. When was it that you played that Chopin nocturne? It's coming back, isn't it, over the yellowed pages of a full calendar, back when the North and South were drenching the soil with blood. Remember the night at the big White House? You in your uniform of Major General, and the other man, even taller and thinner than yourself, with eyes that seemed to understand everything they saw? Remember?
Beautiful, Carl. I mean, General.
Carl, Mr. Lincoln.
I'm happy you came to visit. Music makes me forget. I need to forget sometimes.
Well, I'll play another if you like.
Not now, thanks. You came up from the south to see me.
I have written you about the situation before. Now it is worse. I have reason to believe that many supplies never reach us.
What do you think is happening?
Mr. Lincoln, there is only one possibility. Before the supplies are turned over to the troops, they are sold at big profits along the route. I propose that we include some soldiers in the next convoy, dressed as civilians.
I'll see to it that the Quartermaster General is informed.
Thank you, sir.
Carl, I think you've been called many things in your life, but has anyone ever called you a watchdog? That's what you are.
This is the first time.
It's a compliment, I assure you. We need watchdogs, in war and out. I've enjoyed reading your reports from the front. You don't miss anything, do you? Behavior of officers, men, morale, ways of improvement?
I came to believe in the United States while I was a boy in Europe.
Were you alone?
There were many like me who grew to manhood with a shining picture of this country in front of us. We desired the same for Europe, but there was to be no compromising. If the law is free speech, then it was to be free speech, with no exceptions, ifs, ands, or buts. You know how it can be. Well, then I find myself here. And always I have tried to see the rights of the individual carried to their maximum.
You're the apostle of reform.
I'm proud of it.
Keep at it, Carl. We must be reminded constantly of our failures if we're to be successful in bestowing God's rights on individuals. Clamor for reform, and if we don't reach the ideal you've set for the country, at least we'll have come along the way. Never mind what the papers call you. If you're convinced of the justice of the fight, you can't help winning. I remember when you were senator and you fought the system of awarding government positions as payment to politicians. You were alone, but you won.
It was victory for the people.
When this dreadful war is over, then more than ever will the country need men like you. Carl, will you play some more for a tired man?
The trail is familiar now, Carl. See how it spins across the Atlantic, deep into Germany, to Berlin? It's a dark night. The stars are blacked out, and you're playing with sudden death.
I can't run anymore, Carl.
A little further, then I can rest.
Yeah.
Here, lean on my arm more. That's it. All right. Behind that big tree. Now.
Why did you come back? It was foolish.
Do you think I would forget you? I was safe in France, but Helmuth, you mean as much to German freedom, even more than I do.
When they catch us, they will execute us both immediately.
They won't catch us. Men are waiting for us at the Swiss border. From there, I'll take you to England.
Oh, we shall never reach there.
I got you out of that prison, didn't I?
Yeah.
It was simple to bribe the guards.
Oh, but it is a long way to the Swiss border. I am old.
Another mile, and there will be a carriage waiting for us. Force yourself to walk.
Oh, why delude ourselves? Our revolution for freedom is over. There is nothing left. It will be another time.
The dogs. Listen to me, Helmuth. No matter what happens, promise me you will not retract even one word. Tyranny such as our people must endure cannot and must not be allowed to exist. If we fail the people, we have failed God himself.
I promise.
Now all we can do is wait and pray that they lose the trail in the river.
You made it to England, Carl, and from there to America, where you were billed as the German firebrand. For 3 years it was hard going, watching every penny and wearing clothes full of patches. But you talked, and you took sides, and you wanted America to be what you thought it was like when you were a boy. Not the gold streets, but the infinitely more valuable freedoms and fine human relationships you dreamed about. You became a senator. And when the war broke out, you organized a division of German Americans and became their general. And now, Carl Schurz, you have reached the highest post any immigrant has ever scaled, Secretary of Interior. And with it came the troubles. As always, you're up to your neck in them, aren't you?
Mr. Secretary, the reporters are waiting.
You may send them in.
In here, gentlemen.
I don't know. We'll put in the column if he has any.
Gentlemen. Gentlemen, I will come quickly to the point. The country is distressed with the handling of various Indian tribes. It has a right to be so. Our Indian policy, to put it mildly, has been short-sighted, unjust, and stupid. Unscrupulous elements of our population have taken advantage of the Indian to a point where he can resort only to his savage instincts.
Mr. Secretary, are you laying the fault for the Indian disturbances on white men?
I am.
Well, wait till we put that on paper.
I have discovered in my department an Indian ring composed of grafters of various degrees of turpitude who have been allowed to exercise their own unscrupulous discretion in their negotiations with the red men. We are guilty of robbery. We have been uncivilized. Our sacred papers of freedom, the Declaration, and the Independence are a mockery if we allow the Indian to feel the full weight of injustice.
What do you propose doing about the Ponkas? You're the one who forced them to their new reservation.
That is a vicious lie. When I took office, the Ponca tribe had been ordered to a new location. I am merely carrying out the law. I say the law is unjust, but it is the law. The main objective of this department will be to absorb the Indians by legal means into the citizenry of the United States. And when this has been accomplished, to treat them in all respects like other inhabitants of the country. I have just issued an order to the Poncas which allows them to set up their own police force.
Mr. Secretary, do I believe what I hear?
From now on, the Indians will arrest their own people who go outside the law. They will be furnished with weapons.
What? Then there won't be a white man who'll be safe. You're encouraging bloodshed.
I believe in giving each person responsibility. I have faith that as the caliber of the Indian agents becomes higher, there will be little trouble.
You're putting guns into the hands of barbarians. Responsibility? The people will have your head for this.
Yes, Liebchen.
Der is a man out there to see you from the office.
Must be important. It is late. All right. I'll see what he wants, and then I will resume. Oh, so it is you, Armstrong.
Yes.
Well, then?
Bad news, sir. This dispatch just arrived.
You've read it?
Yes, sir.
Then tell me about it.
Well, it seems that 3 punkers are accused of... Well, that is, they're alleged to have murdered a white settler and his wife.
No.
The 3 is somewhere on the reservation, our agent says, and, well, he's waiting for them to be surrendered to him. He adds that he doesn't expect them to be, and that the vigilantes are organizing for a raid on the punkers. Shall I telegraph a reply, sir?
No.
Shall I inform the newspapermen of the incident?
You'd better. And schedule a press meeting at 10 tomorrow morning. I want to get it over with.
Evidently, the Indians and their big white father don't see eye to eye, do they, Mr. Secretary?
What are your plans when you leave the cabinet? Going to take up farming?
If you men
Mr.
will...
Secretary.
Can it wait?
Another telegram. Here, read it.
Oh, thank God. You men are about to hear my statement of resignation. Now, I will tear it up. This wire has just come in from the reservation. I quote, 3 suspects surrendered by Chief Standing Bear. Chief refutes charges but has deep trust in you behind this act. Asks for impartial trial for his braves. Also presented $322.20 gathered from tribe. Money to be used for expert attorney. People here amazed, yet pleased. More later.
Oh, what a story this will make. Say, I gotta get it.
Need any more be said? There is no one in the West today who wants and covets law and order more than the Indian. I think that today's action marks the end of the vigilantes and those who would take the law into their own hands. Are there any questions? None? Then I must go back to work. How did it happen that I, a poor youth from a foreign country, could be taken to the bosom of America and rise in her councils to such a position? But it is no wonder, for that is the miracle of America, where a man stands on his worth. And what have I given, and what shall I give in return in my appreciation? I will fight to my last breath to bolster the freedoms and rights that are guaranteed to every American. I will never let the people forget that they, too, must be on guard to protect them. Let them call me a reformer. It is a proud title, for with every victory we come nearer the ideals of liberty that the Founding Fathers had in mind. And should I ever falter or hesitate in my devotion, there's a voice in my heart to remind me.
Clamor for reform, and if we don't reach the ideal you set for the country, at least we will have come along the way. If you're convinced of the justice of the fight, you can't help but win.
The Reformer was written by Steve Allen and produced by Will Scott. Those of the cast were Clayton Post as Carl Schertz, Dave Ormont, Bob Young, Ben Wright, Howard Culver, Jack Carroll, Bud Whittam, and Marion Richmond. Your announcer is Bill Stewart. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
This is the story of Frederick Douglass, a man who had been born into slavery and of the great turning point in his career. The Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education, presents Incident near Harper's Ferry, a story of fellowship.
Good morning, Mr. Delaney.
Morning, Freddie. Your father coming in?
Yes, sir.
I want him to have a look at our new front page.
Let me see.
Hold on a minute. I'm just about to press it now. This glasses, old hand press.
Will it cost any more? Father's worried about expenses.
Not a cent more, lad. That ought to be enough. There. That's it, my boy. How do you like it?
Doesn't look so different.
But the masthead, it's beautiful. The North Star, Rochester, New York, founded December 3, 1847. Frederick Douglass, editor. Martin R. Delaney, assistant editor. 1847 to 1859. We're 12 years old, Freddie.
Good morning, Martin.
Morning, Frederick.
What did you hear?
Have a look.
Very good. Very good. But that's not for this week's edition, is it?
Oh, no, next week. This week's is coming off the press right now.
Good. Son, you better start bundling them now. As soon as your brother arrives, he'll help you.
Yes, Father.
And send 3 extras to Henry Thoreau in Concord.
Yes, Father.
And don't forget Wendell Phillips and Horace Greeley.
No, Father.
Martin, I've been thinking. I don't want to spoil your front page, but our statement of policy, I want to add something. I think it should come in right here. Yes. See, it reads, to advance universal emancipation. Now, right after that, insert, and to raise the standard of public morality. Will that upset your front page too much?
No, and to raise. 2, 4, 6. Only 8 words, that is. No, that won't bother it.
All right. Otherwise, it's fine. Martin, I have something to discuss with you. Come into the office.
Something serious?
I'm not sure, but I'm going to have to leave town again. Son, watch that press for Mr. Delaney.
Yes, Father.
I received a letter this morning, Martin. Here, read it.
Let me see now. I am forced to move sooner than I had planned. Before going forward, I want to see you. Bring along Green. Tell him the time has come. Smith. And who is Smith?
John Brown.
Oh! Where is he?
In the Allegheny Mountains, just about where Virginia and Maryland meet.
It smells to me that he's ready to go into action again, the same as he did in Kansas. I don't know if I like it.
He made Kansas a free state.
I know. And now he's a fugitive from there. It's not so long since you were a slave, you know. So I'm thinking you should not go, Frederick. Your work is here.
My work is where I can do the most good for the emancipation of my people.
Yes,
and
but...
John Brown is one man who's worked harder for that than anyone else. He's accomplished more than Garrison, Phillips, Greeley, and myself combined. My place is at his side, whether there be action or not.
You might not return.
I know.
Does your wife know?
Yes. And Martin, if I don't return, see that she and the boys are taken care of, will you?
For as long as I live.
I can't get over it, Mr. Douglas. Me riding with you. And Captain Brown is sure going to be happy to see you. Both of you. You and Green.
I'm not much. It's men like Mr. Douglas here and Captain Brown that's important.
How is he, Cocky?
Well, you'll see. You'll see.
Yeah, we're quite high. How much farther?
Won't be long now. We're almost there.
What's up here?
An old quarry and a cave. Makes a perfect spot to hide our material.
Oh. Do you have much hidden?
More than you think. Now, right after this turn, there's a large boulder under a large oak tree. We'll leave the wagon on the mountainside of the boulder.
How far then?
You'll see. Here we are. Whoa! Come around this side of the tree here. There. See it?
Well, right under our noses. Now where's the cave?
Wait a minute. Now follow me. There he is. There's the captain.
Oh, Captain!
What's the matter with him, Coggy? His face, his clothes. He's old. He's beaten.
Oh, not him, Mr. Douglas. Not him. Wait till you see his eyes. Then you'll know he's alive.
Looks like the same old captain to me.
No, he's not the same man I knew.
Frederick Douglass. Oh, the sight of you fills my heart to overflow.
John Brown, it's good to see you, my friend.
And you brought Shields Green with you. Hello, Shields. I'm glad you came to join us.
I said I'd come when you called, Captain.
What's happened to you, John Brown? What's wrong?
Well, it's been a few years since you've seen me, Frederick, and age creeps up on a man. Come along now. How is your newspaper, huh?
It's doing very well.
Oh, I hear great things of you. You're spoken of highly because of your newspaper and because of your speeches. You have come a long way, Frederick. Now, stop. There. See the view. Maryland and Virginia. The Shenandoah and the Potomac. And there's Harper's Ferry. And we command the view for miles around. I saw you half an hour before you arrived. Here we come. We have no time to waste. Douglas, we can wait no longer. Our next move must be a decisive one. And I have a plan. A plan that's been brewing in my brain for many years. Now, here's our cave, our headquarters.
You're the only one here, John?
All my men are distributed throughout these mountains. This cave is our headquarters, but these mountains are our fortress.
What are you going to do?
Kagi, the map.
Yes, Captain.
John, are you planning an attack of some sort?
Yes, an attack for freedom. An attack to free our downtrodden brothers and lift them to the stature of individuals.
I've thought a great deal since I received your message, John. There are many
Mary,
things
we have
that...
no time for political discussions. You came. Are you with me?
You know that I hold you in high regard, John Brown. You're my people's best friend.
Good. Kagi, where's that map?
Here you are, Captain.
Now, see here, Frederick. Look, Green. See these mountains? There's our fortress. A sure and a safe defense. Now, you follow my finger as I trace the map. The Shenandoah comes up from the southwest. The Potomac comes down from the northwest, joining here with a roar and going off to the sea. That is our focal point. From there we will begin our holy fight, and from there we will win the land and free our brothers. Your brothers.
But, John, that's Harper's Ferry.
Yes, that's why I pointed it out to you before. Harper's Ferry is the safest natural entrance to our mountain passage. We'll take that first, and then we'll have what guns and ammunition we need.
But Harper's Ferry?
Of course.
You're going to attack it.
Attack it, take it, and hold it.
John, you can't do it. That's an arsenal of the United States. You'll be warring against the federal government.
That's right, Frederick, and now is the time.
No.
Why not?
Because such an attack is treason. Insurrection.
We intend hurting no one. There should be no bloodshed.
Don't speak to me of bloodshed, John Brown. This is something much higher than that. If you attack Harper's Ferry, you're fighting the United States government. It's no different than condemning the laws and tearing up the Constitution.
I'll fight any law that binds the souls of men.
No, John. I broke with William Lloyd Garrison when he went too far, and I'll break with you. I'll break with anyone who advocates progress by anything other than peaceful means. John, come outside. This cave is too close. There's not enough air. Looks like a storm coming up from the west.
Are you going to be with me, Frederick?
John, you're fighting the United States of America.
You won't work to help your poor black brothers?
It isn't that.
Then what is it? Is it so long since you yourself were a slave? Is it that you've worked yourself into a high and mighty man, respected by the respectable and fawned upon by fawners? Is it that? Or is it that you don't care anymore?
You know you shouldn't have said that.
Oh, Frederick, I've thought of you as a son. You cannot turn your back on me now.
John Brown, if a man can ever say it to another man, I've loved you. But I cannot follow you now. John, you're wrong. Do you really believe you can do this?
Yes.
How many men have you?
22, and that's all I need. Yes, 22. But before our work is finished, we'll have an army of thousands upon thousands.
No, you won't.
You say that I'll fail?
Yes.
And I'll say I'll never fail, though the gates of hell stand up before me. If they surround me, I'll cut my way out. Cut my way out, I say.
And then what, John?
Look, these mountains are filled with natural forts where one man for defense would be worth 1,000 for attack. They're filled with good hiding places where large numbers of brave men can be concealed. They could elude and baffle pursuit for a long time. I know these mountains, Frederick. I can take a body of men into them and keep them there safely for as long as I want.
They'd take bloodhounds and hunch out of the mountains before a month was up, John.
They might try, but we'd whip them. And when we whipped one squad, they'd be careful how they went after us.
Once or twice, perhaps, John, but in the end, they'd surround you and starve you out.
They could never do it so that I couldn't cut my way out. They could never do it, I tell you. I want to rouse the nation. I'll capture Harper's Ferry and show your people that a real blow is being struck for them. Oh, join me, Frederick. I need you. I need your brains. I have good men, strong men, but I need more brains. Now join me, Frederick.
You say you want to help my people. John, this is not the way. Help them, but do it peacefully. I've said this is treason. You're fighting the United States of America, and I cannot join you in such an act.
Not even for my sake?
For your sake or for no one's sake.
You shout to me of treason. You're afraid to face a gun. Forgive me, Frederick. Forgive an old man.
There's nothing to forgive, John. You haven't offended me. You know that I have no concern for guns pointed at me. My only concern is for you. Come inside. We're getting soaked out here. Green.
Yes, Mr. Douglas.
When I came up here, I didn't know what plan Captain Brown had. Now I do. I cannot honestly join him, so I'm leaving.
He says we'll fail at Harper's Ferry.
That's not my reason.
He thinks that none of us will come out alive, don't you, Frederick?
Well, Green?
I think I goes with the old man.
John, is there no way I can stop you? You're all on the wrong track. You think you can help my people by violence. My people? Coggy Green, they're your people, too. Don't you realize that you and I can be helped only by peaceful means, by the laws of nature and the laws of this country? Instead of throwing your energy into bloodshed and strife, why don't you throw it into lawful and peaceful channels? Is there nothing, John, I can say? So be it. Goodbye, John Brown. No, don't come with me. I'll go alone.
Goodbye, my son.
take care of yourself.
Goodbye, John Brown.
The preceding incident took place in the life of Frederick Douglass, who through his belief in the United States, its Constitution, and its laws, rose to the ranks of the great. He became the trusted friend of Presidents Lincoln, Grant, Garfield, and Cleveland. He became a national figure in newspaper circles, Marshal of the District of Columbia, and United States Minister to Haiti. Incident near Harper's Ferry was written and directed by Stephen R. Callahan. Frederick Douglass was played by Tom McKee, and Ben Wright was John Brown. Others in the cast were Dawes Butler, Glenn Garvey, Al Hill, and Douglas Mador. This is Frank Gerstle speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
AFRS Sports Reel. This is the AFRS Sports Reel. Yes, sports fans, gather around that old 19th hole. Here's another yarn session with three of your favorite commentators on the sporting life: Sam Volter, Ed Thorgerson, and Bill Stern. For our first close-up, here's Bill Stern to pass on to you the strangest baseball story he's ever heard.
This is the strangest baseball story I've ever heard. For this is a story, as told to me, of three men who once roomed together. And yet, strangely enough, all three of these roommates had a curious interest in the game of baseball. These three roommates were very poor. So poor that back at the turn of the century, in 1900, these three men occupied a cheap room on 15th Street, west of Broadway in New York City. A room that didn't even have a window in it. Yet it was the best room that these three roommates could afford. The first of these three roommates was a man named Henry Howard. Years later, it was this same Henry Howard who, according to the story, was destined to organize one of the strangest baseball teams in America. A baseball team that still plays baseball in St. Petersburg, Florida. And it's such an unusual team that last year, the Saturday Evening Post wrote a feature article about this team that had been founded by Henry Howard. For you see, this strange baseball team last year played before more than 100,000 people, despite the fact that every man on that team has to be over 75 years old. That's the story of the first of these three roommates who roomed together in New York City back in 1900. The second of these three roommates was a man named Sweeney, Fred Sweeney, and he too loved baseball. Loved it so much that he too reputedly organized a baseball team. In fact, Fred Sweeney organized two baseball teams that are made up of good players, so good that some of these players on Fred Sweeney's teams should be in the major leagues. And yet no player on his teams has ever received a major league offer. And no player on his team will ever get a major league offer because, you see, Sweeney and his baseball teams live on a small island off the coast of France. And each member of his teams is a convicted killer serving life sentences for murder. Now you know the story of the second of these three men who once roomed together in New York City. But the story of their third roommate is even stranger. For unlike his other two roommates, this third roommate did not like the game of baseball. His name was Jack Norwood. And whenever his two roommates would bring up the subject of baseball, Jack Norwood would laugh at him. They tried their best to get him interested in the game, but he just didn't like baseball. The more his two roommates tried to interest him in baseball, the more he began to dislike the game. Until finally, Jack Norwood admitted to his roommates that he hated the game of baseball. And yet, strangely enough, this same Jack Norwood, who hated the game of baseball, will never be forgotten as long as baseball is played. For even though he didn't like the game, it was he who wrote baseball's greatest song, Take Me Out to the Ball Game.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd.
That's the story of three roommates who once roomed together in New York City. Three men who've had a strange influence on the game of baseball. For the first of these roommates, Henry Howard, organized a baseball team in St. Petersburg, Florida, where every player on that team has to be 75 years old. And the second roommate, Fred Sweeney, organized two baseball teams, and to play on his teams, you've got to be a killer convicted of murder. But the most interesting story of these three roommates was the story of the third roommate, Jack Norwood. Jack Norwood, who, despite the fact that he didn't even like the game of baseball, was destined to make baseball history by writing baseball's greatest song. But that's not the end of the story of these three roommates. Oh, no. The strangest part of this story is the incredible fact, strange as it seems, that Jack Norwood, who didn't like baseball and yet wrote baseball's greatest song, has never seen a game of baseball. In fact, he has never been
at the old ball game.
Profile of a great song.
Great Bill Stern, that was a strange story indeed. The biggest event in auto racing, and perhaps the most thrill-packed in the entire world of sport, is the annual Indianapolis Speedway. And here's Ed Thorgerson with a memorable moment from the Speedway.
At Indianapolis, 24 cars and 24 drivers started the grueling grind on that blistering hot Memorial Day 34 years ago. There was Teddy Tetzlaff in a Fiat, Bob Berman in a Cutting, David Bruce Brown, Howdy Wilcox, and Joe Dawson, all in shining Nationals. Huey Hughes was driving a yellow Mercer with wire wheels, a revolutionary development in those days. Spence Wishart, Ab Jenkins, Ralph Mulford, Eddie Hearn, Wild Bill Endicott, and Gil Anderson were in there in such assorted races as a Stutz, McFarlane 6, Case, Simplex, Marquette Buick, Lexington, and Opel. At the wheel of a red Firestone Columbus sat a tall, skinny kid named Eddie Rickenbacker. But the man to beat that day was Ralph De Palma in his gray Mercedes, a beautiful car machined with the precision of a switch watch and tuned to make a fabulous 120 miles an hour on the straightaway. De Palma took the lead on the third lap, with Wishart and Bruce Brown fighting for the second position, and the others strung out around the track. The speed of the Mercedes was 83 miles an hour, 1 minute 49 seconds for a complete circuit of the 2.5-mile brick-paved oval. One by one, the cars began to falter as the pace became too fast for overheated steel and rubber. On the sixth lap, Harry Knight's Lexington blew a cylinder. A connecting rod snapped on the Opel. Two broken piston rings forced out Bruce Brown in the 25th lap. Rickenbacker's turn came on the 43rd, a crystallized valve. A burned-out crankshaft bearing washed up Eddie Hearn on the 55th. On the 63rd, the McFarlane 6 blew a tire and sheared off two wheels against the wall. In the 67th, the Case practically fell to pieces as it coasted into the pits. A Stutz careened wildly and leaped from the track. A connecting rod ripped through the crankcase of a big red Simplex. The carburetor of the Marquette Buick caught fire. Only 14 cars were still in the race at 200 miles, and De Palma was steadily adding to the lead he had taken in the first 5 minutes. 3 more drivers gave up before the 300-mile mark was reached. 4/5 through the race, De Palma was 7 full laps in front, 17.5 miles in the lead. As he began the 197th lap, De Palma was 11 minutes ahead of Joe Dawson, who was trailing second. Only 3 laps, 7.5 miles, separated De Palma from victory and first prize money of $20,000. And then it happened. Off on the backstretch, one of the Mercedes' overstrained pistons snapped, and the smooth roar turned into a noisy clatter. As the car slowed and the other drivers raced ahead, De Palma's Mercedes sounded like a swing shift in a boiler factory, but he stayed in the race. Into the 199th lap, he crawled at 20 miles an hour. And then, on the home stretch, 80,000 spectators saw an unforgettable demonstration of raw courage. Joe Dawson had already crossed the finish line to win, and Tetzlaff had roared in second when the gray Mercedes came in sight around the turn. De Palma was pushing it, steering from the side and pushing it. As he inched the racer in front of the grandstand, the 80,000 could see the sweat pouring from his face and the terrible fatigue in every inch of his body. For a mile and a half, that massive car had been moved by nothing but De Palma's indomitable will to finish. For an instant, there was a stunned silence as the crowd looked, and then a mighty roar went up that shook the very foundations of the Speedway. It was a tribute to a man who had not won, but to a man who had gained more in losing than in any of his victories. Yes, Ralph De Palma rode and pushed his way to glory because he proved how great a real sportsman can be, even in defeat.
That was swell, Ed. And now here's Sam Balter with a story about, I could be wrong, but I think it's about golf. Let's find out.
What goes to make a champion golfer? His lengthy wallop, his keen approach, a steady putter? Yes, of course. The skill of the man, surely. But sometimes more than that. Ask many a golfer about how the great Haig, Walter Hagen, won his matches, and they'll tell you, mind over matter, man. Half the time, it was mind over matter. Yes, he had the screaming drives, the masterful approach shots, but many times so did his opponent. And on these occasions when skill and technique were at a stalemate, psychology the master entered the picture, and Walter Hagen won the tournament with his mind. Not possible? Well, since this would normally be the time of the annual PGA, consider the PGA tournament of 1927, for example, the last of Sir Walter's 5 PGA championships. Walter went on to the finals, his opponent Joe Turnessa, and it was in this match that Hagen pulled what most pros consider his masterpiece. On the first green, Hagen and Turnessa were both on in 3, and Hagen went down for his par 4. Turnessa's ball was about 6 feet away. Now, a 6-foot putt is not a difficult putt for professionals, but it's not too easy either when there's a great deal at stake. Turnessa had carefully lined up the putt, studied the line, walked over to the ball, when Hagen knocked the ball aside, conceding the putt. On the second green, he conceded an 8-footer to give Turnessa the hole. And so it went throughout the match, Hagen conceding all kinds of short putts. He was 2 down at the turn, but at the 18th green, they were all even. Walter holed out for a par. Turnessa had a beautiful approach that rolled up within 5 feet of the cup, likewise a certain par. Turnessa started to pick up his ball, and then, smiling sort of sheepishly, stopped himself. After all, that was against the rules. Then he looked at Hagen. Hagen was looking into space. Well, that was a funny thing. During the entire match, Haig had conceded any putt under 10 feet. Here was 1/2 that long, but the Haig appeared not to notice. He stood by, waiting respectfully for Turnessa to make his shot. Well, that was a heck of a note. Did Hagen imagine that he, Turnessa, was going to miss a putt like this? Then it came to Turnessa that he had actually not attempted to roll one into the cup itself all day. He had yet to hear the satisfying music of ball on tin as it kerplunked in its fall into the tin cup. All the shots had been conceded. Perhaps, well, this was different. This going right into the cup instead of up close to it where it could be conceded. Yes, he had to be right on this one. He had to. By golly, the entire match depended on it, didn't it? Now Turnessa found himself shaking a little. He looked almost pleadingly toward Hagen. There must be a mistake. Had the Haig forgotten? This was only 5 feet, and Joe Turnessa waited. The Haig showed no expression. Like the spectators, he was waiting for Turnessa to run the ball down. Well, Joe had delayed long enough. It was time for him to putt. He walked toward the ball, a panic gripping him. He'd forgotten how to make a short putt. It was crazy, but he had. He'd had no practice at it, he told himself. Well, no need to go on. Joe Turnessa missed the putt. The match was over. And fellow pros walked away saying, yes, sir, Walter Hagen won the 1927 PGA Championship at Dallas, Texas with, no, not his putter or niblick or spoon, but with mind over matter. It was for the book.
Thank you, Sam Balter. And that, fans, winds up our sports reel for today. But don't forget to listen for our return with more close-ups by America's best-known sports authorities. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service. AFRS Sports Reel. This is the AFRS Sports Reel, another blackboard session devoted to the human element in sports with those renowned MSCs, Masters of Sports Lore, Bill Stern and Bill Brandt. Grab your notebooks, because here's Professor Bill Stern to put the lie to that old wives' tale about dumb athletes. Bill?
This is a story as told to me of great athletes who became far greater in other fields. But let's begin the story. Years ago, there was a ball player playing professional baseball who wanted to be a great pitcher, and he might have been a great pitcher if he hadn't broken his arm. But because he did break his arm, he had to learn to use his other arm. And when he began using his other arm, he found that with his other arm, he could draw. He could draw beautifully, something he never would have known but for a broken arm in baseball. Today, his drawings are famous, for he is, believe it or not, Bob Ripley. But now let me tell you the story of one of England's greatest cricket players. He, too, was reputedly a fine athlete. That is, he was a fine athlete until one day he was badly injured in a cricket game. His kidney was smashed. One of his lungs was punctured. He almost bled to death. In fact, he was so badly injured that he was forced to stay in bed for 12 years. During those 12 years in bed, to pass the time away, he began to try to write. And he was so successful with his writings that he made over $1 million. For this man, who never would have become a writer but for an athletic accident, is today one of the most famous authors in the world. You know him as H.G. Wells. Strange, isn't it, that athletic accidents should make famous writers out of H.G. Wells and Bob Ripley? But even stranger is the story of Charles Dodson. Charles Dodson loved to race. He loved to race sailing boats. And one day, Charles Dodson had a group of children in his racing boat. When a storm suddenly blew up, the children reputedly became frightened of the storm. And to calm them down, Charles Dodson began to tell these children stories. Stories that he was making up on the spur of the moment. The children forgot their fears as they listened to these stories. However, when he was back on shore, Charles Dodson remembered these stories that he'd made up for those children. And because they'd liked them so much, he decided to put these stories down on paper. He wrote under the name of Lewis Carroll, and those stories that he invented in his racing boat that day to calm the children were destined to become the most famous children's stories ever written. You know those stories as Alice in Wonderland. But up to now, these have been stories of athletes who became writers. Now let me tell you the story as told to me of a writer who became an athlete. But this is the story of a writer who didn't want to go on writing, but wanted to race automobiles. And finally, this writer gave up writing and bought a racing car. One day in this car, this driver was doing better than 90 miles an hour when suddenly the car hit an oil patch. The front wheels began to skid. The brakes wouldn't hold. The car was out of control. Desperately, the driver tried to hang on as she crashed into a concrete wall. The driver of that car was lucky, very lucky to be alive. For that smash-up was so bad that even though the newsreel cameraman had taken full pictures of it, those newsreels could not be shown in any theaters. But even though those newsreels couldn't be shown in the theaters, one newsreel executive did look at these films, and while he was horrified at these pictures of the smash-up, nevertheless, from what he saw on the screen, according to the story, he was so impressed with the face of that auto driver that he ordered that this driver be given a screen test. And, as a result of that screen test, this racing driver was offered a Hollywood movie contract. For you see, that driver was a girl. who, thanks to those newsreel pictures of a racing accident, is today one of Hollywood's most famous stars. You know her as Lucille Ball. And here she is in person, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's great star, Miss Lucille Ball.
Thank you, Bill. I'll tell you something else about the automobile accident I was in. They told me I'd never walk again.
And you not only walk perfectly, Lucille, but you're quite a sports enthusiast, too.
Well, I like to play tennis.
Go on, Lucille, what else?
Oh, I like badminton and horseback riding.
Any other sports?
Yes, I like to swim and ride an aquaplane.
I hear, Lucille, that you are quite a fisherman, too.
Hey, look, as your guest, I thought it was my right to ask you questions.
You're right, it is. Go ahead, Lucille.
Well, is it true that Bob Ripley started his Believe It or Not drawings because he couldn't play baseball?
Yes, that is absolutely true.
And how about Alice in Wonderland being written only because its author had some children out in a boat race?
Well, now, that's a very hard story to check, Lucille, but as near as we could find out, that is the legend of how those stories began.
Thank you, Bill Stern. And now let's listen to Bill Once-in-a-Lifetime Brandt. He's going to take us behind the scenes of a dramatic World Series that some of you may remember.
Here's a lesson Jimmy Dykes can learn from Joe McCarthy. Two big league managers stepping out of their jobs the same weekend. McCarthy, the New York Yankees, Dykes, the Chicago White Sox. Jimmy Dykes won't have to go to school or even write a letter. Just go back to the big day of his own life, 17 years ago, a sunny Saturday afternoon in Philadelphia, October 12th, 1929. There's that lesson. Here's Dykes and here's McCarthy, a couple of Philadelphia boys. It's the World Series, and they're both in the World Series for the first time. Joe McCarthy's here today as manager of the Chicago Cubs, the National League champions. Jimmy is playing third for the Athletics, American League champions. The Dykeses and the McCarthys and all their neighbors and friends, they're here lined up on opposite side of the fence, rooting hard, and it's a red-hot fight. Starting out this game today, the edge is with Philadelphia, 2-1. But look, this is a McCarthy day. Here's Joe laughing. His Cubs are hammering the daylights out of Connie Mack's pitchers. 2 runs in the 4th inning, 5 runs in the 6th, and another in the 7th. It's 8-0 when the home crowd stands up to stretch. But this home crowd is licked, and it knows it. Yes, it's all McCarthy and the Cubs from here on. Look at those McCarthy sluggers. Rogers Hornsby from Winters, Texas, National League's greatest hitter since Honus Wagner. Hack Wilson, the home run champion, from Martinsburg, West Virginia. Hoss Stephenson from Akron, Alabama. Kai Kyler from Harrisville, Michigan. They hammered their way through the National League like a traveling thunderstorm. Philadelphia pitchers stopped them at the start of this World Series, but here they go now. They'll never stop now. Yes, this is a McCarthy day. It's Joe's first World Series, and he's heading for his first World Championship. Ahead, 8-0 in the middle of the 7th inning. The Dykes fans and all the Philadelphia fans are standing up to take a stretch, but their heads are hanging low. Their hearts are sad. Look, here's the first batter for the Athletics in the 7th, Al Simmons from Milwaukee. And Al belts a home run, a drive that hits the roof of the left field grandstand. Now listen, that yell, derision, sarcasm, a home run with nobody on base, and the score 8-0 against us. Even the McCarthy rooters chip in on that yell. Hit a couple more and see how much it gets you. We got 8 runs. It's the 7th inning. So up comes the second batter, Jimmy Fox from Sudlersville, down on Maryland's eastern shore. You hit a homer, too. Fox, go ahead. Get exercise. But Fox hits only a little single. Then Bing Miller from Benton, Iowa, another single. And now Dykes, the hometown boy. Come on, Jimmy, yell the Dykes fans. Yeah, Jimmy, come on, double play, yell the McCarthy rooters. But Jimmy plunks one safe to left field, another single, another run. Now Joe Boley from the coal region, Mackinac City, Pennsylvania, another single. The score's 8-3 now. The McCarthy rooters are getting uneasy. Hey, Joe, how about it? Better get another pitcher. But Joe McCarthy is this kind of a manager. He sticks with his men. Here's his ace, Charlie Root, the Husky power pitcher from Middletown, Ohio. McCarthy's best man all season. Charlie whitewashed these Athletics 6 solid innings. Joe doesn't want to take Root out of the box, so Root stays in. And here's a Philadelphia pinch hitter, George Burns. He's a Philadelphia boy like McCarthy and Dykes. He's batting for the Philadelphia pitcher. And Charlie Root puts on the steam. George Burns pops a little fly to shortstop. 1 out. The McCarthy crowd relaxes. That's more like it. Come on now, Charlie, get these next 2. Let's get on with the last 2 innings. But now comes Max Bishop, a Baltimore boy and the Athletics leadoff man. Bang! Why, that's another single. And the Dykes crowd sets up a wild din as their boy Jimmy comes prancing home. Score 8-4. And now McCarthy stops the game. Charlie Root walks to the bench. The new pitcher is Art Neff, the old lefty of the Giants in McGraw's great days half a dozen years before. Neff from Terre Haute, Indiana. Here's some left-handed swingers coming up for Philadelphia. Southpaw Neff is the answer. Left-hand pitching to stop left-handed hitting. But the first left-hand swinger is Mule Haas from Montclair, New Jersey. Mule punches the liner to center field. A low-flying drive that looks like an easy catch for Hack Wilson. Look at Hack rushing in to get under it. The McCarthy crowd begins cheering. This means 2 out. But look, Wilson stops running. Now he starts again. Yes, Hack loses track of that ball for just an instant. He runs, a desperate dive, but the ball hits the grass. It gets past Wilson. It rolls on and on across center field, way out. Mule Haas goes full gallop around those bases. Boley and Bishop ahead of him. Mule Haas tramps on home plate before the ball gets back. A home run. 3 runs. Now the score is 8-7. And now it's a red-hot game. 1 out, but the Cubs are still 1 run ahead, and the bases are empty. Now let's get them out, McCarthy. Get these next 2 batters, and we'll be safe. But Mickey Cochran from Bridgewater, Massachusetts, gets a base on balls from Art Neff. Now it's Simmons up the bat again, a right-handed hitter, a home run hitter, up the bat for the 2nd time this inning. So McCarthy takes out lefty Neff. Here's a right-handed pitcher, Sheriff Blake, John Fred Blake from Ansted, West Virginia. Blake holds Simmons to a single. Now Fox hits a single. Cochran skims home. Tie score, 8-8. Now McCarthy's desperate. Get in there, Pat. And in comes big Pat Malone from Altoona, Pennsylvania. Pat was being saved for the next game, but this is emergency. Got to win this one. Stop those bats cold. Knock them off. And Malone faces Bing Miller, and Pat burns it over, everything he has. Miller ducks, but the ball hits his shoulder, and Miller goes to first base. Hit by pitched ball. And that sets the stage for local boy Jimmy Dykes. And here he is, at bat in the World Series pinch. The base is full. Tie score. Now, Jimmy Dykes is not supposed to be a great hitter. He's down deep in the batting order, batting 7th. And here's the supreme test of Jimmy Dykes. Well, Jimmy Dykes meets the test. Boom! It's a drive to left field. A liner along the foul line, a 2-bagger. Simmons and Fox roll home. That's 2 runs. Score 10-8. And that's it. That's all. That's the final score. 10-8. Philadelphia wins, and the Dykes 2-bagger did it. Now, this is one of the shining landmarks of all-time baseball history. A 10-run rally in the World Series. 10 runs in 1 inning, the all-time record. And Dykes is the hero. And here is the lesson. This is the biggest day in the baseball life of Jimmy Dykes. His first World Series, he delivers the deciding blow. But it's also the first World Series for Joe McCarthy. And it's the end of Joe McCarthy's job. Before the next year is over, McCarthy is out. Chicago has a new manager. It's the end of the trail for Joe McCarthy. That's what everybody says. He's through. Well, today in 1946, Dykes faces the same prospect as McCarthy faced in 29. What's the answer? The lesson. Well, after McCarthy is out in Chicago, he was just beginning. The end of McCarthy's Chicago trail was just the start of a new McCarthy career. Look at the book, the all-time record book. McCarthy, 7 world championships, more than any other manager in baseball history, 4 in a row. That's a record, too. All after McCarthy was out of Chicago. So if Dykes is out of Chicago now, out of his White Sox job, there's still a lot of room, some other city. That all-time record book is still wide open. And that's what Jimmy Dykes can learn from Joe McCarthy. All he has to do is go back to 1929 and take a look forward. Forward from that day when Dykes was the hero and McCarthy was on the way out. That 10-run World Series rally that happened once in a lifetime.
That was fine, Bill Brandt. Well, fans, the clock just threw up its hands and said it's time to wind up our sports reel for today. But we'll be returning your way soon with more close-ups by your favorite sports authorities. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
AFRS Sports Reel. This is the AFRS Sports Reel, listening time for all you sports fans. Another session of close-ups from the world of sports, with your favorite close-uppers, Bill Brandt, Ed Thorgerson, and Sam Bolter. To start things off, let's listen to a familiar voice with a story fresh from the baseball park. It's Sam Bolter spinning another one for the book.
Absenteeism was not invented in an aircraft factory. It has happened on many an occasion in baseball. In August 1934 at Sacramento, California, a Sacramento hurler felt this very strongly. The first Portland man up in the fourth inning hit a fly to right field, whereupon it was discovered, rather belatedly, that absenteeism had reared its ugly head. There was no fielder there. Sacramento's right fielder, Frenchy Bordegaray, had neglected to take his accustomed position at the start of the inning. The ball dropped for a double, and it so unnerved the pitcher that he was batted from the box in that inning. Which brings us to the strange story of the absent batsman, the case of the guy who drew a base on balls while sitting on the bench. Impossible? No, it happened to Joe Donovan, first baseman for Springfield in 1929. Opposing Springfield that afternoon was Clyde Hatter of Dayton. Clyde is the same wild young man whose control has been notoriously like Tojo's scruples, hard to find. You may know him better as the Mad Hatter, one-time Louisville twirler and Detroit Tiger rookie. Hatter's first pitch to Donovan was right by the batter's knuckles. In fact, he said the ball had nicked him. The umpire insisted it had nicked the bat. Joe Dunn, the Springfield manager and one of baseball's best moaners, joined in the argument. Donovan howled and moaned in protest. He offered his hand as proof that he'd been hit. But the umpire was firm. "Play ball," he said. "Play ball." "No," said Donovan, "I'm injured." And he walked to the bench and made a great show of laboriously going about the business of taping his hand. "Play ball," said the umpire again. Donovan continued the taping. Finally, the umpire motioned to Hatter to go ahead and pitch. Hatter was a little uncertain about it all, but the umpire was insistent. Finally, Hatter wound up and threw the ball to the plate. There was nobody up there, but Hatter's pitch was miles too high. "Ball one," said the umpire. Then he looked at Donovan and said, "Get up here." Donovan said no, he was in no condition to bat. He'd been hit. Hatter threw another one, almost into the dirt, ball two. The umpire now looked a little pleadingly at Donovan. Donovan shook his head, nothing doing. The umpire motioned to Hatter. Here came the pitch. Ball three, and then it was ball four. Venom in his eyes, the umpire looked over at Donovan and told him to take his base. He had just been walked. Walked while sitting on the bench. And so Donovan ambled to first from his position in the dugout, the first and only man in the history of baseball ever to draw a base on balls while sitting in the dugout. It's one for the book.
That was fine, Sam Bolter. And here's a fellow who must knit in his spare time because he's always got a yarn or two up his sleeve. Ed Thorgerson. Unravel, Ed.
Mr. L.T. Dawson, a listener in Yakima, Washington, asks an interesting question in his letter that arrived the other day. He writes, "Every once in a while I hear you talk about somebody throwing a screwball. Now, you have particularly mentioned Carl Hubbell. Well, tell me, is the screwball anything like the fadeaway old Christy Mathewson used to throw?" The answer is yes. Christy Mathewson's fadeaway would be known today as a screwball. In spite of all you may have heard about outshoots and inshoots, outdrops and indrops, most pitchers have only one curved ball. When a right-hander throws it, it breaks away from a right-handed batter and in towards a left-handed batter. When a left-hander throws it, it breaks in toward a right-handed batter and away from a left-handed batter. The screwball is exactly the opposite. It's thrown with a reverse twist of the wrist, which makes it spin in a contrary direction from the orthodox curve. When a right-hander throws a screwball, it breaks in toward a right-handed batter and away from a left-handed batter. And when a left-hander throws it, it breaks away from a right-handed batter and in toward a left-handed batter. You follow me? And in addition, the screwball has a quick dropping action, like a sinker. Speaking of screwballs, when Uncle Frankie Frisch was manager of the St. Louis Cardinal Gas House Gang about 12 years ago, Wild Bill Hallahan was slowing up. His smoke ball had lost a lot of zip. So one day he said to Frisch, "Frankie, what would you say if I started to work on a screwball?" Well, Frankie threw up his hands. "Don't, Bill, please don't," he pleaded. "With Pepper Martin and Dizzy Dean on this club, well, I got all the screwballs I can handle now." I doubt that many of you hunters would call a porcupine a dangerous wild animal. We all know his quills can be painful, but we're also sure he doesn't shoot them, as many people still believe. And the only way he can deal out misery is for some city slicker to attempt to grab him. Yet a porcupine came close to causing some very acute discomfort, if not actual danger, to a young couple from Tacoma, Washington. In the late summer of 1940, Mr. and Mrs. Dick Thompson decided to get away from the salt water for a spell and explore one of the rivers in northern Washington. Their choice was the Methow, and their plans were to go by canoe, if possible, all the way to Slate Creek Pass. That's where the river rises in the Cascades. So they drove to Wenatchee on the Columbia River, where they left the car. With their outboard putt-putting merrily, it didn't take long to ascend the Columbia and turn into the Methow. They passed the little settlement of Twisp and made their last gas purchase at Winthrop. From then on, they were in virgin wilderness, a paradise for two such confirmed fishermen. When the river grew too shallow and rocky for the outboard motor, they left it on a sandy beach that had been their camping place for a night and paddled on. Finally, they could go no farther and reluctantly turned back toward civilization. The next day at noon, they were again on the spot where they'd left their motor. Planning to stay there not more than an hour, they neglected to draw up the canoe and merely tied it by its painter to a tree on the bank. They were hungry and wanted a hot lunch, but their stay 3 nights before had used up all the nearby firewood, so back from the river they went, back into the heavy timber. One thing after another distracted them in their wood gathering. There was a doe that refused to be startled even when they approached to within 50 feet. A pair of chattering squirrels, a set of bear tracks in the soft loam that looked like they might have been made recently. Well, it was an hour before they strolled back to the beach, and there, lo and behold, floating away from the shore was their canoe, its painter neatly cut near the tree to which it was tied. Dick knew there was only one thing to do if they were to get back to Winthrop. The weeds along the shore were too thick for fast travel, so into the river he plunged. The current swept him off his feet, and he was forced to swim for it. The bitter cold of the water soon tied his muscles into a clove hitch. And then, almost a mile downstream from their camping spot, the canoe grounded on a sandbar, and Dick was able to catch up with it and hold on. Slowly and painfully, he paddled back, half frozen, and so tired his arms could barely swing the wooden blade. When he reached his wife, she pointed to something on the bank. It was a fat porcupine, and still dangling from its mouth were a few shreds of hemp. Dick had heard that a porcupine would chew up an axe handle or a gun stock for the traces of salt left on them by perspiration, but he overlooked the fact that the painter, after long use on Puget Sound, was impregnated with salt. The little animal's craving had almost set them afoot with no supplies in a trackless wilderness. So Dick hands out this bit of advice. When you're going into porcupine country by water, either drag your boat or canoe onshore or use a chain painter. Dick says the next trip he makes, he's going to use both. On another subject, Fred Corcoran, the Pro Golfers Association tournament manager at Jacksonville, Florida, has some advice for the golfer. Know your sport, says Fred, and how to talk about it. And he reels off this list of golf lingo, which all good golfers should know. A bogey means a score a fair player makes on a given hole, not necessarily 1 over par. If you're 2 over par, that's a buzzard. 1 over par is a bat. That's his new one, a bat. 1 under par, a birdie. 2 under, an eagle. 3 under, a double eagle. And, mister, when that dream comes true and your ball sails straight from tee to cup and you've canned that hole in one, that, brother, is a dodo.
Thank you, Ed Thorgerson. We'll be tapping that sleeve another time. But right now we're off to the races with another Bill Brandt special, Once in a Lifetime.
In 1936, the Derby winner came through in Maryland. Assault's Old Man, Bold Venture. In 1938, the winner is the Delaware Maryland horse. The Hope of Maryland lands underneath that blanket of black-eyed Susans, that robe of flowers that means victory in the Preakness. And that's our story now, 1938. The Delaware Maryland horse that comes home from the Derby a loser, and here he is at the Preakness, the hope of the home crowd. In 1938, Foxcatcher sent Dauber to the Derby, the son of Pennant and Ship of War. The boys didn't give Dauber much chance in the Derby. The Derby favorite is Fighting Fox, and Lauren is there, too. Herb Wolf's Lauren with Eddie Arcaro up. But when the Derby field comes under that wire, Dauber from Foxcatcher is crowding right up close. The winner is Lauren. This is number 1 for Eddie Arcaro. Arcaro's first win at Churchill Downs. Second by a length, Dauber. So now we move from Kentucky to Maryland. Here at the Preakness, they're going to the post. No Lauren. Lauren's not running today. But here's the Derby favorite, Fighting Fox, and most of the Derby field. Me Now, Sun Egret, Cravat, Can't Wait, Bull Lee, Bull Whip, Hypocrite, a great field. The 14th of May, the merry month of May, springtime and roses. But luck, right here now today in Baltimore, it's raining cats and dogs and little red wagons, raining all over Maryland, but especially at Pimlico. That post parade looks like a march of the wooden soldiers. Every step the horses take, they're up to their fetlocks in slimy mire.
The boys in the press box snarl and make faces. They pound their typewriters. It's the worst weather in Preakness history. Some say the worst mud ever seen anywhere. But the Maryland home rooters laugh out loud because it's a Maryland tradition, that mud. Maryland horses love it. They laugh at it. They eat it a while, then they get tired eating and they go out in front and kick it in other horses' faces. Now they're lined up. The rainstorm hits a new high. You can hardly see the horses through that solid curtain of water. They're off, and here they come. 9 horses, all the same color, mud brown. 9 sets of racing silks, all merging into dead gray almost before they get to the grandstand. Here they go past the stand. Fighting Fox on top. Me now right with him. I'll take the Fox. Fighting Fox got a bad break in the Derby, but he's the solid horse here today, and they'll never catch him now. He's out in front. Where's Dauber, the hope of Maryland? Oh, golly, look at him. Yes, going around the first turn, there's 2 horses way back, chasing all the rest of them. Dauber and Cravat. Dauber is 2 steps ahead of Cravat. There's nothing in back of Cravat but hoof prints. Licked, says the guy in back of us. Maryland, my eye. There's mud in his mouth, and he'll be full of it all the way around. A full meal of Maryland mud, and that's all he'll get today. And the guy in front of us turns around and yells, "Hey, I'll bet you right now. How about it? You want to eat some yourself? Listen, brother, I was down to the barn this morning, rain slamming down on the roof, and Dauber inside there laughing fit to bust. Just keep your eye on Dauber, brother." Out along the back stretch, all you can see is a solid clump of horses moving along all together. Well, Dauber closed the gap anywhere. He's somewhere in that pack, and that's all you can see in the rain until they hit the top of the stretch. Now it's me now by a length, Fighting Fox, Sun Egret. Look, there's 2 horses moving up. Dauber? Yep, Dauber. And who's tagging along with him, stride by stride? Why, it's Cravat, Johnny Westrope up. Say, Johnny must have picked Dauber as a good pacer. And now Maurice Peters, riding Dauber, begins to ride in earnest. Fighting Fox and Sun Egret look like a couple of weary travelers, practically standing still. Dauber and Cravat breeze right past. Now they go past me now. Why, this is a 2-horse race, the 2 that were last the first time around. Come on, Westrope. And Westrope piles it on. Everything he's got, but that stretch drive is too much. Dauber's running as if it's dry land. The crowd is screaming, "Dauber! The winner, Dauber!" How far? Wait till Cravat gets here. Oh, it's about 7 lengths. Yes, the Delaware Maryland mudder is in by 7 lengths, and the rain pours harder and harder, and the black-eyed Susans are weeping with joy. May 14th, 1938, the Preakness, when it's mud at Pimlico and the local hope moves from last to first in a roaring rush, first by 7 lengths. That's all it takes to make a Maryland once in a lifetime.
Well, that horsey yarn just about does it for today. But if you want more of same by America's A sports commentators, watch for the AFRS Sports Reel. We'll return soon. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.